development, skills, employment, and entrepreneurship. I would request Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, who is a known name. He was there with us yesterday also to chair this session. So Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, please come on the dais. Professor Dhulasi Brinda Vardharajan. Right, you can. No, you can.
So I just went to take your profile.
Oh, I'll start the session. Okay, sure.
Okay. Should I start with the session, sir? The introduction? Okay, invite the speakers, right. It is a very good morning to all of you. It is my honor to welcome Professor Dhulasi Brinda Vardharajan as a keynote speaker. Her deep understanding of how technology can drive employment and create entrepreneurial opportunities will provide us with valuable insights into the challenges and strategies needed for India to build a future-ready workforce. It is also my pleasure to introduce and welcome Dr. Meena Chintamani, Pro Vice Chancellor of Narsi Munji Institute of Management Studies, to this esteemed gathering. Dr. Chintamani has been a prominent figure in the academic community, contributing significantly to higher education, research, and academic leadership. As Pro Vice Chancellor, she has been instrumental in shaping the vision and growth of Narsi Munji Institute of Management Studies, leading the institution towards excellence in both education and innovation. Her dedication to empowering students and fostering academic growth has earned her widespread respect. Okay. Next is my privilege to introduce to you our distinguished keynote speaker for today's session, Professor Surinder Kumar from the Delhi School of Economics. Whose research and teachings have made significant contributions to the fields of development economics, public policy, and socio-economic studies. With years of academic excellence, Professor Kumar has been at the forefront of economic research, and his work continues to shape both the theoretical and practical aspects of economics in India and globally. Next, we have Professor V.N. Attri, Director, ICIPS, Kurukshetra University. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Attri. He is a highly respected academician known for his deep excellence. Professor Attri has been instrumental in fostering academic dialogue and promoting cutting-edge research on global and domestic policy issues. His leadership and work has been pivotal in shaping the direction of research and learning at the Institute. Okay, can we connect the Professor Teesmani on? Yes, sir. Okay, with the so we also have one speaker connecting online. Okay, he's connected. That's what. Okay. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker session, Dr. Tirthamani Das, Chairperson of the Economics Department at IIM Bangalore. Dr. Das is a highly respectful scholar in the field of economics, known for his impactful research and expertise in the areas of microeconomics, development economics, and policy analysis. With these words, I welcome all the resource persons for today's session. Welcome all.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I am standing in for Professor Ramesh Chand, who was supposed to chair the session and had to urgently leave. Friends and colleagues, yesterday we explored several facets of parameters that are important for us to ensure when economic growth has to happen. And today's session is trying to explore the role that technology should play, how we can bring in greater coherence across our endeavors for ensuring access to technology, its absorption, but also in the process bring in the necessary skills. How skills and entrepreneurship can bring in the greater efforts which are needed for economic development. All the three, skills, entrepreneurship and technology, how these three are interconnected. Are they independent variables? We also explored yesterday, Professor Charan Singh mentioned about the way financing has to be done, how the banks should function. Shamika brought in the issue of NBFC and how NBFCs have to do. Today we were discussing over breakfast how the local communities are financing, the role of small finance collection, informal or formal, whether demonization of chit fund is required, and how do we ensure cost-effective access to capital. So how that capital has to happen, and can we have similar arrangements for technology, for skills, and for entrepreneurship? This session explores that very much, and our effort would be to follow the time discipline that is extremely important for us to go forward. We have already sort of lost 10 minutes, so I very brief. I would immediately ask Professor Vardarajan for beginning this discussion. Maybe we can confine ourselves to 5 minutes in the beginning, and we would have the second round. So, Professor Vardarajan, please. Do you want to use PPT, or you want to just tell us what the connections are? So 5 minutes, madam, and
yes, good morning to everybody, Honorable Chairperson and my fellow speakers and participants of IEA conference, the President, Secretary and the other AC members. I am very much thankful to the AC, that IEA, for having given me this opportunity. So this topic was selected last year's meeting, and we were very fond of placing before this because this technology, and we are living in a technology-enabled world, and we want to know what are the technological development in our country. So that is more important. And also then we have to identify that how scientific knowledge is used for the practical purposes, and how this help for the environment and other human life, and also how it is technology is efficient, it can increase its efficiency and productivity. And so the technological innovations are nothing but new ideas, new product and new process, and these how its applications in new products and processes also. And also this we are developing now in the advanced artificial intelligence and all, and some of the technologies emerging are this AI is now taking over the world, and neurotechnology, biotechnology, and climate interventions through renewable energy technologies, and quantum computing, communication, and also which may help the people to ease their life, this technology. And yesterday we talked much about this Viksit Bharat 2047, and so this was introduced mainly to harnessing the power of technology. How we can harness the power of technology towards this, how to achieving economic prosperity, social equity, infrastructure development, and other areas. So the technology stands as a cornerstone of our progress nowadays. And so now the government of India, under this banner of this Viksit Bharat, a number of initiatives had been taken by the government, especially in indigenous technologies. and encouraging the local innovation and entrepreneurship. So we have to underline this, and how this local innovation and entrepreneurship, it can create jobs and economic growth. And so this, it is not just a supportive system for development, for the business, but it is the core of nation's economic development. So how we have to identify the indigenous knowledges. So that is more important. And so while introducing this kind of new technologies, we have to take into consideration the ethical considerations of this technological development. And already we have digital divide. How to overcome this digital divide? How to make the people comfortable with this digitalization of this economic progress? And also this responsible online behavior. So that is another concept. How we can, this online, we are using this, we are facilitated by this kind of online transactions, but how we can develop a responsible online developments. So when we talk about technology and skill development, the technology is an integral of so many skill sets. And under this cultural diversity of our nations and the local languages, different type of local languages, we have to develop a various facets of skill development, not only a single unanimous and monotonous one. We have to develop a varied facets of skill development, and also how this technology can improve the existing skills, and also the new skills developed through technology. And also this, if you take the skill development initiatives of India, we have this Pradhan Mantri Kausal Vikas Yojana. So it is trained nearly 1.4 crore candidates trained under this scheme, and government has allocated 920 crores for this. And we have also this Pradhan Mantri Kausal Kendra, which was established in 2020. 738 these kendras under the that is Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. We have a separate Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. This itself shows how government is moving towards this technology binding with entrepreneurship development. And now it is reduced to the operational level of these kendras are only 506. And when we talk about technology and employment, there no doubt technology has boosted employment, especially in the knowledge intensive sectors like medicine, accounting and other things. And also it has increased the productivity of the workers. So India has developed, as statistics of 2024, India is having 250 billion technological sector and employing. And another problem is technology loss. Nearly 1 lakh jobs were lost due to technology. And entrepreneurship also, we have through our startups and all, we are developing through technology, technocrats, entrepreneurs. So these startups are helping for so many entrepreneur development. Then they are coming out of geographical barriers and all. So these things we have to, we're developing the concept note. I would like to, so we have to discuss about strategies to improve technical skills, then how government support in schemes are there, and technology jobs and future of work, and role of technology in quality and quantity of the work, and also green tech entrepreneurship. So these things we have to concentrate, especially when we talk about technological development as a roadmap for our economic process. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Madam, for bringing out several dimensions of our sort of need to address issues related to technology. You very rightly mentioned in terms of connecting the indigenous knowledge system with this. The formal system, as you are aware, in Solo's growth model, we have tried to focus on population, the change in population, the savings and technology. All three play an important role. Schumpeter took it in a different direction when the black box came in. But if you look at contemporary technological development, three issues are extremely important. They hover around this whole debate of AEI, access, equity, and inclusion. So access, equity, and inclusion, how we measure them, in what way they go forward, I think are important dimensions, not only in terms of the startup ecosystem that you talked about, the issue that I was mentioning in the beginning of access to resources, both skills, technology per se, but also the dimensions of engagement when it comes to promoting entrepreneurship. So all the three are extremely important, and probably in the panel we would have this. Let me now invite Professor Chintamani for
But before the stopwatch starts, a disclaimer too, because from yesterday during the inaugural that I have been witnessing all the economists speaking, a disclaimer that I am not from this domain. The only reason that attracted me towards this was because it was technology. It was with respect to the skills, employability, and entrepreneurship. Being in academics and being an academic admin, and associated to an organization for the last 20 years in the same organization, gives me a good insight which I felt would be very useful to all the educators here and of course all the scholars here. So with that disclaimer that I start my stopwatch, a very good morning to one and all present here at the onset. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share my views in this Indian Economic Association conference, not being an economist, but of course being an educator. Now, India's higher education system is always known to be very robust, and we've witnessed that we've given the best of best talents. If you look into the first 500 Fortune companies and the CEOs of these companies, name it as Microsoft, name it as Adobe, name it as Google, whatever it is, we've always been providing them with good talent. Why did this happen? This happened not only because there was an exponential rise in the number of universities. If you look into somewhere at 2009, you just had around 945 or 950 universities. To today, you do have around 1,150 universities pan-India. So it's not only that the universities have increased, the higher education has shown an exponential rise. If you look into the number of students, I thought, yesterday while everybody was giving numbers, I thought it's very essential to give numbers before we actually come on to the topic, which would actually attract you all to the further 4 minutes that I need to speak. So when I was looking into the statistics, around 43.3 million students have enrolled currently for the higher education, right? Which has increased by 2 million in the last 1 year. Okay, of which around 43% of students have enrolled for their UG degree, 12% for their PG degree, and just merely 0.5% for their doctoral studies. The rest of the students are for their certificate programs or diploma programs, or probably some small skill building activities like ITI programs that they have. But what do we want to do? We want to have a world largest, because we are in an advantageous position. We are told that the demographic landscape is that the young talent in the employable youth segment, we are going to be the world's largest by 2030. So there comes in the topic, how do we leverage this technology? Technological development, probably in developing our skills, probably having more of employability, and how do we develop entrepreneurs? Saying so, the emerging skills and the impact of the emerging skills on higher education, on the students, as well as on the future of the job. What do you mean by emerging skills is where the technology is growing so fast, Gone are the days where we were talking about the conventional jobs. Today, with the emergence of AI, people talk about losing the jobs. It's basically the nature of the job has changed. The numbers and the opportunities have in fact become more widened. And having so, we talk about giving some skills to students with respect to how they're going to be more industry ready. We all talk about it, but how much are we ready for? How much are we as faculty members or probably the inner resources prepared to first get this knowing? You talk about data science. Every nook and corner talks about data science, talks about big data, talks about artificial intelligence. But in true sense, the faculty resources, the inner resources, the labs, the softwares, how much are we prepared for? So first is the inner resources, which needs to be having capacity building within itself, and then probably getting the students exposed to it. When we talk about it, each one of us coming from different organizations talks about international collaborations. We first need to have national collaborations so that we do not have duplication of resources. We do not look into the neighboring institutes which has got so many resources so that the students get exposed to either of our resources and get the best extracted out of it. So first is the mindset of educational institutions, higher educational institutions, to universities to collaborate amongst themselves, get into such kind of MOUs where the resources would be beneficial for both. And doing so, today technology could be leveraged. COVID was a good example. All of us on 22nd March got standstill when pan-India, everybody sat at home. We were not prepared for it. We were not prepared for it, but everybody swam through and saw to it that none of our students had a 0 year. We were really fortunate that we could switch over to the online technology platform. And how could we do that? The reason being, we have the talent to actually adapt ourselves, and that's why our students and our workforce becomes the best across the globe, right? When we did that, the government also realized that post-pandemic, it made it very easy that even 40% today of the current curriculum could be given online. Why is that given? Is so that anybody who has expertise sitting across. Today I have 7 campuses. Today if I have expertise lying somewhere in Bangalore, gives me that kind of expertise in Chandigarh or in Mumbai. This is what is technological leverage to improve the skills of students, or probably improve in digital literacy, or probably in any of these forms of data analysis, etc. What is industry looking for? Industry is looking for some kind of you talk about soft skills not only in terms of communication. It talks about creativity. It talks about problem solving. It talks about resilience. Today the students, this youth is not ready to listen to a negative answer no from anybody, right? So the resilience to fight back, the problem solving, the moment they're put into a given situation, how do they swim through? That's what it's all about. And today we talk about Viksit Bharat by 2047, or in fact the NEP 2020 by 2035. Gross enrollment ratio to be enhanced from currently 28% to probably 50% within this short period of time. And coming on to entrepreneurship and employability, yes, entrepreneurship, they have so many schemes. You have so many schemes. Are the students aware of these schemes? Are the students, I don't know, because they do not, it's all because either Make in India, or probably the Startup India, or the Mudra Yojana, or the MSCs, or the Skill India. There are so many programs that have come up. But unfortunately, the takers are not that well prepared. And that's the reason where I feel as educators, whether having these skills being imparted, or making the students more ready for employability, because the industry is changing so fast. At the tandem that the industry is changing, are we preparing our students? We talk about outcome-based education. I mean, I can make a bold statement to all the educators here. We're still at our infancy pan-India, because are we looking into those kind of attributes that actually the graduate takes in when he clears the degree? It's in fact, there is a report given by Deloitte, Dean's report very recently, where it says that India is the largest, second largest, getting into the students who graduate in STEM programs. Unfortunately, 47, less than 50%.
of them are employable. Why does this happen? They do have a degree, everybody has a degree, but why are they not employable? It's really time to think that leverage the technology that we have to impart the skills to the students, skills in terms of changing the mindset of students to have a lifelong learning. What do you mean by lifelong learning is itself a one-day workshop that we can have, but all of us, we know what it is, but in true sense, we need to practice it. I'll be happy to take in questions individually to have the skills, to have employability, and to have entrepreneurship, because I think there is a time constraint. So with all these small touching upon these topics, I think we are open to have any questions. How do we in fact have skills being important? How do we make our student employable? How do I have more of entrepreneurs or job creators to actually become going towards the vision of Viksit Bharat and retain our culture and heritage along with ethics to us? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor Chintamani. Let me now invite Professor Surendra Kumar from Delhi School of Economics.
Yeah, so thanks, Chair, and good morning to all. I'm just going to talk briefly about entrepreneurship and innovation as growth strategy. As from yesterday, we are talking about growth for us is sacrosanct. We can't compromise with that. And growth in a country, we can say, simply if we define that, that's linked, or we can say it is the aggregate of the growth of individual firms. And here, how we can achieve it, that if we take simple identity in that, there can be three components in that. One means we need to have growth in the entrepreneurship, the number of the firms we need to grow. And there should be this average growth of each of these firms should be increased, and there should be reallocation of the resources from low productive to high productive. All these three parts we need to address. And what are the constraints in addressing that? Or what are the concerns and how we can do that? Just I'm going to touch on that. So here we are talking about this firm growth as a growth strategy. This may be one of the ways of doing it. And along with that, because for the farm growth, we need good institutions, high agricultural productivity. All those are the issues along with that. But farm growth is one of the essential strategy we can say for the growth. And what are the concerns here in that area? In our country, what we see that we have a large number of farms. But most of these farms, we can say more than 97% of the farms, they are small, they are stagnant. This is one of the major concerns. And here, in what we observe that these farms, persons enter into this business creating of the farms, that's happening. But they stay in that business and they remain small for a long, and they are stagnant in that. If we observe in our neighborhood, generally what we find that there are these small shopkeepers, small manufacturers, and if we observe their history of 10 or 12 years onwards, how much is the growth in that? Generally we find very marginal growth in that. So in that way, these resources are stuck there, they remain stagnant, their growth rate is very small. So here, this development strategies should be such that either they grow or die. And if we let them to die, what will happen? The resources, what they are using, those resources will shift to the firms, those who can grow. The employment which is, means the people, those who are becoming unemployed from the firms who are dying, they may be observed by the firms, those who are growing in that. So as a result, these stagnating firms, they are keeping the resources stuck, and as a result, our output gets stunted. So that's why we need to focus more, rather than means just creating a large number of small firms. we should have firms, entrepreneurs should be there, and those firms should be growing, and also we can say they should not remain small. That is one concern. And the second concern is that this unemployment question. If we see this official statistics, in the official statistics, generally what we find that the unemployment rate, the country like ours, is not different than the developed countries. We say we have this unemployment rate of 4 or 5%, something like that. 5-6%, that figures generally we quote in that. And how we define this word unemployment? There simply we say that if the person is getting job, is willing to work and getting the job, then we simply say the person is employed. But here the concern is what? Generally the people, they start their own business, the small business they start, and these transitions from the self-employment to wage employment is not much different than the transition from unemployed to this formal or wage employment. So what it shows that these people, the question is whether they are the entrepreneurs or they are the workers. So here what we can say, most of these people, they are not entrepreneurs, they are the workers. And if they are the entrepreneurs, if we take this statement that they are the entrepreneurs and they are not able to grow because they are not getting the resources, if we give that statement, then the solution lies, or the direction can be that they should be provided the resources. And here, this experience in microfinance, these mudra schemes, they may be, we can say, some of these steps taken given this statement that these people are not able to grow because they lack the resources. But what are the impact of such kind of policies? That's a question. That needs to be looked into. What is the effective impact of giving resources in small scales to these small persons? And here ground reality shows that even if we are giving this small money to them, as soon as they get the formal employment or they get wage employment, they try to transition in that. So that's why the statement that they are not entrepreneurs, they are the workers, that stands more water than saying that they are not growing because they lack the resources. So that's why the way out in that is not, means we should try to make more formalization of the economy. So however, these are the concerns, and given these concerns, why this kind of situation lies there and what could be the way, then what we can say is that first of all, though we can say that our Indian market as a whole is big, but from the small firms perspective, if we try to see that generally our market size for these individual firms, that's also very limited and small. Most of these firms, they are selling their product in their neighborhood. Their market in that way is very limited, and we are purchasing up from our neighborhood in that. So in that way, most of these firms, they have their market is very small. They have very less incentive to grow. And to grow for that, here comes the role of infrastructure and technology. And if we see this experience of last quarter century, beginning you can say this Vajpayee government initiative in the infrastructure. And as a result, what we observe that in the economy, we have created this road infrastructure, other infrastructures we have created. As a result, competition in the market increased. These firms, they are getting market. So as a result, competition is increasing. They have some incentive to work in that. Similarly, as a result of this technological development, especially these digital technologies. So as a result, for these small shopkeepers, it's not necessary that they sell in their neighborhood. They are able to sell beyond their neighborhood. they can sell using these e-markets throughout the country. So this technology and infrastructure development, they are reducing this internal trade cost, and as a result, they are giving more opportunities to them. And here also we can take this more examples also in that. So what we can say, this market frictions due to lack of infrastructure which are keeping them small, and informational frictions. For example, say in the case of these agricultural bills, or before that even this e-NAM we started as a result. So these farmers, they have this access to the information not only just by their neighboring market, the markets throughout the country, what are the prices, they can take advantage of that if these bills were fully implemented in. So means this informational and infrastructural constraints, they can be one of the sources to reduce these frictions, that we can say. And here also what see that, as yesterday Dr. Subramaniam was saying, that this productivity growth, there our, because we are not working at the frontiers of the technology, and shifting the frontiers, that's not easy for us, but there is catch up. For that, there what we can say is, to catch up, we need technology. And when we are talking about technology, there, technological catch-up, so it's not just the import of the technology, but there also this knowledge transfer, that's also equally important. Because for this leapfrogging, there, to use that technology, because complexities are so involved into that, so that's why there the roles comes of the engineering. So that's why we need, as Madam was saying that 47% of the people are employable. So that's why this creating good education, good knowledge, so that these technologies we can use. And the last point that I want to make is that of integrating this Indian market with the external markets, this exporting. Exporting give us not just this access to the markets, that also create a, say, this competition process in that. So as a result, these firms, they have incentive to make investment in productivity development, productivity enhancement. They have, otherwise they have no incentive to make investment in productivity developments. So that's why this, along with these other black boxes, we need also to focus on the firm growth. And I stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor N. Kumar, for highlighting this very important point of transition of our firms from micro to small to medium, whether that is happening or not. And that requires Mudra in its recontextualization format, where we can think in terms of how the firms which borrowed 10 years ago, first, have they survived or they have died? If the death of micro enterprises or small enterprises is happening, is it being recorded? Are we aware of the causes that are triggering death of micro, small or medium enterprises? Too big to fail is something that may not be so much relevant for us, because NCLT and many others are there to take care of that. But for micro, small and medium enterprises are somehow not getting the attention of the entities which have to provide finance. And that's where again the role of the states, state governments, state finance boards, I think is of great significance, where we need to see how our transition of firms is happening, whether they are going forward. Just a week ago in the Reserve Bank, we had this discussion of the borrowings of MSME. You mentioned about COVID, how adoption of digital technologies has reduced the cost that the firms are incurring, and what are the profit margins for firms. Fortunately or unfortunately, a large number of them are only into trading and not into production component. Unfortunately, Shamika, 2011 was the last survey Ministry of Small Micro Enterprises, MSME, has produced the national annual survey of MSME firms. And the survey that was published in 2011 actually had data of 2007. So we do not have any national statistics available since 2007 on MSME. So we are not aware what happened to our micro, small, medium enterprises in the COVID crisis. And this is a very important point you also referred to, since the focus was there, as Professor Chintamani brought out, ecosystem that is necessary. The technology, the role of entrepreneurs themselves, but also the quality of employment we are creating. And are they themselves workers, or they are acting as entrepreneurs? And do we have enough incentive to make them feel that they are entrepreneurs? And that's several entities here in Haryana, and I'm sure Professor Malhotra tomorrow's session on Haryana would bring out the role that micro, small and medium enterprises are playing in Haryana's economy, in Panipat and several other places where so much production is happening. How many of them are actual entrepreneurs, and how many see themselves with these schemes as workers? So that part, I think, is important, very important presentation. Thank you. Let me now turn to Professor Atri, and I have been sort of generous in terms of time, but still the timeline is 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, I prepared a survey type of article, but since the paucity of time is there, the idea is the accelerated technical change, economic growth, job creation, emerging pathways. And basically, the insight to technological change, being an economist, was already there since I joined my profession as an economist, and I have been a very keen student of economic thought, and the history of economic thought, Joseph Schumpeter, is my favorite book. But basically I became interested in all these technological issues since 2016. I remember, as a chair in Indian Ocean Studies in Mauritius, IORA, I prepared a brief that is the perspective on science, technology and innovation policy, need for international cooperation, which was published in the United Nations Sustainable Development Report in 2016. Thereafter, in 2018, I attended one conference invited by the United Nations that was in Mexico, the use of accelerated technological change, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc., in achieving the sustainable development goal. So that is the background, but basically here I just try to tell you why and how the technology, science, technology, innovation crept into the economics. So one comment which I should make, because I have been a student of economics for the last, almost say, last 50 years. So I did my MA in 1973. So over the 50 years, basically, if we go to the classical regime, you see, starting from Adam Smith, dexterity, division of labor and dexterity will increase the efficiency. So that is in 1776. Adam Smith did talk about what we can say, the technical change, but the technical change has not been endogenous, you see. Then we come to Ricardo. Ricardo basically, in his book, the famous chapter on machinery. So he basically cautioned that the use of machinery may have impact on employment. And if we just correlate with the latest reports of the International Monetary Fund, so if we use the artificial intelligence, the impact of employment, that is, the employment will be affected adversely, 60% in the developed country and 40% in the developing countries. So then basically there was a question of talking about the choice of technique. And the choice of technique, A.K. Das Gupta, when I was a student, I heard his lecture and that impacted me a lot. So choice of technique, is it relevant today? vis-a-vis the developed country and the developing countries, because developed country are capital intensive and the developing countries are labor intensive. So in that case, basically, he talked about the choice of technique and pleaded that the developing countries, emerging countries, LDCs should go for the labor-intensive technology. But being a student of international trade, there are so many theories and all that, and I won't go into the details of the labor-intensive and the capital-intensive and the box diagram, etc. But lately, there is a reference where he says that if we follow the labor-intensive technology, that is also not good for the employment generation. So these are some of the things which basically emerges. So now, why basically the economists were not interested in the technology? There was one study in 1956 which basically analyzed the reason, and he basically assigned 3 reasons that economists were generally ignorant of science and technology and felt unprepared to venture into the unknown territory. Second reason, very few statistics to guide them. And finally, ever since the Great Depression of 1930, they had been preoccupied with the problem of cyclical fluctuations. And then basically comes the technical innovation is not is not a separate phenomena. That is basically what they have said. But then comes the role for the Schumpeter. Schumpeter basically 5 ways of technical innovation, and Schumpeter basically promoted the innovation. He gave the model in 1942. And then there were studies which says that Schumpeter is not enough, but the Schumpeter role in promoting the technical change, entrepreneurship is as great as the role for Adam Smith and Karl Marx. Then basically what is happening that lately the science and technology need to be correlated with climate change. So that's a big issue, you see. We need to develop the technologies which basically take into the climate adaptation and all that. Then the another thing which is basically important, and our Prime Minister basically made a reference of this blue economy, ocean economy. So I feel, and I made a presentation in 2019, and the international conference was organized in India. So the use of artificial intelligence in deep sea ocean mining and all that. Then this basically in my paper I also try to discuss what has been the viewpoint of G20 on science, technology and innovation. So all the G20 I try to cover the G20, Indonesia, India and Brazil. And the different clauses basically discuss about the relevance of the science and technology and all that. So all these things basically lead to the results that what we should do. One thing is that all science, technology, innovation, we should have a national science technology innovation policy, STI, and it should have a linkage with the other countries, because United Nations in its common future focuses on strengthening the science and technology of the developing country as well as the developed countries. The gap should be bridged. The other thing is that the integration of the local knowledge, everybody has asked about that, integration of the local knowledge and indigenous wisdom, indigenous knowledge and local wisdom into the science, technology and innovation. So that is very important. And in reference to Quad and AI, there was a conference in May 2023 which was attended by me online. It was held in Australia. So there also basically if we look at the cooperation between the Quad country, all the Quad country, there are among the 10 major countries in AI. So the cooperation between Australia, Japan, India and US in between themselves is little, and that we should try that whatever cooperation is there in the Quad country, how it can be replicated in case of Indo-Pacific ocean framework. So basically the idea, what we should do, the idea is that we should try to create the local network between the universities, among the students, teachers, to discuss about the artificial intelligence, robotics, D3, digitalization, and in digitalization we should also talk about the resource use, because it uses more of electricity and water. So all these things should be taken into account, and we should go for integrating the artificial intelligence, accelerated technological change with indigenous knowledge and local wisdom. That is, with this I think I should stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Atri. Let me now quickly turn to Dr. Das for his remarks. Dr. Das, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to present here. So I thank the entire conference committee and the chairperson of this session, all the distinguished speakers, and all the people who are attending this thing. So I'll basically take this presentation is essentially takes a look at mostly the entrepreneurship, and not in a very nitty-gritties, but in some way it talks about what are the roles that technology can play. But before even that, there are a few questions that we would like to answer. First of all, entrepreneurship creates a channel of productive pursuit, generating opportunities for employment and production innovation. That we all know. But as many point out, that the entrepreneurship skills, they are very diverse and broad range, and possibly many of them remain underutilized in a traditional employer and employee setting. So if I work for someone, I will be given a particular job, and that would probably use some of my skills, but not all the skills that entrepreneurship requires. And so obviously harnessing and leveraging these untapped skills can unlock new opportunities and lead to efficiency gains. So then the question is, and if we look at actually what is going on in India now, it is very promising. So according to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor report, India has demonstrated a significant improvement in entrepreneurship in recent times. It also provides a very strong support to women entrepreneurs, and some of the schemes were already been discussed here. So the whole idea is that the periodic labor force survey highlights that significant portion of the workforce operates as an own enterprise, either as an own account worker or employers. So there is always some amount of information that we have, and people are doing it in some way. So if you think of it, that what entrepreneurship is really a choice for an individual. They can decide to work for a company as an employee, or they can start their own firm and operate like an entrepreneur. So therefore, it is reasonable to believe, and I'm coming purely from the economics point of view, over the long run, individuals tend to choose entrepreneurship if it offers higher returns or earnings. And the returns from entrepreneurship depends on an individual's skills, in entrepreneurial skills, and how the market values them. So basically, the earnings would be the result of these two. So if I simply say, in a little bit more structured way, so if I imagine pi E and pi E are two prices of entrepreneurial skills and regular employment skills, then the earnings and an individual I has this amount of endowment of the skills, then the potential earnings for an individual is in entrepreneurship is pi E times SE, and in regular employee setting, pi R times SR. And in this case, if pi YE, the earnings in entrepreneurship is higher, they probably will choose entrepreneurship. So this is the choice process that I want to highlight. And then the question, obviously from this point, is that what is it that determines these skill prices, and what is it that determines these skills? And that's where the technology will play a major role. But one question so therefore the three key focus areas that I want to highlight here. One is the development of entrepreneurial skills. It could be through schooling, the regular schooling, or it could be some other training programs like accelerator programs, incubation, so on and so forth, with a focus on influencing the distribution of these skills, of these entrepreneurial skills. Improving the business environment is another major aspect, because that has implications for how these skills are valued in the labor market, and whether they support these entrepreneurial activities that's going on. And thirdly, evaluating how entrepreneurial skills are valued in the market in particular. So I take a little bit PLFS data 23-24. they have the self-employed as well as employers. I take them as entrepreneurs, which is because they are closely linked to the entrepreneurial activities. And then the key skills that I'm looking at is education, some technical training, work experience. And then I also looked at some ecosystem preparedness, efficacy, and enablers using the data from the State Innovation Index, Investment Trends and Knowledge Worker Statistics from NITI Aayog's India Innovation Index 2020 report. So the first question that one would ask that, are these entrepreneurial skills very different from the skills that you need for employer-employee setting? The answer is yes. So this analysis, initial analysis suggests the correlation between the entrepreneurial skill and the regular employer-employee skill is 0.57, far from close to 1. So they are very distinct skills. So therefore, these skills needs to be developed differently, may not always be completely developed with the current curriculum that we have in our traditional academic system. So we need something more to that first. Second, the estimates also suggest that the entrepreneurial skills are not yet engaging. So there could be many other people who are working in an employer-employee setting, but they might be very good in entrepreneurship, but for some reason they're not coming in as an entrepreneur. And it turns out the skill price, or the way the entrepreneurship skills are valued in the market, if there's a 10% increase, we will shift. There's a 4.7 percentage point shifts in the proportion of workforce. It will increase the entrepreneurs' share by 4.7%. So how about the formal education? Yes, formal education pays, and it shows, the analysis shows that 1 extra year of education increases entrepreneurial returns by 5.7%, and the employee returns about 3.4%. So increasing education, which is already happening in our country, is going to be increasing entrepreneurship participation much more. Second, and the formal years of education almost has a linear relationship with this participation in entrepreneurship. But the problem is that education has an upper limit. I mean, one cannot get more education in a formal system than a PhD, for example. So it can go on in that direction. So therefore, that will put an upper limit. So in that case, to make it more effective, one can introduce some entrepreneurial education in the school level to enhance its efficacy. In terms of the business-friendly and innovative economy, we find that the 10% increase, 10 points increase in innovation index. So if you look at the indices, you'll see this is basically, let's say, the indices from Bihar going to the Andhra Pradesh's level. So it's not very large increase that we're looking for. A 10-point increase would lead to the entrepreneurial earnings by 11%. Similar 10% increase in regular employer setting would increase their earnings by 6.7%. And it turns out a 10-point increase in the innovation index will increase the entrepreneurship participation as a 2.1 percentage point. So the proportion of workforce, entrepreneurs as a proportion of workforce will go up by 2.1 percentage points. So this brings us the role of technology. So in the regular formal education system, of course, technology will play an immense role. It can be a tele-education, online educations, and various ways that already been implemented. And that intensifying that would certainly will improve this outcome. So that's a clear role of technology. From the business entrepreneurial ecosystem, technology could play a major role in terms of, let's say, the fintech and all these things are providing, make it easier, lowers the cost of accessing financial resources and so on and so forth. And so, of course, so as a result, the combined, so these are the two channels through which the technology can get in. And they're already operating. And so they just needs to be intensified or needs to be redesigned a little bit, but they're already working. So the combined these factors can shift more individuals toward entrepreneurship, including those currently outside the labor force, thereby expanding the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Das, for very stimulating and also helping us manage our time well. So thanks. I think thanks to my panelists, we have now some time for discussion, and I would very much like to open up the forum for discussion. As has emerged from our discussion very clearly, the focus has to be on two dimensions. among the variables that this session is discussing. First, on skill and entrepreneurship. How we establish connect between skill and entrepreneurship. What kind of factors are they in, which influence entrepreneurship in a society? Finance, technology, market balance have already been identified by our speakers. They have also identified factors that contribute as enabler, the size of the firm, how it evolves from micro to small to medium. The choice of technology that Professor Atri mentioned is important. How the sectoral component comes in, like he said about the blue economy. The ecosystem that Professor Chintamani mentioned, the idea of infrastructure and DPI, which Professor Surinder Kumar mentioned, the nature of statistics that is needed as part of MSME surveys, the role of indigenous technologies that Professor Vardarajan mentioned. So I think we have had enough sort of support for discussion. So I open the floor. I identify, yeah, there are 3, 4, 5, 6 immediately. So yes, please. We have a mic.
Say right from India's independence, government of India was right from independence, government was started focusing on 100% enrollment at primary level, at plus 2 level, at higher school level, then higher education level, we gave much less importance. But the focus was only on enrollment. Still now, we are still focusing on 100% enrollment, 100% enrollment, but it succeeded in the primary, Madam already pointed out, at primary level, we succeeded. But in the case of higher education level, in the case of research level, we are lagging behind. Now, what is the result of this, this type of less importance to higher education? 13 lakh Indian students went abroad. Not only going there, they are taking about $65 billion worth of money, in the form of fees, in the form of travel cost. And now what I would like to suggest, already Professor pointed out that we have to focus on food processing industries in rural areas, particularly entrepreneurship. When we talk about entrepreneurship, we have more talented children in rural areas, and we have to focus them to start business in the rural areas, because we are importing even food processing items from China and many parts of if you go to supermarket, around 50% of the products are coming from foreign countries. We have to focus on entrepreneurship development in rural areas, particularly on food processing industries, because other heavy industries, lack of financial support, lack of incentives, lack of other, programs may be there. But in rural areas, we have talented children. We have to focus on them to start more food processing industries, so that the surplus labor forces available in the agriculture sector will be transferred to the local based food processing industries. Government of India, Madam is here, Samika Madam is here, she has to take to the, concerned bodies. Another thing, we are Kotari Committee, even 1986 Committee, 2005 Knowledge Commission Committee, even 2000, this government also promised to increase budget on education to 6%. But still, if we look, if we analyze the data regarding all the educational, budget allotment, maybe 3%, 3.5% on average, even 2014 to 2018 also, it is 2.8% only. So when we allot less budget on this sector, automatically it reflects in our quality of education. Result, our students are going abroad. That should be stopped.
Thank you, Professor Stanley, please.
Respected panel, I speak on the basis of World Bank project, capacity building project, funded to the Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation, undertaken by Dr. V.G. Patel in 1974, and another project conducted by the Entrepreneurship Development Institute of Gujarat at Gandhinagar. I had been opportunity to part as an assistant director in both the project. Our experience is that 70% of the entrepreneurs are not born. They have come out from the workers, from accountant or from the manager. They have turned into the capacity of the they develop their own enterprise, particularly in 8 districts of Gujarat, sir. This is our experience. So far technology is concerned, They have an innovative skill also, those who were workers. Those who do not have any degree or any diploma or any distinction, but still, however, they can find out innovative technique. That is new way of technique for low cost of production so far as the production of ceramics industry is concerned, particularly with advancement. And particularly the other industries are concerned, accountant, cost accountants, and financial support is concerned, those who are funded by the GIIC, Gujarat Industrial and Investment Corporation of India, 85% of the project failed largely due to they do not have marketing skill. They were B or B Tech, but they do not have skill to sell the product. They were master in the production. So here technology is very important, but side by side marketing is very equal, both in urban and rural area. So this is my humble suggestion.
Thank you.
Innovations and technology both are interconnected.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I have only one point. Since everyone cited skill gap, entrepreneurial skill gap, other things, instead of going for a model proposed by World Skill Council, can we thought of getting indigenous knowledge in terms of skill development developed by Indian communities like Banya community, Chetty community? We know our Indian economy is known for Shanmugam Chetty to Chidambaram Chetty. That means India is known for a skill set in finance, skill set in work, other things. Can we have an idea of promoting this indigenous skill and knowledge to the policy makers who are traditionally following Western models? Thank you.
Thank you, Shamika, please.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll continue sitting. It's cold. Acha. Just one, I think, one suggestion to everyone who is thinking of entrepreneurship development and self-employment more broadly. I think it is about time that through empirical research within economics, we are able to bust this myth that self-employment is really just an act of destitution. You do self-employment when nothing better is available. You see, that is the general prior or the hypothesis that most policymakers or even most public intellectuals, the articles if you see, that is what is typically being felt. But that is not true at all the minute you go into the details of the firms and how entrepreneurship develops. So if you look at the periodic labor force survey, if you look at the consumption survey, just comparing monthly per capita consumption expenditure of a casual employee, a regular employee, and a self-employed, you will see that the self-employee, that household, typically households have more than one source, but if you're able to look at the biggest sources, they mimic regular employment much more than they look like casual workers. So empirically, you will see that self-employment is no longer an act of destitution and done only when nothing better is available. I think this is very important to write and talk about it and not look down on self-employment. That is number one. Number two, since many of the panelists raised the question of how do we make the MSME firms grow into the next category, I think Sachin, being economists, as having the luxury of thinking of counterfactuals, we must now not think like politicians, which is continue supporting and incentivizing remaining small. We have to incentivize growth. One of the biggest costs in terms of industrialization of India is the costs of agriculture. I'm sorry to say this, but the more we throw at remaining small, remaining agriculture, remaining micro, you have to understand the opportunity cost. This is the only discipline that looks at counterfactual and hence opportunity cost of not growing. So every subsidy, every articulation of any support from government into remaining micro only means that you are raising the cost of growing, which is what the MSME ASI data also tells you. If you look at the latest ASI data from 2024, it looks exactly like the past, which means wherever the definitions are benchmarked, a lot of data remains bunched. I want to remain micro because the minute I go to small, the regulatory burden or whatever, the incentives will go away. So I just want us to think a little bit like that. To Professor Datt, excellent presentation. Thank you very much. The one missing component to this, what the professor just mentioned, networks. In fact, when I taught at ISB the first 10 years when I was there and I would attend every graduation ceremony, I would be amazed how many Guptas and Agarwals are graduating in an otherwise an all India institute. And of course, one can say that's an affluent community, but I don't think it has to do with access to finance alone. Networks have traditionally, and the Chettiars, etc., that you're talking about, we have to begin to think of networks and how do you facilitate networks, maybe the traditional ones, but also the new modern ones. So networks become very important, and I don't think from a policy perspective we have thought enough of how do we foster these. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks Shamika, and I think important to realize that we sort of elevate our own understanding of our social structures and their strengths, and don't see them as our weakness. So how do we remit the economic activities and their societal connect, the cultural connect? I think that's extremely important. I see two more hands here. Professor Malhotra, you, yeah, please, yeah.
And thanks, Chair. Just two small observations, maybe queries in my mind. One towards Professor Surinder Kumar, when you say formalization of the unformalized sector or production so far. So we have been, since very beginning, we have been keeping a provision for that, even in terms of fiscal deficits. So what's your understanding that despite that, we could not formalize it to the expected extent? And I believe when you talk of formalization, you are essentially talking of taking the produce to the market and monetization of that in one way or the other. That's one thing. And to Professor Das, two key observations have already come, and mine is in a continuation with that. You said that we require a different skill set for entrepreneurship, and they would be requiring a different kind of training. Some people have already said that since many entrepreneurs in India have grown on their own, they were workers in some organizations. There's another factor which is inheritance based. And when Professor Shamika Ravi said that lot many Guptas and Agarwals, so inheritance also I think plays a very, very important role. So is our skill set, for entrepreneurship, is there to be meant for the training or inheritance or maybe one's own experiential learning in different organizations or one key organization? They do play a role. So what's your understanding on that?
Thank you. Professor Charan Singh, please. Yeah.
Couple of observations. Professor Chintamani, my thought was that ethics would become an integral part of education now. For many years in our country, Mahabharata and Ramayana used to be played every year for 10 days, and that gave us the ethical strength. Now with modernization of education, that's not happening, and with AI becoming important, ethics will become so important. So I think it has to become an integral part of business school education. At IIM Bangalore, I had started inviting Sri Ravi Shankar once a year to come and speak to us about ethics. So I think that's second point. Professor Surinder, you're so right on the attrition and the mortality rate in MSMEs. The issue is, and I have been now harping for nearly 10 years, like the agriculture universities, technology support, financial support, and understanding of the environment has to be brought in for MSMEs. So maybe an MSME university is right now, like the agriculture university served a purpose, MSME university is the way. I think we need to go ahead with it. Professor Shamika, when I was at IIM Bangalore, almost every year, at the beginning of the year, a newspaper would call me up and say, have Agarwals always to be trained at IIMs, right? And I used to tell them, I can't help it, but I come from a Sikh family. Sikhs join army all the time. So what do I do now when it comes to DNA, inheritance or border state, right? So what do we do? And when I shifted to Delhi about 6 years back, I found that medical profession continues in the family. So each family has an X-ray expert, oncologist and everything. and they make sure that once the patient is in their trap, he can never get away. The whole joint family comes to them, right? Right. The whole joint family arrangement is done. So my point is, you are right. We have to do studies and see, can we get out of this and make it really universal. I think this is an agenda for all of us at the Indian Economic Association to empirically see if this is possible. So thanks for that suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Last intervention, Professor Rekhacharya, and then we close.
Since this discussion on skill development is going on, presently I am director for skill development in Devi Ahilya University. And what is my general observation when I see the students who are performing vocational programs, right? They are doing vocational skill development programs, but as far as their zeal to become an entrepreneur, when we ask them what you want to be, so no one is saying that they want to be an entrepreneur. So first thing is that when we talk about the skill, we need to understand that whether the skill development is developing your minimum skills or leading you to develop into entrepreneurs. Because entrepreneurs is related to decision making capacity.
Discussion. I would just back to my panel and 1 minute each, and we would quickly close the panel. So let me
Just talk to the chairperson.
So, Dr. Das, we have a technology issue here. Audio system is not working. Would you like to make any closing remarks?
Unmuted.
Okay, so Shamika had one observation which was pertaining to this idea of the contribution that small micro enterprises are making, and how do we take this forward, particularly when different schemes, and she referred to some of the financing schemes that are important in terms of focusing on skill and technology. So that was her comment that I am just summarizing. I do not know where we left, but did you hear any discussion at all?
He can unmute and speak there.
He's mute. If he tries once.
Unmute कीजिए.
हेलो, हाँ बोलिए. ठीक.
He is muted, sir. Unmute करने के लिए.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks for your clarification. I think networking, particularly for micro, small and medium enterprises, is extremely essential. That was the point Shamika was trying to make, and I think it's pertinent in terms of how communities contribute, and she made that point in terms of how specific communities contribute in terms of strengthening. We saw that during COVID. Maybe if you unmute yourself, probably more people can hear you. Do you want to add anything further to this idea of communities and networks?
No, I think that's very important to have before, and the knowledge that can help the
this is extremely important, and I would have to close the session now. But thanks a lot for being online and thank you so much. We bring what now. Somebody will announce it.
I would now like to extend heartfelt thanks to the chair and to all the panelists for such an insightful session. I now invite our Honorable Director, Dr. J. Ashish Sethi, to felicitate Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director, RIS, for his valuable insights. So,
सारे हमसे नीचे कर दो, डायरेक्ट हो जाए.
Next, I would like to invite Professor Sanju Karol, member, IEA. मैंने बोला है to facilitate Dr. Meena Chintamani. Next, can we have on the stage Dr. Kaval Preet, Treasurer, IEA, to felicitate Professor Surinder Kumar. I also invite Professor Harsh Gandhari, EC member, IEA, to honor Dr. V.N. Atri. Thank you all for your valuable presence. All are requested to join us for a short tea break. We resume the session after 10 minutes. As a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, where she provides valuable guidance on key economic issues. With a distinguished career in academia and policy making, Dr. Ravi has been instrumental in shaping economic strategies and governance framework that impact the key growth and development of our nation. We welcome you, ma'am, on the chair. Let me now introduce the key speakers for today's session. Professor K.K. Bagchi, University of North Bengal. It is my privilege to introduce Professor K.K. Bagchi from the University of North Bengal, a distinguished academia whose contribution in the field of economics, social sciences have made a lasting impact in both academia and research. Professor Bagchi is renowned for his insightful work and has played a key role in advancing knowledge and fostering intellectual growth in his institution. Next, we have Dr. R. Gopinath from MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, Chennai. Okay. Dr. Gopinath is a renowned expert in the field of agriculture, sustainable development, and rural transformation. With his extensive expertise in research and policy, he has been at the forefront of efforts to address pressing challenges related to host security, climate changes, and rural livelihoods. Next, we have on the panel Dr. Anish Gupta from Delhi School of Economics. Dr. Gupta is a distinguished scholar, and his work has made significant contribution in the field and has earned him recognition both in India and internationally. Dr. Gupta, can we have you on the stage? Thank you, sir. Also, we have Dr. Prasanna Tantri, Executive Director, ISB Hyderabad. It's my great honor to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Prasanna Tantri, Executive Director at the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. Dr. Tantri is a renowned academician and practitioner in the field of finance, risk management, and economics. With an exceptional academic background and a vast experience in both teaching and research, he has been at the forefront of transforming the landscape of business education in India. Also, we have Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastava, Director, IIM Ranchi, and he is a distinguished person with an academic and a visionary leader in the field of management education. With an impressive academic background and years of experience in both teaching and research, he has made a significant contribution to the growth and development of business education in India. With these words, I welcome you all on the panel. Can we have a big round of applause for them?
Namaskar. Well, good afternoon now. Thank you all for joining in. You know, when we have such large conferences, we should definitely, IEA must buy a big bell. We must keep a bell. Because every time, and globally, whenever you have people scattered, one of the reasons why we come to these conferences is not just to listen to people, it's also to mingle and meet with colleagues from across, so I can understand. There's a lot of creative conversation happening right now over chai. People will be trickling in. This, as a session when we were thinking of the topics, became an important one. I'll tell you, over the last 10 years under the current administration, there is a policy, what we call saturation. And the saturation policy is one is basic amenities must be made available to all Indians everywhere. Now, as economists, we have to think of what should that basket of basic amenities be moving forward. Until now, it has been defined. It started with, of course, simple. Nothing is simple in India, but it started with biometrics, so Aadhaar becoming universal. It started with Jan Dhan PM JDY, Jan Dhan Yojana, which is the bank account, making it universal. Then came, of course, mobile connectivity. Please remember, is not on the back of government. It is largely on the back of private sector. We often forget that when we think of welfare, it is not entirely the government. There are many PPPs also that are happening. I think one role that we also have moving forward is to try and understand how welfare can be done much more efficiently. That basket of amenities has only been expanding because it then moved on to toilets, pipe drinking water, LPG. You have different kinds of DBTs which are going on, direct benefit transfers, which are nothing but cash transfers. Sometimes conditional, sometimes unconditional. You just have benchmarks, women of a certain age group, etc. It's important to now, as economists, think of what should be the nature of some of these welfare schemes moving forward. You already have a raging debate politically between what are freebies and what should truly be thought of as welfare. And I think these are the answers will emerge out of intellectual exercises. It is not going to come up simply from a political setting. At the end of the day, the center has a welfare agenda. States also have their own welfare agenda. Most of the time, you do have commonality and consistency. Sometimes there are frictions. That is the nature of fiscal federalism. But over time, you are seeing most of them gravitate. Even if you look at Ayushman Bharat schemes, which did not have, some opposition states did not, but over time, many of them have been gravitating towards what is believed to be a better program. So we have to now think of moving forward, what should welfare in India continue to look like? It's also important to think that welfare is not welfare for its own sake. Because remember, if we measure poverty in an absolute sense as being under $1.9 or whatever benchmarks of World Bank, etc. we want to think, India's absolute poverty is now below 3%. So in many ways, you can say this is similar to most of the developed nations. So many parts of the emerging markets, for instance, these rates are already lower than several more affluent nations, such as Brazil, South Africa. They are richer than us, but they have higher poverty. But is that the end game? Now, of course, you have multidimensional poverty as well, which is now measured differently in terms of health, education, and quality of life measured at 3 or 4 variables. That is one measure. Welfare now has evolved into something which has to, over time, not only become better at targeting. By one estimate, India saves 1.5% of her GDP in doing welfare more efficiently. Largely it is possible because technology has been leveraged. A lot of it is direct. The middle men or women, the intermediaries have been cut out from a lot of the process, which has made the process more efficient. But moving forward, what should governance, what should the governance system in India evolve into thinking of what is a better welfare. And also, this is the only group which can also think of cost. Welfare is not entirely cost. As you become richer, you have more money. The government has more revenues than ever before. That is why the welfare architecture has become strong. Welfare in terms of what households are receiving is now more than ever. Moving forward though, how do you sustain it? Do we only sustain it in the current structure, or do we think of rationalizing? What are the current big missing agendas in terms? I think that is the agenda on the table for this time. Let me start with Professor Bagchi. Professor Bagchi, and to my fellow panelists here, your initial remarks, if you can keep it limited to 5 or 6 minutes, it will give us a chance to have another round of discussions, because we would like to hear your opening remarks, but then also ask you something moving forward. So limit your opening remarks to 5 or 6 minutes. Professor Bagchi.
Dr. R. Gopinath, Dr. Anish Gupta, Dr. Prasanna Tantri, and Dr. Deepak Kumar Srivastava. So, the title of this sub-theme of the conference is, as Madam has already mentioned, Welfare and Quality of Life, Schemes, Public Infrastructure and Governance Systems in India. So I think this topic, through this topic we have intended to capture the multidimensional nature of development process. As we know, development in corporates includes many things, and in those things, some of the issues are this public infrastructure and governance system, which are related to welfare and quality of life. And welfare and quality of life, as we know, these are the outcomes of development, fruits of development. So ultimately it is quality of life and welfare of people that matters. So yesterday we heard about economic growth from Professor Subramaniam. So it was a great lecture. He was concentrating on growth, but not probably much on development. But growth is to be translated to development. So that is important, and welfare and quality of life what matters. And also this welfare and quality of life is also related to Human Development Index, then the Hunger Index, then Corruption Perception Index, etc. So until welfare and quality of life improves, so we cannot improve our rank, and that is very important. So the issues are very important, and so since Madam has already set the tone, but let me accelerate it, aggravate it, setting the tone of the discussion that will be made by the panels. So Indian government, along with its states and union territories, has been making vigorous efforts to extend well-being and quality of life to the people. In fact, the intensity of its efforts has been rising with the increasing capacity in financially supporting the schemes and programs aiming at improvement in welfare and quality of life. Now, many of these schemes have targeted to provide food and nutritional security, employment opportunities or allowance, direct and indirect transfers under various schemes of the union and state governments, support entrepreneurial activities, provide other essential services like public, education, health, etc., as well as public infrastructure, including public digital infrastructure. These measures have significantly lessened the extent and intensity of poverty, hunger, vulnerability and have augmented the existing opportunities and thus have helped the people lead a life of dignity. We have moved a lot, but many miles we have to travel many miles more. So there exists a myriad of schemes for all sections of society, especially for the weaker sections of the population. These schemes prominently include Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, National Food Security Act, National Health Mission, Ayushman Bharat, Prime Minister Awas Yojana, Swachh Bharat Mission, Atal Pension Yojana, Fasal Bima Yojana, digital infrastructure, roads, railways, water and air transport related infrastructures, piped water supply and so on. In fact, lots of public goods have been created and are being supplied free of cost or at a minimum user charges. The created public physical infrastructures are working as the foundations of our economy today, enabling people to live, work and prosper and thus improve the quality of life. A wide network of governance systems has been created to improve implementation of the schemes or programs and ensure the last mile delivery. Now India will be celebrating the 100th years of its independence in 2047. So India has entered its Amritkal or the era of elixir, where it is expected to join the group of developed economies. So improving the quality of life of its citizens, reducing the gap between villages and cities, building modern infrastructure, helping people in doing what they can do in the best and easiest way without needless interference are the targets of this era. Thus, at this juncture, it is important to assess or evaluate what has been achieved so far in the above mentioned areas of goals and what still remains to be done and how those could be done in a more efficient way in the light of our past experiences. Now, we indicated certain sub-themes for the paper writers, and I think they have contributed many papers on these sub-themes. And I also hope that these distinguished panelists, they will also dwell upon these sub-themes. Now, these sub-themes are, I am briefly mentioning it. Number one, evaluation of the government schemes and programs in improving the welfare and quality of life. Number two, public infrastructure and digital infrastructure, well-being and quality of life of the people. Number three, performance of governance systems. Number four, interstate comparisons of the performance in enhancing the well-being and quality of life of people. This interstate comparison is also very important because almost all these schemes are implemented by the state governments. So role of state governments is very important. Number five, welfare schemes versus freebies. So this is also important. Now there is a lot of talk about these freebies vis-a-vis the welfare schemes. So I think panelists will also enlighten us on this issue. And finally, growth, quality of life and sustainable development. So that is how sustainable development and quality of life can go hand in hand. So these are the issues on which our panelists will be dwelling just now. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Bagchi. I'll move to Prasanna now. Prasanna, I'm sure you have your own thoughts on this. Think a little bit also on this issue of freebie versus welfare.
Thanks, Professor Shamika, for giving me this opportunity. And good afternoon to all fellow panelists and everyone here. Now, yes, let's discuss freebie versus welfare. The way it is practiced is anything that a party that we support does is welfare, and anything that the party on the other side does is freebie. That's our discussion I'm seeing. In my view, the definition is if there is a market failure. If there is a market failure, there is definitely a role for the government. We know infrastructure, these non-excludable and non-rivalry, we all know this, and there is a role for government. Health, for instance, for whatever reason, a lot of times what we call as market failure is because of government only. You know, they wouldn't allow entry and lot of things, but nevertheless there is a failure. Let me give an example where Professor Samika just mentioned on Ayushman Bharat. Now, if we just checked, we did a paper, we just checked that if a family, what Ayushman Bharat today is giving, if they have to buy a policy for 5 lakh rupees, you know, the premium is around 40,000 rupees. 40,000 rupees. You know, I was just telling the party sometimes before the election, you shouldn't advertise this 5 lakh rupees. You should say you're giving 40,000 rupees free, because the premium is 40,000 rupees. If there are people above 65, you have to buy separate policies. Now, and in Ayushman Bharat, people get it for free. Now, is this a freebie? This 40,000 for a 5 lakh insurance is completely, you know, it's a failure. You know, it should not be like that. Why is it 40,000 rupees? And we looked at Ayushman Bharat and the kind of impact, and I'm sure it has had a lot of impact on health outcomes. That's not my area of expertise. I look at credit markets, and Madam was not happy that some states did not implement. I'm actually happy because it gave me a research design to study that. You know, I am also thankful to some bureaucrat who actually said above 50,000, if you have Kisan credit, you are not excluded. So that gave me a triple difference. You know, above below 50,000, these border districts of states that implemented and did not implement, Delhi versus Haryana, for instance, or Telangana. The best part is Telangana and Andhra. You know, Telangana did not implement Andhra because otherwise the criticism is you have Arogyashree. Arogyashree is there in both places, right? So we did a very tight design, and my finding is it reduced NPA rate by around 3.5 percentage points. Percentage points. I'm not saying percent. It's like 25%. Now, I have done some math, you know, these are questionable, but my sense is a rupee that goes into Ayushman Bharat, and assuming NPA means loss of business and so on and so forth, even if you make some conservative assumption, creates an additional local GDP of at least 3 rupees, you know, a multiplier just through the credit channel. I have not looked at any other channel at all, right? So this is clearly a case where I will put it under welfare, not as a freebie. Of course, you can question why is private insurance not functioning, and we should not escape that question. You know, why is it 40,000 rupees, and why is it government per capita spending on this scheme? I am not about those who are admitted, total beneficiaries, the 40% families, is 1,200 rupees. So if the government is getting away with 1,200 rupees, why is market charging 40,000 rupees? You know, this is the point we need to investigate. And we are inclined to look more from government failure point of view. One of the things I realized, if government is not actually spending 1,200, it should be more. They are forcing some private people to subsidize also. You know, there are price caps. You know, in a lot of private hospitals, there are price caps. You know, the side effect of price cap, although it's a great scheme. One hospital, I know, I don't want to name any hospitals, in my place, it's very, very famous. You know, they have said there are only 5 beds for Ayushman Bharat. Right? This is their own internal rule. You know, anything more than 5, they'll say there is no bed available. You know, whether you have a heart attack, do whatever, go to hell. Right? Then you do your own stuff. Right? So we have to understand markets will react endogenously to all of this. You know, market will do whatever it is. There is only limit so much. So why only 7,000 crore in a 48 lakh crore budget for something like a 3 multiplier only through credit channel? I don't understand. Right? Total spending, even if you include state and everything, is just 20,000 crore. This is one case, ma'am. I thought you know, a fabulous scheme of welfare that seems to work. I can go on with many schemes that we study, but I'll end the first round, you know, so that you know, we can discuss later with one point that people like us can study these things. We have the tools available to study these things rigorously. We should not go just by the headline result. We can also go dig deeper. Data and combination of visiting people, talking to people will. One last point on Ayushman Bharat and I land. One thing I realized, that a lot of people, rickshaw drivers and all, they don't get tested. The fear that if I get hospitalized, even if you give me insurance, then what about income loss? You know, one of the freebie that I would, I'm totally against this giving cash transfer for no reason. But one of the freebie that I would, whatever welfare you call it, some kind of cash transfer for those who are critically ill at the time of when they're hospitalized. You know, there is no moral hazard. Nobody is going to inflict cancer upon themselves to, you know, for, you know, I'm not saying every hospitalization. You know, there are scope, there are these issues where government has a role. So I'll stop here. We can discuss other things later. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Very, very important. One is, of course, even when COVID had struck, the joke was the economists must be happy because what an excellent natural experiment God has bestowed you. So we do tend demonetization. But you know, I think while people might thing. This is again, let me remind you, every opportunity, how you training it allows you to impact, strong relationship. I think the larger concern, and I am one of the of Ayushman Bharat, etc. I don't say these are all big team efforts, but I insist concerns about insurance funded health is a deep problem in and beyond the moral. And the data is telling us very clearly that very large part of, remember Ayushman Bharat to buy provided in a very large part of India, 75% of OPD is 5%, no, 45% of IPD is exclusively private. Data is telling us that the market failures are beginning to happen because in government hospitals, C-sections are 10 to 12%. This is natural complexity that arises in nature. In private hospitals, this number is now touching 50% in many places it has gone up to 70%. This is how incentives are. And as economists, you all understand that incentives matter. Incentives are what is going to drive market failures that Prasanna so well explained. So then we also have to think of alternative mechanisms of financing health. The US, which is entirely insurance funded, spends 18% of its GDP on health. Largest economy spends the biggest amount of proportion on health. What is the outcome? It is the worst amongst OECD. Their outcome is no different from Singapore, which spends 4%. So the point is not how much money you throw at a problem like health. Fundamental market failures that he's talking about mean that we have to think of alternative financing mechanisms beyond insurance. Other problem is publicly financed insurance. If it is going to buy public health care, then the cost escalation will not happen. Because government doctors, whatever the other concerns be, incentives are not to over-diagnose and over-operate because their salaries will not depend. But in private it does. And that is the fundamental. Which means we must begin to put more money beyond the financing into governance and the quality of the public infrastructure itself. And that varies a lot across the country. You are sitting in a state which fundamentally depends on price. The richest state in this country. But almost entire is supported by private. So these are problems I think we'll have to think and come up with potential solutions. Next I'll come to you, Professor Srivastava. What in your opinion should be that distinction? That's what you're thinking. And the quality of life that we have in
Yeah, namaste, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and I would like to limit myself on quality of life, being not an economist like you people, most of you. Yesterday I had a great opportunity to listen about very good conversation on institutions. I would like to carry forward this. The quality of life essentially is determined by the institutions, both formal as well as informal institutions. Essentially, institutions are rules of the game. That was told by that is given definition by Douglas C. North. And institutions are created by individual. Formal institutions are institutions which are well retained, documented, but informal institutions are also important, which includes the culture, beliefs, and something which is unwritten. Let me put differently, hardware and software. So in any system, if we want good performance, both hardware and software are important. Whatever hardware we have, state-of-art technology, but if software is not up to the mark, it would not work. Formal institutions are more or like a hardware, while informal institutions like software. In academics, we have very classic debate in literature, which is the nature versus nurture. The nature essentially which is driven by the cognitive pillar, the norm the society is having, and nurturing is some kind of institutions. The debate is not settled yet. Very often example is being cited of China. When the Chinese are outside mainland China, they are very successful entrepreneurs. There are so many examples. They do great job when they are in Singapore, they are in Malaysia, they are in United States. But what stopped them to do the same thing in China mainland? So that is supported. Now, if quality of life both, of course, there is no doubt we have been doing very well. There's so much technological advancement, infrastructure, but at the same time we need to think about what new interventions in society or in culture we can do. Because if we talk about the culture, culture is collective programming of the mind. So culture, there can be intervention and a cultivation of new trend in culture base, a new pattern that can be cultivated. That is given by famous cultural anthropologist Hofstede. So collective programming of the mind. If we want to make any intervention in the culture, the most powerful force is the education. And today we are fortunate enough, India is being considered highest in terms of number of university, if I'm correct, but highest in the biggest higher education provider in the world. We have so many universities, and education, especially professional education, is beneficiary of economic reform. Now there is a time, if we want to make something in the quality of life, want to improve the quality of life, some major interventions are needed in the education. The very first intervention is the outlook, right? Education in action. The worldwide discussion is going on. We have limited resources, especially countries like India. We are developing, we don't have much resources. There is opportunity cost. So whatever degree program and diploma program we offer, there is opportunity cost. We need to remember it. There is a divine intervention or divine development, whatever the COVID-19, online has emerged as a strong substitute. This is a high time we need to think about what extent online education can be incorporated. Of course, online, synchronous both have own limitations, but the point is the value affordability. The education should be affordable for each and every one. All the educational institutions need to think about it. When we talk about education in action, there has to be more practice orientation. Today, there was good discussion on the entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurship, the definition, the approach has changed. Entrepreneurship is not limited to occupation. Entrepreneurship is an expertise. Entrepreneurship is an expertise to navigate the uncertainty. So many papers, so many literature is going on. Anyone can be entrepreneur. This is matter of expertise, your mental model, how you think about uncertainty. Uncertainty is unknowable, while risk is unknown. Risk can be calculated. Uncertainty, true uncertainty is difficult and essentially not possible, right? So entrepreneurship, that kind of entrepreneurship approach we need to include. Then in education, especially in the economics, right? India, we have so many development is going on, but one shortage, what my view is, we need more public policy experts, right? Education, economics education is very interesting, very exciting, but yesterday there was a conversation teaching economic thought. I'm slightly I have a slightly different view. Teaching economic thought, why needed, right? Today in the time, but how economic thought is going to contribute, going to solve the problem, resolve the problem, dissolve the problem, right? That can, because the teaching, what to teach, that also we need to think about. We live in the era of AI, and there's so much information is available. The role of instructor, role of faculty is going to be different. It is going to be very difficult to teach in class. Whatever we teach, that has to be linked to problem solving, dissolving or resolving, right? So the economics, there has to be extension, right? We need to think about economics from public policy perspective, because country needs more public policy experts, and economics is something which can contribute, right? And there has to be ability to connect the dot. This is not only fundamental concept, but connecting other things. One more significant change that is going to happen, and perhaps we have early mover advantage to adopt AI, large language modeling, that we need to learn as early as possible, because that is going to affect entire academic structure, teaching, assessment, whatever that we have to think. Another point is that the research what we do, that research we need to think beyond research, impactful, because there is serious requirement we need to conduct some study, what is the opportunity cost of a research paper. We produce the research as a market, whatever you produce there has to be enough consumer. If you produce, who is your consumer, how your research is being consumed, there is opportunity cost that we need to think about. Research is important, but not everything. Research, whatever we do, that has to be linked. Frequently, we talk about industry, academia interaction, but there has to be also discussion the research and teaching, because teaching is the core. So I would like to limit myself here, and second round, again, I have some suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepakji. You know, there is an interesting research that came out of the US, and it's important for all of us to bear in mind that as government started spending more and more money into research, that money went to university. Earlier, the research that was happening within industry, so Bell Labs, AT&T, these were the big firms that were doing in their own research. Over time, when the government started funding a lot of this research, it went into the universities, but it actually had a negative correlation with overall human productivity, labor productivity. And I think that what Deepakji has alluded to is again a reminder of which is the incentive structure within the university. When I will produce something which will be cited by 5 of my colleagues, it has no bearing on the actual economy. It has no use. Now, as researchers, we are also wary that who is you? How do you know my paper will not be of great use 100 years later? Who are you to tell me? Well, the fact is, the opportunity cost is actually very high at this stage of our growth, because funding is limited and the alternate uses are, and again, this is why I'm reasserting this, that social science, and we have to think about our own existential crisis that we are in, because the solution, as many policymakers, many thinkers, the solution of India's problems, even from a policy perspective, lies in STEM education. It's mostly in engineering, it's the technocrat, it's not social. I don't want to go into human economics. We have to see at space. There is a very big role for social, particularly economic. Because, and that is why we have to have some of these uncomfortable conversations also. That the papers that we produce, what is the use? Who, beyond citation matters, but beyond citations, is there a policy recommendation? Is there a suggestion? It could be highly localized, it could be national, whatever. But I think use of research for us is a question that should be at the back of our head. I'll come to you, Dr. Gopinath. You had raised an earlier question in the panel on evaluation. If you can also go a little bit in this session on some of that.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. This is what precisely I would like to share with this elegant panel. We discussed about quality of life, and we also, I can say some states have claimed that they have developed their quality of life of their people significantly for the last 50 years due to various schemes, including welfare schemes. But where are we now? Where are those states? Let's take Tamil Nadu. We have recently analyzed the Tamil Nadu's quality of life using an effect of 4 and 5, and we observed that the Tamil Nadu, say this kind of state, say Tamil Nadu, they are in the second phase of some kind of health problem. Yes, we have reduced undernutrition in a significant manner, whereas the overnutrition is increasing. Some districts like Kanyakumari, it is more than 60% among women in reproductive age group. Do we have measures to address these issues? The answer is no. And the district-wise analysis of this minimum dietary diversity for women and composite index of anthropometric.
If you could just tell us what is overnutrition. Are you talking about obesity?
Yeah, obesity. Okay. Obesity only. I take only obesity. And we have also analyzed this composite index of anthropometric failure. CIAF, and we compare that one with minimum biodiversity for women, having all consuming at least 4 of these 6 food groups. It is observed that both are overlapped in many districts. That means, despite having all these welfare schemes and having a pakka production system to have produced the diversified production in this thing, the consumption, the final delivery is not improved in a significant way, in a way to address this welfare. That is number one. Number two, here I want to insist these things. Whatever we are discussing for the last 2 days, it's all at the policy level and designing programs. The final thing is what is there on the plate finally. That's the matter. And our analysis in all these districts found that 50% of school-going students are not happy with what they are eating in the school meal. See, we used nutritionists, we used the economists to design our school meal program in a pakka manner. What must be the calorie, what must be the protein, micronutrient, everything. What is there and finally on the plate? The plate is the cook will decide whether to buy half kg of brinjal or half kg of gourd vegetables based on that price level. So, if a child will be happy if the child find 1 or 2 pieces of vegetable on that plate. That's the final delivery system. So, whatever we are designing, it is not transferring into the plate as we assumed. But the thing is, we don't have any data to measure what is there on that plate. Even this NFHS, NSSO, the recent NSSO survey, which you have highlighted, it's not having that particular data where they sourced. 2004 we had a survey where they sourced. But this one, the data is not available. That's the second one. Third one is, I'd like to stop here in the first round, that we are claiming that our state average income is 58% more than the national average other things. But still we distribute prices free of cost. What is the need of this one? The connectivity between the claim of development and the way the welfare schemes are implemented, it's very low. That's my concern. So what would be the final impact on the disposable income of each individual if you price at least a minimum level to the freebies that you are giving? That's where these freebies differ from welfare. The adolescent girls, particularly those who are out of the schools, they are not at all covered under any schemes. Whereas we give rice at free of cost to the people whose income is more than 58% of national average. So this connectivity we need to analyze. We need to analyze economic cost. When we say economic cost, it should include agricultural perspective, social perspective, and biodiversity perspective also. Economic analysis of this school meal program and PDS, which is very much lagging now. That kind of analysis is required. So I stop here. Maybe I can add some more points in the second one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gopinath. You know, my child is never happy beside, what I give him. But that's because they're children. They would be happy getting more sugar. They would be happy getting. But all I'm trying to sensitize you to is, and this is a question also, a point to what Professor Bagchi had spoken, perception-based survey. Unless, so we should think about happiness is not necessarily the end goal.
I just shared that result. It's not a perception-based survey. We have used that plate waste and the texture and what they serve, what they get in that.
Okay, so it's like an NIN type survey. Okay, that makes sense. By the way, NIN, under ICMR, is doing the survey on exactly what people are eating. So hopefully we will have that data soon. I'll come last to now Professor Anish Gupta, who has a presentation.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for considering my request to use my entire time in one day. It reminds me. working now? Okay. So in this presentation, I will try to address two questions, two fundamental questions. Is it possible to collect precise caste data? And the second is, can government jobs, wealth and other resources be allocated proportionately based on the population of each caste? So this is the history of caste census. I will not discuss much in detail. History of demand of caste census. The first caste census report was in 1871, which was based on surveys at different point of time, in Madras 1863, Bengal 1866 and so on. The basic problem which was faced in this first survey, there were some arbitrary sets of caste groups. For example, you can see here pastorals engaged in preparing cooked foods. They were some arbitrary caste groups. Okay, they were not actually the caste. Similarly, in the case of Central Province, merchant was a caste group. Small traders was a caste group. Okay, which are generally not the castes. Similarly, you can see the dancers and other caste Hindus. Okay. So the problem with the first caste census was there were arbitrary caste sets which were created, and it was based on some common, it was not based on some common caste based attributes, and there was no logical reasoning for placing caste under shared sets such that mendicants and devotees, dancers, servants and laborers. And the another problem which was faced in this caste census was there was no standard methodology used to prepare these sets. And it was acknowledged even in the memorandum of the census of British India that there were some intrinsic difficulties of the subject, and each writer was adopting that which seemed to him best suited for the purpose. So there were a lot of arbitrariness. Then the second caste census was in 1931, and the last caste census by Britishers was in the 1931, and this census recognized 4,147 castes, and again it also faced a lot of problem like lack of distinction between caste, tribes and race, and there was misclassification and overlaps. And the latest in the loop is socio-economic and caste census of 2011, and this exercise interestingly found 46.7 lakhs caste and subcaste and gotras, and there were 8.2 crores acknowledged errors. It was acknowledged by them, and in the next census which was held in Bihar caste survey, no census, Bihar caste survey, it included Hijra and Kinnor as the caste categories also. Okay. So there are a lot of challenges of accurate caste data. So the first one is there is no clear understanding of what constitute caste, because there are multiple connotations and no fixed and uniform boundaries of different caste, and highly influenced. Most of the census were highly influenced by the works of William Jones and Henry, etc. And their understanding was based on Sanskrit text, but when we apply it on empirical approaches, then the things are different, especially in Indian society. Indian society is not neatly divided into fourfold Varna system, but there are thousands castes. And this is the thing which was mentioned by Robert himself, who was Secretary of State. He commented about Marathas in 1880, a caste of Maratha nation, and it is carpenter by occupation and Brahmin by religion. And W.C. Plowden, who in his 1881 census report described the question of caste as confusing, and hoped that no another occasion, no attempt will be made to obtain information as to the caste and tribes of the population in India. The second problem we face inaccurate caste data is upward caste mobility claims. So reporting of one caste by respondents can be influenced by the perceived prestige associated with certain social groups, and you can see in this 1921 claims and 1931 claim of same caste. So the Sonar caste, which was claiming in 1921 to be Kshatriya and Rajput, in 1931 they were claiming to be Brahmins and Vaishya, and similarly Sutradhar they were claiming in 1921 as Vaishyas, and in 1931 they claimed themselves in the Brahmin group. Similar thing was in the case of Nai, Napit and Ravani and many other castes actually. I have taken only 5-6 examples here. The third problem, which is very contemporary now, downward caste mobility claims. Some respondents may claim to belong to a group positioned lower in the social hierarchy, particularly when they are aware of the potential benefits associated with such affiliation. Notably, these downward social group mobility claims are predominantly a post-independence phenomenon, likely due to advantages associated with reservation policies. So you must have heard about a lot of OBC caste demanding ST status and many others. The fourth challenge is problem of caste misclassification. For example, there are some similar sounding caste and surnames often lead to confusion in class classification. In Rajasthan, I am taking example of one caste. Dhanak, Dhankiya, Dhanuk are classified as SC, while Dhanka is ST. So they are all similar sounding names. Similarly, the surname Sen, SEN and SAIN, both are very different. One is upper caste and other one is Nai OBC caste. The enumerators may misrecord such surnames and inadvertently placing communities in incorrect social categories. The fifth problem is sensitivity surrounding caste. Caste remains a sensitive issue which may make both respondent and enumerators uncomfortable discussing it directly. As a result, a lot of enumerators might avoid asking about caste explicitly and instead they make assumption based on their surnames. The last and very important also, multiple identities. If you take the example of Kinnaur and Lahore Spiti in Himachal Pradesh, STs, there are some castes which are STs due to geographical locations, and these castes are SC by caste and Buddhist by religion. So they have 3 different certificates. Okay, the use of caste data. Now the next issue is use of caste data for policy making. So individual caste data can be used to provide proportionate representation to each caste based on their population proportion in each government jobs or land and wealth, etc. This was the demand behind the caste census. The word jiski jitni sankhya utni bhagidari. So I am giving just one example, implementing reservations in government job based on individual caste proportions. So how we provide reservation? We basically do one simple thing. Reserve posts are determined by dividing 100 by the percentage of reservation allocated to each reserve category. So 100 divided by 15, 6.7. This is the 7th position that will be given to SC. The population share of ST is approximately 7.5 and they have the reservation 7.5%. So 100 divided by 7.5, they will get every 14th position in the roster. Similarly, OBCs will get every 4th position and EWS will get 10th position. So the same, if you look at the DOPT reservation roster, you will find this roster will continue up to 200 points. In the same way, I have given the number up to only 20 here. Okay, now the problem, what is the problem with this proportional representation? There are around 6,000 castes in India, and this estimation is based on the several ministry data. Average population of each caste will be approximately 2.3 lakhs, if we assume 1.5 billion is our total population. The population of a hypothetical least populous caste is suppose 10,000. If we assume it to be 10,000, its share in the total population will be 10,000 divided by 1.4 billion. So this is 0.0007% approximately. Correct? then how will you reserve seat for them? 100 divided by this proportion, okay, will be the seat or the position earmarked for this category. So you divide 100 by 0.007, then you will require 1,40,845 positions to provide first vacancy to this category, to this least populous caste. So if we take the example of UPSC, which is advertising approximately 1,000 vacancies every year, it will take at least 140 years to give first position to this least populous caste. And please remember, I have taken the example of UPSC. If you take example of Delhi University or any other institution which are small in size, who advertises 35 vacancy, 40 vacancy, 100 vacancy in 3 years, 4 years, then this number of years, they will have to wait for maybe 1,000 years or something. So you can look at this table. Please remember, I have taken only 6,000 caste. If I take into account these 46.4 lakhs caste, then you can imagine it will take 4,673 years for the least populous caste to get first reserved position for them. So what is the conclusion? Caste census may not be a useful exercise, and the proportional representation at the individual caste level may be regressive instead of perceived progressive policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anish. How many of you are surprised by these results? And that is the reality of the absurd situation that this country is in. And yet, I think again, we mustn't forget that we are economists first. Which means if we are to make an intellectual discussion, an argument about it, I'm very glad you took on what is essentially a political rhetoric, but you have shown how absurd it is. Because at the end of the day, if we were recalling Baba Saheb, he would, I keep wondering how he would react to this situation. Remember, he was an economist, a PhD economics, and an empiricist. He was a data-driven. If you look at his thesis, it's 80% is just data. So there is, at one level, while the nation is modernizing and growing, and of course, that I think it's important, you gave us a reality check, because we are thinking 2047, and yet we have to deal with the political rhetoric and the realities of what has become today's politics. I think it has not, thankfully, the nation, like I said yesterday, the country moves on, the country is marching ahead, but we are a democracy. And in democracy, I think a lot of these claims must also be debunked intellectually. So thank you for doing that. Okay, now we come back for the second round. We have 10 minutes because we started 10 minutes late, Professor Malhotra. I will claim my 1 hour. So this is an important... 12 minutes, 10 minutes will wrap up. The point is, I think to each of you, I have already asked one set of questions. So if there's anything, Prasanna, Professor Bagchi, Deepak ji, Professor Gopinath, if there's anything you want to comment on, otherwise we can take the questions from the floor. You have one.
So just I would like to add few other interventions, and one quick. This someone has pointed out the perception-based survey, right? I understand this survey would take at least 6 months, 7 months, if largely we have 300 and 400 respondents. We can experiment this with LLM, right? There are so many softwares are available. If you have right data, that survey you can do the same set of result you can get from this software in 1 day or 2 day time. So we have to experiment. Now, just I would like to add few more, interventions, policy interventions, which can improve the quality of life. This is in addition to the education system. One very serious issue in country, we have mental health. There has to be, I don't have a data, I'm not certain how much, union government and different states do spend it, I'm sorry. But mental health, this is something which is very, very important, because 2047, the Viksit Bharat, and whatever ambitious plan we have, largely that depends on how much the population is productive. Mental health policy and that can be from union or state. That kind of intervention is needed. Also, some research is needed that if mental health, how additionally it would add to GDP and how productivity would improve. The second intervention, this is the sustainability, right? We have very ambitious plan, right? So many infrastructures, but we have to think about after 100 years, if opportunity is given to us to see how organization, how country, how state is doing, how we would like to see. Can we plan keeping 100 years, 150 years, this timeline, right, keeping in mind? So that sustainability policy that is needed, and that should be linked with whatever numerical parameters, ambitious numerical parameters we have. Quality of life. So quality of life indicators, because numerical parameters we have, but there's a limitation of numerical parameters. We need to think about beyond numerical parameters, quality of life, some other measures. There are so many agencies, private agencies, they do it, non-government agencies do it. But if government or some institutional system formal would get into this quality of life measure, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Quick comment on the academic research, whether it's whether should it be useful or not. Now the benefit of that is one big benefit of this rigorous academic research is the tools. Tools that we use are very, very rigorous, and the whole process is a kind of rejection exercise, not trying to prove something. But at the same time, I agree that our incentives are such that it's the publication only that matters. I'll give you an example. We had an NBR conference, and there's a very well done paper. All that we learned that digital adoption increased because we are younger. And I was wondering, so what, right? We are younger, fair enough, yes. But it's, but the tools are very, very important. In another case, I took a very senior researcher whom you know very well to NSE CEO. And we got data, and what we studied was when 26/11 attack happened, people close to Mumbai behave differently than people different. The CEO at the end of the day, after a year, 2 years, said, what do I do with this? This is there. But at the same time, there is a lot of discipline. Not all of this, I am confused, I don't have an answer. There's a very nice paper, Morris and Chin, that where all that he says is public information crowds out private information. Now, we're using it, in a SHG environment, in the social group. If you give more hard information to the members, whether their ability to predict the other members' performance, whether it increases or decreases. For instance, I come and tell you this guy is from IIT. Even if you know inside whatever, does it crowd out what you know? This is coming from that theory. So I don't know, you know better, whether what we think as useless is really useless or whether it's useful. I don't have an answer, but I'm totally confused. But at least I know for sure the tools are useful. That's for sure. So there is some scope for some small portion doing this useless stuff, what it seems useless, but most of us should do useful. And there should be one last point is in our evaluation, what industry or what policymakers think play no role at all. If that starts coming in, I think things will start changing.
So as far as these welfare schemes and freebies are concerned, I think both are important for improving the welfare of our citizens, especially the poorer citizens. And this should be targeted and for a particular period of time, not forever. So that is my observation.
Yeah.
All these things, what I want to request is, please try to remove politics from this welfare scheme. We have to see rice or wheat as a source of food, not a source of politics. See, then we have to think and upgrade implementation of welfare schemes. They have to localize certain items. I just end up with giving one example. Now we are trying to analyze the possibilities of incorporating agrobiodiversity with the school meal program in Mandar district of Madhya Pradesh. So that kind of localizing these things and make it a more context to that particular situation. That is what we do.
Else to say? Let's take questions. Okay. Let's take questions. If you can pass the mics around, please. Let's take 3 questions at a time, or maybe 4.
multinational product like chips or pen is able to reach nook and corner of India, whereas the quality program of Government of India or Government of Himachal Pradesh does not reach even the urban area. So dumping of information, not as information, as a not as a knowledge. So how we can avoid, how we can escape from this kind of dumping without concern on human rights? Thank you.
You have told that welfare expenditure is not a cost. I give the example of Khyati Hospital in Ahmedabad. 20 patients died. Those who do not wanted any operation, they were operated under the Ma Amrutmay card and PJMY health scheme card. Doctor is imprisoned, but owner of the private hospital is gone away. Now we should see, there is a standing committee in the parliament also, which expenditure is justified. Here it is a question, government is giving welfare expenditure, which has no cost, but here we should be very conscious. There should not be wastage of finance in any case. In this case, we should seriously think about this. It's a case study for health sector.
No, welfare is costly. My point is, as economists, you should be more sensitive to the fact that welfare is, budget constraints exist. The minute you have budget constraints, you have opportunity cost, which means we can spend it elsewhere. And those elsewheres are plenty, because we are still under $3,000 per capita. And this is on an average. If we go to places like Bihar, or Assam, or Jharkhand, then you are even lower. But of course, what you are highlighting is not even just the monetary cost. Lives lost because of negligence. Now, on that particular aspect, because we talked about health, there is a growing literature, there is growing concern that perhaps because of the nature of the market failures that exist, perhaps we need a separate regulator for health. Buying healthcare is not like buying a vacuum cleaner. So, customer protection, the kind of customer service you're talking about, cannot be just dealt with the existing institutions that we have. But again, these are, even policy, regulation or otherwise, have to be made intellectually with arguments. And I think it's about time that we continue to push this. Yes, next. Yeah.
I just want. Okay. I just wanted to comment on your starting remarks. Like you have raised one question on basic amenities, right? What should be included in basic amenities, basically, when you talk about the quality of life? So here I would like to mention that basically, since beginning, we have been, adding things as far as when measurement of basic amenities are concerned. Earlier it was only roti, kapda or makan, and later and now health outcomes and safe drinking water, etc., things added over there. But one very pertinent issue which is not being included when we talk about basic amenity, the kind of environment which we are providing. Here I'm talking about the social security aspect, which is very pertinent. No quality of life can be guaranteed without the proper social security measures. So we need to develop that social security system where a person can live without fear or without, understanding about the uncertainties. Because I've read one paper that talks about what is more bad, poverty or vulnerability. And vulnerability talks about the probability of a person being again going back to the poverty levels. So that is more important. If something is not available at the right time, then the probability of being going again back into the poverty increases. So that particular thing should be added when you are providing any kind of policy interventions when you decide about the quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Just Professor only, he talked about the caste system. One caste in Himachal Pradesh is tribal, same caste in Uttarakhand is not tribal. As he said that people from one census to another census, people moved over to the Brahmin community. And because thinking that they want to more attraction or maybe thinking higher. And my question is, after 1950s, we have created a group of, Brahmin community among the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe community. These families, I can say that these families in Punjab also, I can tell, even Rajasthan or Meena community, and this type of communities are occupying all the positions and they are enjoying the topmost upper caste privileges. And subcategorization already government introduced.
Okay, if
This
there is
should
a, perfectly fine.
Yeah,
We
yes,
all understand
yes.
what you're saying. If there's a question, then I think, okay, oh, Sachin, you've gone to the back. I'm sorry. We are all for front benchers. No, we have to go to the left. I'm often blamed for not being left. And so I shouldn't, yes. Please pass the mic.
Do they need this food, all of them? It's raising 80 crores and the poverty has been reduced to a large extent. I give you an example. When I go to my village in Uttarakhand, where already 50% people are out of the place, the people are getting so much of ration that they find it difficult to consume and they have left farming. They are not doing farming now because they know free ration is coming from the government things, So is it an incentive or it is a disincentive? So I always fail to understand.
No, that's a very good, it's not just a question. I think this is an open empirical question. Just like when we did NREGA, minimum wages were lifted. So one paper, and these are all research I have myself, so they are all children, they're babies, I can't say one is better. One showed that poverty has reduced. The other showed that many micro enterprises have been killed because your labor costs. Both are happening simultaneously. They are both true. But the whole idea is unless you measure it, you're not able to, otherwise it's just it's a theory. So I think what you're saying is perfectly fine. And in terms of food grains, maybe it's time that we talk about it. Yes, we should talk about it. Yes. Yes, please pass a bit behind.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have just one question to everybody who can look into this. We're talking about welfare. Welfare incorporates necessities. It includes the merit goods, and then there are what we call welfare in the name of welfare politics and freebies. Now, there is also this welfare has been fun. Now, how long and how much is the debt-driven welfare sustainable in the long term? Because most of the states and state governments have been funding innumerous welfare named schemes and freebies by increasing their debt to their GDP ratios. And this is something which has been worrying me as a researcher, that how long it is going to be sustainable in the long run. Because we are talking about 2047, and by that time, if your debt is going to increase significantly, it is going to be a burden on the future which is going to come ahead. Thank you, everyone.
So what that was published 2 years back, it looks at state budgets. It looks at development and non-development spending. In development, social, economic, there are different categories. So the scheme that you're talking about has to fall within certain category. You also have financing data, like what is the debt to the GDP of the state? What kind of deficit is it running? And it's a 30-year period. That's why when we had the conversation on Himachal, that's why we know these things, right? How much welfare can you afford? That is the question you are asking. And it's a valid question, because the point is what goes into long-term productivity, and that is, by the way, one argument about the saturation policy, that you are basically making water, electricity, housing, etc. available first time ever, because this is going into long-term productivity of labor for the next 100 years. This is what economies like the US and all did after the war. When basic amenities became available, human labor was freed up. And that led to people entering labor force, that led to longer term rise in productivity. So also don't think of welfare as just welfare as a one-time distribution. it can also go back into GDP enhancements, right? Growth. Sachin at the back, I'm sorry, I saw your hand, and yeah, maybe that will be the last comment, and half a second to the panelists to respond.
Mention what you began with in terms of basic sort of requirements, and I wanted to just remind ourselves that sometimes we are overblown by the global commitments and global prescriptions which come to us. So there was this idea in terms of measuring who all in the country are not having access to basic needs, and that's where initially the discussion began. It was a different story that with Amartya Sen and one of our Pakistan colleague, we started with Human Development Index, and we missed out on, so Mahbubul Haq and Amartya Sen, they led it, and we got more into Human Development Index. The welfare programs, the prescriptions for the label, they all were missed out, and we did not accept basic needs. Then came in the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and all the 7 goals were basic needs. We realized in 2011 that nothing is met. So they were made the first 7 SDG goals, and we are still grappling with this. So a point that Prasanna made in terms of welfare where market fails, I think welfare where basic needs are the areas where market has to fail, because market would not deliver the basic needs that are needed. So the first 7 goals, and now that the global community is grappling with this question, what after 2030? And G20 report, Brazil very clearly says only 17% of SDGs are achieved globally. So at this point, Indian Economic Association would have to think, maybe in a seminar or something, what do we do? This idea, market failure. Thank you.
The nature of institutions, and we've been talking about China and SDGs. 2 comments. 1, we are 20 years behind China as far as GDP per capita is concerned. We are only 7 to 8 years behind China as far as HDI is concerned. So that means we are able to do more for development with our own limited resources. And why do you think that is possible? It is because we are a democracy. At no level in any electoral politics can you not do development. Now eventually, of course, we have lots of other concerns, but the point is we have the advancements that India has made in terms of raising its human development indicator as a whole, and different SDGs is relatively much faster given limited resource than a country like China. So remember that, and that's why when you say it should be made apolitical, that's just a wish. It will never be apolitical. Second is, our SDGs, what you're raising, Sachin, is not an all India problem anymore. 10 states have already achieved SDG as far as IMR and MMR are concerned. MMR, IMR remains a 7-state problem, right? Even when we look at MP, it is a 14 district problem. Within those districts, you have to narrow down the blocks where this is a problem. What am I saying? That all India policies and guidelines and is no longer helpful, even from policy perspective. That's why aspirational district, that's why aspirational blocks now. So you're already moving into the realm of what is called precision policy making. So more localized, if you're able to articulate and show a problem, more localize the solution, that is where the impact will be. So don't take very big questions. What I'm saying is, if you do analysis, well done, rigorous analysis, the type Prasanna is talking about, show us for just a couple of districts, a couple of blocks, what people eat, what is the shortage. It is immensely helpful, immensely helpful. So I think this has been a very enriching conversation. There were many more hands, but you know, we are binding time constraints, but we also have lunch time. I'm sure we can chat. You want to?
So Mike, the response to your question is, education is not enough, responsible education is needed. When it is a responsible education, we need to revisit the entire education system. The education which is responsible to planet, education which is responsible to society, education responsible to students, and that will take care of, you know, sustainability and 2047, whatever plan we have. Thank you.
Um, Thank you, ma'am, for such an interactive session, and thank you to all the panelists. Take a minute, ma'am, to honor all our panelists. I would now like to invite Dr. Vrinda Rajan, Vice President IEA, to honor Dr. Shamika Ravi. I would like to invite Professor Prabir Biswas to honor Dr. Gopinath R. Next, can we have Professor P. Arunachalam to honor Dr. Anish Gupta. I would also like to invite Professor C. Muthuraja to felicitate Professor Deepak Srivastava. Thank you to all the distinguished panelists, key speakers, our guests and delegates. Now we'll take a short lunch break and we'll be resuming the session at 2.
This policy is the free trade agreements, because we believe that if our exports have to grow that fast, then there should be assured access to this preferential access to global markets. So we have actually more or less revised our views about this free trade agreement, because free trade agreements, as we understand, when we introduced that Lewis policy in the mid 90s, these free trade agreements were actually initiated with the ASEAN countries. Then also before that, with South Asian free trade agreements, basically to fill up to take advantage of the unexploited markets. But that time it used to be very, very simple. It was basically about reducing tariffs and then removing quotas and all that. But very recently, after the COVID experience, India has also embarked very strongly on having free trade agreements with other countries. In fact, India has emerged as one of the most heavily engaged countries in the world in free trade agreements. Free trade agreement engaged countries in the world, and our focus also has shifted. As I said, because of the experience with COVID, we have tried to diversify our sources. We have tried to diversify actually our markets. So as a result, instead of looking at this only, we have also started looking very seriously towards the West. So from 2021 onwards, we have been having a series of free trade agreements. Starting from very recently we had a deal signed with UK also and many other Western countries. Just to take advantage of the emerging situations. Now, my point is that even though the free trade agreements have been actually signed in many ways, of course, the usual infrastructural constraints are there, which will inhibit the country from reaping the best benefits. But now, the more important point is to try to situate this move, the free trade agreements rest in the in the central stage of international economics, this thing, from the very beginning, from this, from announcement to this, the actually the initiation of the comparative advantage by Ricardo and Mills and that. So that has been there, but the assumption was that the free trade will deliver if the prices reflect the social costs, and because we realize that these don't reflect the social costs, there are lots of imperfections in the market. In fact, the debate on the effectiveness of free trade in the actually up to the 80s were basically dealing with imperfections in the factor market, imperfections in the commodity market. But now, after the 80s, now the actually dimension, now we are talking about impoverishment of the unskilled workers, particularly in the developed countries. Like if the developed countries and the developing countries, they have free trade, that will actually lead to impoverishment or immiserization of the working class in the developed countries. So that is the one argument. And another argument is about the just playing fields. If you don't have the level playing fields, then trade won't deliver. So the need for this concern about this impoverishment effect of trade, as well as the need for level playing fields, that have emerged as actually the key areas of debate. Now it is in this context that I would just try to highlight some of the arguments given by Jagdish Bhagwati, in the sense that Bhagwati was basically saying that yes, indeed we have immiserization of the proletariat, this and that. That is there. This is part of economic growth, but that is not because of trade as such, but is mainly because of technology and technological change. So in the morning also, we had lots of discussion about technology, and so the main culprit behind the falling real wage of the workers, that actually is not really trade as such, but is because of the technological change. And another point that is there is that the drivers of modern economic growth, like capital accumulation and technological change, both are actually lowering the real wage of the workers. So we really should not attribute everything to trade. Trade is there, no doubt. It is part. It is actually the stage, but it is not the main player. This is one thing. And another thing that I would like to mention is that yes, when we talk about the level playing fields, the main point is that free trade will enable everyone to be better off, provided the winners are willing to compensate the losers. Now, if that is not happening, then we have lots of problems. This inequality will grow, and we have other secondary problems. But the idea behind this trade being very optimal is that we should be able to, the winners should be able to compensate. So it is here the issue of level playing fields becomes very important, and if the winners of trade are willing to get the support from the public, then they should be ready to sacrifice more of their this thing, really benefits for the other losers. If that is not happening, then we will not have it. Now, it is in this context again that foreign trade agreements are going to have some problem. One thing is that foreign trade agreements earlier used to be very, very simple. It used to be simply about reducing tariffs and then about some tinkering with the quotas. So that actually enable us to understand the impact of that policy in a very, very simple manner. But now the emerging context, these foreign trade agreements are becoming very, very complex. It is no longer concerned with those two things. It is trying to cover a whole lot of issues, like labor standards, environmental issues, and many other things. So when we see that, these are also coming up, and so that actually makes it very difficult to understand the actual impact of that arrangement on that. And finally, when free trade agreements are signed, actually there are losers and the winners, and as I said, but if the winners actually in the other case, what we have done is we have actually raising the people who are in support of efficiency. But now rent seeking group, it basically emerging, like pharmaceutical companies, multinational corporations, they may try to dictate the terms when these things are signed. So this also should be taken care of because right now, because of my experience with we are almost on a FTA signing spree in the global media. We are signing right and left. But if these issues, like this particular group, taking advantage of the opportunities, then will be a problem. So what I have to say is that if the benefits accrue to the group, which are actually for good economic performance, that is fine, it's ideal. But if the benefits are actually captured by the rent-seeking group, then this FTA this thing will really have a problem. It will create some problem for us. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Vijay Kumar, for laying out the broad contours of trade. Friends and colleagues, our idea of hosting this session at IEA is to encourage faculty members here to engage with their students on international trade. More and more people are required who are interested in international trade, and our idea is that Indian Economic Association should promote studies in the realm of trade. More and more people should take greater growing interest in trade. And why so? Why we should take interest in trade? Why should we be bothered about FTAs? Why should we be bothered about the macroeconomic linkages of trade, the finance linkages of trade, or even technology linkages? Today morning we saw how technology is very closely connected with macroeconomy, how technology is determining the employment trajectory. These interlinkages of trade with investment, with technology, and finally with finance, all the four, trade, investment, technology, and finance, they are intertwined. They are intertwined in such a way that India's GDP, if you look at the way now from 1950s the world has grown, we have always seen that trade was ahead of global GDP. At least 2.5 times more, the world trade was faster than the GDP growth. And this happened till the Lehman Brothers, till 2008 recession we entered in, and that recession actually brought down the growth of the trade. And the recession has continued. Unfortunately, COVID further decelerated it. So you have ended up in 2022-23 in a situation where global growth rate was sort of only minus 1.8%. So you can see the challenges we are having in the growth of the global trade. And this is the reason why when we are already looking at the share of trade in Indian GDP in 2018, when it was 34%. Now in 2023, it stands at something like 46%. So you can imagine the expanding role and influence of trade. Now today we have lined up 3 speakers here. I don't have to speak much. I would start with Nisha and then Pankaj and Professor Monty. The idea is Nisha would bring forward her work in terms of the regional connect of India in trade. And here Professor Mohanty would tell you later why trade theorists have to evolve India-specific trade theories. We no more would have to depend on Western theorists to tell us how intra-regional trade should be calculated. RIS has evolved a unique approach on how regional trade should be measured. Are we going to rely on the standard Western model of regional trade when India is dominating at 80% and 90% with our trade partners? Do we still go by the way globally regional trade connectivity is to be measured? So that's one thing that Professor Monty would speak on. But Nisha would bring in the regional connect, and Pankaj would take us back to the first session in the morning, which was about employment technology, but only addition in this session would be his standpoint would be trade. So then Pankaj would come in, and then Professor Monty. So without further ado, Nisha Taneja, who is a Pakistan expert. Her commentaries, papers on Pakistan are very well known, and she has been a champion of trade. So without further ado to you, you would do it from here.
So we are talking about the regional context. Like now we do have an Act East policy, and from SAARC our emphasis has shifted to BIMSTEC. And within BIMSTEC there is a sub-regional grouping called the BBIN, which is Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal. So what I'm going to talk about right now is the BBIN, and within the BBIN what we have is a motor vehicle agreement that the 4 countries have signed. And this agreement basically ensures that there will be seamless transportation between the 4 countries. And so this brings Northeast at the fulcrum of this sub-regional cooperation. And so what we wanted to do was to see how the supply chains are situated in the Northeast region. So we wanted to look at the inbound and the outbound supply chains of selected items. And what we wanted to see was how efficiently these supply chains are functioning and how can they be improved once the BBI motor vehicle agreement comes into operation. It was signed in 2015, but alas, it's still not operational, such is the state of our region. But the gains are enormous, and especially for the Northeast, they can be quite considerable. Now, before I go to what kind of supply chains we are looking at, what we thought was let's look at the trade pattern from the Northeastern region and look at exports. And what we found was that basically Bangladesh and Bhutan account for 87% of the exports to the Northeast region, which means that the Northeast is actually supplying its goods only largely to the neighboring countries. And only 13% is going to many countries, which is UK, UAE, Ireland, Poland, USA, Netherlands, Myanmar, Germany, and many others. So just 2 countries in the neighborhood account for 87%, and so many other countries are actually accounting for 13%. And similarly, if we look at the commodity composition of exports, what we find is that just one item, tea, is exported to a whole range of countries, and a lot of other items are being exported to just to 2 countries, which is Bhutan and Bangladesh. So there seems to be a clear demarcation between what is going to the neighborhood and what is going to the rest of the world. So now the BBI basically, the 2 likely routes are going to be Kolkata, Dhaka, Sylhet, Tamavil, Shillong and Guwahati, and the second route is likely to be Agartala, Akhora, Dhaka, Kolkata. Now, currently goods have to move through, we all know, the Siliguri corridor, and this adds immensely to time and cost. So now on the first route, the distance can be reduced from 1045 kilometers to 775 kilometers, which is a reduction of 28%. And on the second route, the reduction, if you use the BBRN route, can be 60%. So this can really increase the efficiency of the supply chains. So now that we know that these are the two likely routes, we decided that, and since these two routes pass through Assam and Tripura, we decided to select these two states for our analysis. And then we looked at two sectors, pharmaceuticals and fresh and processed pineapple. And then we wanted to examine the efficiency of the inbound and outbound supply chains in terms of time and cost. And we wanted to assess the benefits for these sectors and how they could be made more competitive. So why did we select pharmaceuticals? Now, pharmaceuticals is basically a good representative of the manufacturing sector. And to our knowledge, there was no study on the manufacturing sector supply chain in the Northeast. So we felt this would be a good sector to study, and we could actually draw lessons for the entire pharmaceutical manufacturing sector in the Northeast. Also, there is a large cluster which is located in the Kamrup district of Assam, and this has been identified also as the under the one district, one product district export hub initiative for promotion of exports. Then why did we select fresh pineapples and processed pineapple? Because even though there is a lot of work that has been done on the Northeast and on agriculture, because we know that a large proportion of the SDP from the Northeast is accounted for by the agriculture sector. But but most of these supply chains are actually related to kiwi, fresh spices, ginger, bamboo, a whole range of agricultural items. But none of these actually look at export competitiveness. So we felt that that was a gap that we need to look at. And also pineapple, Tripura accounts for 11% of the production of pineapple, and we also felt that this was one sector which we could pick up to see why or how the processed pineapple or fruit industry can be developed in the Northeast. Now, if you look at the pharmaceuticals supply chain, and if you look at the inbound supply chain, the way this is how it looks. Currently, raw materials and machinery are being imported through Kolkata port, and exports are being carried out through JNPT. So they go all the way to JNPT. And empty containers, you don't get empty containers in Assam. So these empty containers are actually sourced from Kolkata port. And all these goods are basically coming through the Siliguri corridor. I was corrected or not that I shouldn't be using the word chicken neck, so Siliguri corridor. And so due to this long distance, there is additional cost that in terms of both money and time. But sourcing of machinery is basically a one-time cost. Raw material is a recurring cost. And if you procure the empty containers, then we have to procure the empty containers, and then we are exporting the goods through JNPT. So this is what, when we look at the time and cost of, how these inputs can be sourced, and how the supply chain is basically organized. This is basically a graphic representation of this, where we have manufacturing in Guwahati and how machinery is coming in from Kolkata, raw material is coming in from Gujarat, and then we have the empty containers coming in from Kolkata, and then the export is taking place through JNPT. Now, so what are the challenges? Basically, because the goods are coming from Kolkata to Guwahati, it's a long distance. Also, there are inefficiencies at the Kolkata port. Now, we came across a very strange impediment, which is that there is no provision to have a true bill of lading from Guwahati. Now, this Kamrup district is situated right next to the inland container depot. It's only an hour away, but the goods are not exported from that inland container depot. They go all the way to JNPT. So what?
whether it is a bill of lading or it's a through bill of lading or a shipping bill, all of these are done only for tea. So neither is there expertise on that, nor is there a provision. So that's really a lacuna, and all the customs house agents are not aware of how to process any other item other than tea, because traditionally that's what's been done. Raw material, basically there is no local manufacturing of the API which is used here, and a lot of it is actually sourced either from the mainland or it is imported to Gujarat. Again, the bill of lading, the bill of entry is a issue. For the finished products, again, there is another issue that we found. Basically, Kolkata port is inefficient, yes, and that's why goods are not sent through that port. But also, because there is no provision for a shipping bill to be done from Northeast, what is happening is that the data is not getting recorded, and from the Northeast, from Guwahati. And this actually, because the bill of lading shows the origin of the goods from GMPP, the origin of that consignment is Maharashtra. So it actually enters the export statistics of Maharashtra and not of the Northeast. So that's the extent to which our export data is underestimated, because we don't have the wherewithal to record this data. So what is the alternative supply chain that we could have? Basically what we could do is import the machinery directly from Chittagong and through Dhaka, and then basically for manufacturing in Guwahati. There is another route which is the waterways route, but most of the waterways is actually used largely for bulk items, and not really for machinery or any item that can be damaged. So for containerized cargo, it's not really, the waterways are not really used. So Chittagong would really be the best option. For raw material, again, it would be Chittagong, which would be the right route, and there is a reduction in both number of days and also the cost. Empty containers also could be sourced from Chittagong instead of sourcing them from Kolkata. For export, there could be two routes. One is that the ICD itself, which is located in Assam, that could be actually used. The consignments, containerized consignments, could be sent by rail to Kolkata, and also so that's one way that it could happen. It is that it could actually be exported to Chittagong. So yeah, so let me come to the fresh pineapple one. I just spend a couple of minutes. It's a very
some of these details. So, Professor Vijay Kumar has kind of alluded to some of the points which I want to talk about. So basically I want to talk about that we are discussing about trade policy and some of the aspect Professor Taneja has highlighted, going local things and what it can be. But I'm going a bit back. What I'm trying to answer is that what is the main objective of our trade policy or even investment policy or any policy? Ultimately, I think objective is the welfare and well-being of the people. So all the policies, the root is that we want to ensure that people become more prosperous, they are enjoying life in a better way. So the question is whether these policies are enabling us to achieve that objective or not. Now when it comes to the trade policy and overall economic development, so overall economic development, we know that requires economic transition. It requires economic transition both in terms of employment as well as output. So we start off as a primarily agricultural economy, employment is in the agriculture sector, and then we have to shift somehow from agriculture to the manufacturing. And in this process, all these policies have their role, and trade policies particularly have important role, and that role has been debated for a long and quite intensively. So there are two schools of thoughts which we know that there is this whole issue of import substitution led industrialization and export promotion led industrialization, and in India we have experimented with both. We have experimented with both earlier when we started off our independent journey. At the time of independence, since we were governed by the Britishers, our policies were very liberal. So we were, at the time of independence, we were perhaps the most liberal economy in the world. But then it was realized that if we allow free trade, we will not be able to transition from agriculture to the manufacturing. So that's how the import substitution regime was put in place. So effectively what we did, we imposed tariff, but at the same time we wanted to import capital goods. So in order to import the capital good at a cheap price, we kept our exchange rate artificially high. So this policy continued till early 1980s. But despite this, we had a limited success. So if you look at the employment structure in early 1990s, when we started switching to more liberal economic policies, roughly around 70% of our employment was still in the agriculture sector. And during this period from till 1981, effectively our import and export were kind of a stagnant. There was a very limited growth in this. So though we witnessed some sort of industrialization and some shift in our economic structure, but by and large we were not able to reap the benefit which we wanted to reap. And this was the time in 1980s when we saw this whole debate about newly industrialized economies, how they have done well because of export promotion policies. And this induced our policymaker to switch. And we started switching from mid-80s. So first, we gradually devalued our currency. We were just preparing for the import liberalization. Then from 91 onward, radical reduction in import duties were put in place. 98 onward, we done away with all the quantitative restrictions. So by 2002 or 2003, we were kind of a very liberal. We were having a very liberal trade policy. Now, in line with this, if you look at the trade, it has in fact increased. It has increased tremendously, as Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi was saying that the import-export intensity has increased. That has also increased in case of manufactured goods also. So there has been a very healthy growth in export. But the question is, what has been the labour market outcome of this? So if we simply look at the labour market outcome, again it's not something which is painting us a very rosy picture. Still, roughly around 43% of our employment still in the agriculture sector. Especially the increase in employment in manufacturing sector has been marginal. So it has increased less than 2 percentage points. not a good thing for a populous country like India. But at the same time, unlike newly industrialized economy and even China, we have not seen any decline in wage inequality. In fact, the wage inequality kind of doubled if we compare from 1990 to late 1990s, 97. There is some moderation in the recent year, but effectively the wage inequality went up. So, in order to see whether trade has actually created job or not, there are some certain methodology. So there are two different methodology which are used. One is very basic methodology, which is growth accounting. Basically, you decompose the change in employment into different components. So you can compose into the role which domestic demand has played, then export, import, and change in the labor productivity, which you can see a proxy of technology. Now, if you look at this, so simple decomposition tells us that from 1990 to 2008, my data is till 2008 only because I have mostly worked with the ASI data, it comes with the lag. So during this year, only the change in domestic demand would have created roughly around 21.5 million jobs. But during this period, we also have had tremendous increase in productivity, which shows massive increase in improvement in technology. So that technological improvement actually reduced the labor requirement by roughly around 17 million jobs. So the net job creation during this period has been around 8 million employment has been created. Now out of this, around 5 million has been created by export. But import has substituted or destroyed roughly around 2 million. So the net job creation from trade has been around 3 million. So important, but not enough for a country like India. Now, this methodology has a problem because the change in labor productivity can be due to the trade shock also. So this technology upgradation can be an endogenous response to the trade liberalization. So for that, you can have a very simple labor demand kind of equation. And now, if we account for that, we find that trade has not been very helpful for employment creation. In fact, impact has been negative. So the question is why? I mean, after all, our exports have grown, but why? And actually the devil lies in detail, and the details are that what we are exporting. So if I just go to next slide, so very standard understanding in trade is that we first analyze our relative comparative advantage, in which sector we have the comparative advantage. Then it gives us a sense that we will be specializing in the export of those products. So we had naturally, being a labor surplus economy, we had our comparative advantage in unskilled labor intensive exports. So what I have done here is that at 3-digit level, the manufacturing sector can be divided into 55 different sectors. And based upon the labor intensity, I divided and clubbed those 55 sectors into 11 subgroups. Now the group 11 means the sectors which are highly unskilled labor intensive, and the group 1 is the least unskilled labor intensive. So that's how it goes. So if you look at in 1991, roughly around 56%, more than half of our export were concentrated in these two groups, which were that there were only 10 sectors at 3-digit level of NIC which accounted for more than 56% of our exports. But look at what has happened. Over the period, the increase in export of these sectors, the change in growth rate of export of these sectors has been the lowest. And that's why they have lost share in total trade. So now these 10 sectors accounts for roughly around 22% of our total export. And who has gained? Group 4. So group 4 is basically, group 4 and 3, these 10 products are falling in 3 different categories. Refined petroleum, chemical product, and then certain part of machinery. Highly capital intensive, and their share has increased to roughly around 43-44%. So we are, and just give you an example, petrochemical alone, refined petroleum, now accounts for roughly around 22% of our manufactured export. And the total employment creation in this sector over the last 2 decades has been 45,000 jobs.
Only 45,000. So 1/3 of your export is coming from one sector, it's creating only 45,000 jobs, and out of which export, if you account that, only 20,000 jobs. So the problem is that we are not specializing in sectors where we should be. But why we have not been able to do so? The reason is, to my mind, lies in the scale economy. So what I did, I just tried to see the correlation between the average plant size or median plant size, which was there in 1991, and then see whether it has some relation with the change in export share of these sectors, 55 sectors. And there is a strong correlation. So which means the sectors which had higher level of plant, they had grown, they have experienced high export growth vis-a-vis sector which were very small size. Now, and interestingly, over the period, the gainer which have increased their export share, their plant size has also grown up significantly, but not for the sectors which have lost share in total export share. So why it was the case? We know that most of our labor-intensive sector were subject to the small-scale reservation policy. So naturally, their scale was very low. But starting from late 90s, we have done away with that policy. But despite that, the scale of production in those sectors or the size of plant has not grown. Why? One reason is obviously the labor laws. They have been there, and if you look at the plant size, so we have plants which have employment, major chunk employing less than around 50 or less than 99 workers, and then we have plant which is employing 1,000 workers. So there is nothing in between. So there is a clear tendency to stay below 100 because that's the limit where your industrial dispute tax kick in. Now, and so what I want to say is that when we liberalized for export, we did only one thing. There was an inherent bias against export in terms of overvalued exchange rate. We reduced it. Despite that, apart from that, we did nothing. We did nothing to improve the capacity of our manufacturing sector. So the sectors which had the scale and some capacity, they have been able to export more. But the sectors, especially labor-intensive sectors, where the scale was low, and they didn't have the enough financial resources to overcome the infrastructure constraint or the financial constraint, they have not been able to do so. Fortunately, government has been trying to address these, and as far as labor laws are concerned, 4 labor code has been introduced, but again, this is concurrent list, so states have to enact it. As of now, nothing is moving there. So unless we fix the supply side constraint, it will be very difficult to achieve what some of our neighbors in East Asia have achieved. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Pankaj. Let me invite Professor Mohanty for his remarks.
Thank you, Chair Sachin ji, Samikan ji, Professor Malhotra, Dr. Madan, Professor Atri, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. This gives me a pleasure to be discussing about a very contentious issue about a case.
Let them bring in you keep on speaking.
So when the issue is about FTA and the question is good or bad, generally the response is ambiguous. Many people say that it is bad, and many people say, some people say it's good. And in most of the cases we see that it is not based on any empirical study. So therefore, it is important that we should really
ये स्लाइड कैसे चेंज होगा
So simply, without any empirical analysis, you see that people say that it is bad or good. What exactly happened that after 2010, suddenly there was, even in 2007, there was a discussion that why FTAs, they are against the whole policy of creating new jobs. Similarly, in 2010, suddenly a new sense of pessimism came up, saying that FTAs should be bad. And in 2011, there was moratorium on the signing of new FTAs. So the first phase of the regionalism ended there. So, but what we see is that trade as a driver of growth, and FTA is a very good instrument to do that. And for that, it is not FTA, it is the whole issue is about competitiveness, which we are missing very much in many of these FTAs. Now, what we have seen that India is rising, growing, one of the fastest growing country in the world. We have kept the target of $2 trillion by 2030 and a GDP of 7 trillion. But by that we also see that with many old FTAs like ASEAN and others, things are not doing well. And in particularly FTA streams, the trade is not growing both in terms of exports and in terms of imports it is growing. Therefore, trade imbalance is becoming a major stumbling block for us. So therefore, it is important that we should have more dynamic policies for that. Here you can see that the whole episode of FTAs came up in 2000 and the signing of a fast trade industrial FTA in 2000 and it ended in 2011 as the first episode of regionalism, and in 2021 it started again. Now the question is that whether trade is good or not, particularly from the standpoint of view of FTAs. Now, if when we talk about trade, is it that imports are bad and exports are always good, or trade deficit is always bad? The whole question is regarding that. The answer is that any trade deficit may not be bad if it is competitive. That means the deficit in one country is reducing overall trade deficit of the country, then that deficit is not bad. For example, China deficit, huge, more than $100 billion deficit. If it is considered that good or bad, it can only be judged if it is competitive. And our study is showing that it is not competitive, therefore we say that it is bad. So now, then what is FTA? It is only about trade surplus and deficit. If it is surplus, it is good, and if it is deficit, it is bad. No. FTAs have got its own developmental dimensions. That means if trade is restructuring your external sector in terms of production and trade, then that would really suffice the requirement of FTAs. Then what is your requirement? Our requirement that in trade we should really reduce our exports of primary commodities. In intermediate goods, we should really import and export simultaneously. And in the final consumer final goods sector, particularly in capital goods, we should export and import. And in final consumer goods, we should export to a large extent. If these dimensions are really surfacing, then you can say that we are in the right direction. Let us see how we are really performing through the FTA track and non-FTA track. Now, the liberalization never started in 1991, it started in 1981. And if we look through 1981 to 90 and 90 to 1991 to 2001, in both decades trade grew but below 10%. So FTA started in 2000 with Indo-Sri Lanka, and we can see by 2002 to 2007, because it is a period of global buoyancy, in that the trade grew at the FTA route grew at the rate of 102% as compared to 27% in non-FTA sectors. Particularly when the recession came, and up to the first phase of recession, trade in the FTA sector grew at the rate of 47%, but non-FTA sector it is 15%. Even during the second phase of recession, 2017-2023, in the FTA sector it grew at the rate of 12%, but in the non-FTA sector it is 5%. So all through, whether it is buoyancy or recession, you find that FTA really grew much faster than that of the rest of the non-FTA countries. Now, it is the question of efficacy of FTAs. So far, we have signed 19 FTAs. In this study, we have taken 15 major FTAs. Here, what we have seen that with those FTAs, where we have got a trade deficit earlier, should we think that it should be trade surplus immediately after signing the FTA? No, it is not possible. But then what is our objective? Our objective is to raise the volume of trade and also try to reduce the relative deficit so that you can really take advantage of FTAs. Here we have seen that before signing the FTAs and after signing the FTAs, 5 years before and 5 years after, if you examine all the FTAs individually, you find that the growth rate is pretty high, which you can see in the fourth column, that it is pretty substantial. But it is like competitiveness that your trade advantage cannot really maintain unless you maintain it. And what has happened that after 5 years we couldn't really maintain it up to 2023, and therefore the stream declined over the years. And that you can see in the last column. You compare it with before that before and after period growth rate was quite high, and after that 5 years after the implementation it declined. So look at the trend in GBC. GBC we have seen very clearly by FTAs. Here you can see that in primary sector in general the exports declined drastically, and in the intermediate sector it has increased. In intermediate sector has two components. One is semi-processed, the other one is parts and components. We could really do much in parts and components, but definitely we have exceedingly did well in the semi-finished sector. In the final capital goods sector, we have done well, but our major focus came from the final consumer goods, which was really expected from all FTAs. Now, the issue is about technology-intensive goods. So, when you really focus on medium and high technology goods, then the rate of return is pretty high, and therefore you will always move towards medium and high technology. So, there also we can see that we are moving towards medium and high technology goods. MSME sector, which is really covering 43.1%, 6% in 23 in terms of exports share, and 41% in import share. In FTAs, this share is in 2023 just 1%. and it declined from 2.3% in 2003 to 1%. Therefore, we have not really taken care of MSME sector in most of our FTAs. Now the whole issue is trade imbalance. After all, what is the nature, whether we should pursue FTAs or not? So it's a very contentious issues. Even non-FTA countries, you have China with huge trade deficit, with the US with huge trade surplus of $34 billion in 23. So it is very difficult to say that whether FTAs are good or bad or non-FTAs are good. So what I have tried to see that we have taken the trade under the FTA. I don't want to go into the methodology part of it, but Sachinji said, but we can discuss during question and answer time. But the trade deficit of FTA route to the total trade under FTA route as a ratio, we have tried to see from 2003, and similarly also we have estimated for non-FTA countries. So see the margin, that what is that? So what we have seen that FTAs are always good, but its stream has gone down drastically in recent years. So therefore, the trade policy is important, not FTA route is really bad. That is the point to be focused. So I would just like to say two more things. One is the approach towards FTA is to be corrected. When we negotiate with the different countries at country level, it is not possible now. It should be very micro level. What the new Modi government has done about the introduction of micro level management in trade. So the important is about the one district, one product hub, export hub is one. I think we have to go more deeper. And when having trade negotiation, it should not be at the country to country level, it should be a more deeper one, which already started at the state level or maybe at the district level. That is to be done. Another important aspect is about trade finance. What we have estimated that trade finance is very much important for gaining market access in other countries. You need not to have trade competitiveness all the time to access other countries, but if you have got the financial power, that you can access it. So there is a lot of non-competitive games you can see. For example, China. China, recently we did a study where we imported 4,000 products, but in case of 3,500 products, China is not the only competitive country. Other countries are equally competitive. But why China is so successful vis-a-vis others? Because China played the finance game. That, for example, Ambani bought 20 billion worth of electrical machines from China, not from Germany, better quality machines, or from US, but from China, because they have to pay not upfront. So it is backloaded, and therefore we have to place several such policies. And also our trade data is also in such a cumbersome state that we have already started negotiating on that. It is to be rectified to ensure that we are reaching at the maximum. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, that's fantastic. Congratulations to all our panelists today. We are left with 3 minutes, but let me borrow some minutes from our next session, Professor Malhotra. So I think we are now clear with several sort of sweeping statements from our panel. Exports have to be seen from the same pedestal. Imports are bad, exports are good is not that. We need to see what we are importing and how we expand our export. That's the first thing. If we are only ending up with consumable goods, then imports are not good. Fortunately, in India, the imports, as Professor Mohanty said, consumable goods have declined. With consistent efforts by government since 2018, our import of consumer items, finished products from China have declined. At some point that was 47%. It has now declined to 17%. Our import of parts and components from China have gone up. So we need to see what solution we find out. And as he explained, trade deficit is also not bad. 38% of India's exports are import dependent. So imports are not that bad. These are the two things. Third, he said, FTAs are not good or bad. How you make use of them makes the instrument successful. And that's what we need to do. FTA is not about tariffs. FTA is also about deeper integration. How we improve our standards, how we improve our commitment for intellectual property, how we finance that, all are important. And fourth, China used banks to finance. We need to connect finance with trade. India is pretty weak on that front. So great panel. Floor is open now. I already see Professor Atri. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 5 minutes. Professor Atri, very quick, and we start to have a mic.
Let me congratulate the panel for reaching all these conclusions. And I'm intervening because my thesis was India's foreign trade in closed loop since 1947 to 71. And we have been discussing with Professor Mohanty and Sachinji that it is the time that international trade should be revived. This is the thing basically. The people, the scholars, they don't know what is the real trade theory, what is the factor price equalization theorem, and rightly summarized by Professor Mohanty. We cannot say till now whether FTAs are bad or good. They can be bad, they can be good. Because I remind you, see, there was a discussion on IORA-SIPA in 2017, and there was a heated discussion, and I presented the possibility of IORA-SIPA. And I do not remember the name of a policy maker in Australia. He criticized SIPA and everything. And I wanted to intervene, but I didn't intervene because of the Secretary General said, we don't intervene like a admission. But I think I won't take much time. All the conclusions which the studies have made, and I must congratulate Dr. Mohanty, they are in line. And I can only wish that the young scholars should work on it, and they should try to find out that how we can get the export, and the import basically should be of the leading to the export promotion, and that is the intermediate routes and consumer routes. So these are my
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I have only one point. There are TTT, trade, technology, and traditions.
Wow.
India is known for traditions. India is known for traditions. How we are going to make our tradition as an export value? I'll give one example. Madurai is known for Madurai Malli, jasmine. We are not ready to consume Madurai jasmine, whereas we are ready to consume a manufactured product from import from foreign country made out of Madurai Malli, Madurai jasmine. So this kind of cultural concept, the tradition must be focused more on trade than the conventional pattern of WTO products and services. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, then, yes.
Sir, my question is from energy sector. As for import, our import bills are around 25% of total import bills, and our production has not been increased. Even we are not producing that much crude oil. Even we are producing in 1990s. So how we are going to have current account surplus, and only on 2 occasions, I think 2004, 5, and during COVID, we have current account surplus just because we are not importing that much crude oil during those corona times. So what kind of strategy do we need to have so that our current account need to be surplus?
Very good. Thank you. I saw yes.
So actually I am doing PhD on also India-Pakistan agriculture trade. So when we are giving the suggestion, we always talking about the prioritize the economical relation over the political relation. Is it possible that the economical relations are we are differ from the politically sides? If it is possible, then why not that India-Pakistan trade still not started from 2019? still not started from the Hosseiniwala border from 1965 till now? Or how can we come from this?
Thank you. Myanmar. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm doing PhD in Bangalore University. So my question is about WIMSTEP FT. So normally, WIMSTEP FT adopted since 2004, but it takes so long time. I think maybe about 20 years, but it's still not finalized. So recently, the Commerce Ministry he told to relook at PTA or FTA. So for India case, which is more possible in that case, FTA or PTA about WIMSTEP?
Yes. One simple clarificatory question. In recent years, can we see Indian trade, and especially the export, we are more in exports of, say, sophisticated products, like defense products, where we can't say that we have so much comparative advantage. And the similar kind of trade, if you see in these East Asian countries, in the 90s, that kind of composition change we are observing. So my question is, when we are talking about this comparative advantage or this trade theories, there how we are accounting for changing technologies, changing strategic position of the country in this export or this trade basket.
Thank you. Let me just quickly turn back to the panel. Pankaj, do you want to respond to this question on petroleum export?
It's very simple actually. We are not producing because we don't have reserves. So we don't have much crude oil reserves, so how can we produce? What is the way forward? I think government is doing a lot on solar and renewable, so maybe that's the way out. Perhaps we are, in fact we are already doing, we are kind of exploring potential possibility to import electricity from Nepal. Things are moving in a very positive direction, so that will kind of, again it will be kind of leading to deficit, but I think with Nepal we won't mind because we have surplus. So this is very simple, solar or renewable is to be the focus.
On India-Pakistan, if you look at the trade data for 23-24, you'll find that exports have actually doubled in 1 year. So it's become almost $1 billion, $1.1 billion in 1 year. This is when we are at the weakest point in our trade relations, where we have imposed a 200% duty, and Pakistan has said no exports and no imports from India. But you see, the devil lies in the detail. Because India has said only 200% duty, we have not put any ban on exports. So our exports are going. And they're getting this, I'm talking about recorded trade. So politically we may not see eye to eye right now. But the Pakistan government is receiving all these imports, and there is a lot of pressure from their industry to open up, because for them they cannot sustain themselves. They're very dependent on India. And what's happened is that the trade deficit has mounted. So we are not importing anything from Pakistan, but they are exporting products from us. So it's actually hurt them, not us. But it will happen, I think. I'm always optimistic on it.
So the question, hydrocarbon, I think we don't produce much, but what we export much more than what it is expected from us, because we produce refined oil. And this 2023, our export to US was $5.9 billion, against which we import only $15.6 billion. So that is the case with many other countries. So that way it is corrected. BIMSTEC FTA is one where you have got FTA level differences between different countries. Particularly those who are having high tariffs are supposed to liberalize more than those who are already having low level of tariff. So it is highlight, which is a major problem because of their low level of tariff. Other LDCs and others have to reduce their tariff to a very large extent. So therefore one is to see that how much benefits other countries can really do which are having very high level of tariff. So PTA is completely ruled out. If there is a possibility, it could be FTA, which is very likely. To the question of defense production, I think in international trade database, particularly by UN or by any other country, very poor database. They don't mention. But your point about technology issue is very important. And this is very well attempted in the literature of trade theories from Pivot in 1994, then OECD in 1995, Sanjay Lal in 2000, and me also, I did in 2003 in ESCAP, that technology embedded in a product is important, how products are differentiated. So, 5 broad classification done in the literature, you can see in the primary commodities in terms of agro processed products, low level, low intensity, medium level and high level technology disputes. So that's how it is understood, and definitely our endeavor is always towards medium and high technology sectors, which we are doing in terms of exports, and also we are importing in those sectors. Thanks.
It pertains to Professor Surendra Kumar's question. It's not really a question but it's a comment. It's very interesting because we are actually very much for creating a comparative advantage, rather than taking comparative advantage given. So as far as the notice is concerned, we have been always telling them that we should try for that route, creating comparative advantage, not taking comparative advantage given. So that case actually what we find is from the evidence of industrialized countries also, this high tech exports, which are not actually in line with the competitive advantage of the country. They have played a very important role in the growth of many of these even Japan and Korea and these things. So we are also very keen to work in that area. Thank you for raising that point. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that's where Professor Surendra Kumar, what we were discussing, and as Montegi responded, the Western countries had sort of implicit interest in export of defense products to different countries, and it was geopolitics which was at its best in the Cold War, that they did not want to include defense-related items to be captured in the global trade database. So US, which has been exporting arms and ammunition to all countries, did not want anyone else to know where they are landing up. So now that we are publicly saying that we are exporting and we see this as our new accomplishment, we are public about it. But US had all these designs. So as a result, the global trade database, which was established in 50s and 60s, never included defense production. So as a result, what Professor Monty is saying is correct, that you do not come to know how much is being exported and how much is being imported by anybody in this world. It is serving all the exporting countries, including China now. And US is feeling that we do not know. Only intelligence agencies know where goods are going. So we need to bring in our own narrative on the table. And we need to create new efforts on trade database and on many other databases that are required. So our own perspective, southern perspective, the global south perspective, or Indian perspective has to prevail. And that's why, as I said in the beginning, more of, at least not professors would start doing away with their subject, but at least assistant professors can. And assistant professors should be our ray of hope to get into trade more and more, to take us in the direction of Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the chair, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, and to all the panelists for their enlightening session. I would now like to invite Professor K. Parameswaram Rao, EC member IEA, to felicitate Professor S.K. Mohanty. So can we have you on stage? Can we have a big round of applause for all our panelists? to invite Dr. Jayshish Desai to honor Dr. Nisha Taneja. I now request Professor N.K. Bishnoi to felicitate Dr. Pankaj Vashisht. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all the panelists and thank you to all the speakers for being such patient and valuable listeners. Thank you, everybody. I request all the delegates to be seated as we begin with the next session. I request all the delegates to be seated as we shortly begin with the next session. It is my pleasure to welcome you all in today's session on Indian knowledge contribution in economics. This session will delve into the rich and diverse contributions made by Indian scholars, policy makers, and institutions in the field of economics. India has long been a source of economic knowledge. From ancient times like the Arthashastra by Chanakya, which led to the foundation for the governance and economic systems, to the modern economist theories that have shaped global economics thinking, Indian economists have continuously contributed innovative ideas as development, poverty, elevation, trade, and sustainable growth. So today we have with us, chairing the session, is Professor V.R. Panchmukhi, Founder Director, RIS, New Delhi. Sir, we welcome you on board. Should I give it? Professor V.R. Subramaniam, the Founder Director of the Research. And he's there? Fine. We welcome on board Professor V.R. Panchmukhi, Founder Director, RIS, New Delhi. It is an honor and privilege to introduce the chair for today's session on Indian knowledge contribution in economics. Professor B.R. Panchmukhi is a founder director of the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, New Delhi. He is one of the foremost scholars in the field of economics, with a distinguished career that spans several decades. He has made immense contributions in the field of development economics, international trade, and policy analysis. With these words, I welcome Professor P.R. Panchmukhi. Now, let me take the... Yes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
My picture is not coming. That's about editing better, huh? But if I am audible, it is fine. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Professor Panchmukhi, good afternoon.
Yeah.
This is VK Mullana. Please switch on your camera. Please switch on your camera.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now let me take the honor to introduce our key speakers for today's session. Professor Jayashish Desai. It's the Dean of Academics at Sarvajanik University, Surat. Professor Desai is an esteemed academic leader with a strong background in economics and higher education. His academic journey and leadership at the university has been pivotal in advancing quality education and fostering academic excellence. Next, we have with us Professor Rajendra Kumar from OSD, Department of Higher Education. It's an honor to introduce Professor Kumar. He's not there? Okay. Also, we have with us Professor... Sir, we have one there? Sir is there. Okay. Next, we have with us Professor P. Ganak Sabhavati, Director, Indian Economic and Cultural Center, Tamil Nadu. He is a highly respected academician and practitioner in the field of economics with extensive experience in both research and policy development. As a director of the Indian Economic and Cultural Center, he has been instrumental in fostering international academia and cultural exchanges, promoting India's economic policies and enhancing the understanding of India's economic progress globally. Also, we have Professor Shriram Balasubramaniam, author of Dharma Economics, an indigenous sustainable economic model. Professor Balasubramaniam is a thought leader in the field of economics and a passionate advocate for sustainable indigenous economic practices. His work, particularly through his book Dharma Economics, challenges conventional economic models and introduces an approach towards ancient Indian principles of Dharma, emphasizing balance, sustainability, and ethical growth in economic development. Also, we have Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, former Vice Chairman, UGC, Chairman NAC, and National Research Professor, Ayush Savitribal Phule, Pune University. Professor Patwardhan is a distinguished academician, researcher, and a policy leader with an impressive career spanning over decades. His contribution to higher education sector, particularly in the areas of quality assessment, accreditation, and research, has had a profound impact on shaping the landscape of India's academic institutions. As the Vice Chairman of the UGC, Professor Patwardhan played a key role in advancing the quality and governance of higher education across the country. His leadership at NAC has been instrumental in improving standards of accreditation and ensuring that institutions of higher learning adhere to global standards of excellence. Additionally, his current role as National Research Professor, Ayush, has allowed him to bridge the gap between traditional knowledge systems and modern scientific research, particularly in health and wellness sector. With these words, I welcome the chair and all the panelists and invite them for the discussions. Thank you, sir.
Professor Panchmukhi, this is D.K. Malhotra again. Can I request you to please make your chair remark for 5 minutes? We have 55 minutes at our disposal and we want to listen to the speaker for
Okay, thank you. I am very glad to be associated with this conference of the Indian Economic Association. I have been associated with Indian Economic Association for several decades, as you know. And this avatar, this form of the Indian Economic Association is a genuine one and it is doing a very good job. I am impressed by the activities by our friend D.K. Malhotra and Madan, Professor Madan, and supported by friends like Sachin Chaudhary and others. I find among the panelists a lot of names which are, I should say, new to me. And so that shows that the subject is happening with a lot of expansion in people participating in it. Now, when we say ancient Indian thoughts and the economics, people may laugh when we have got persons like Adam Smith and Harry Johnson and Wake Six and so many stalwarts. Why should we think of contributions by the Indian classical thoughts? You know, we have lost touch with the Indian classical thoughts due to the interim period. We lost touch with Sanskrit and our own rich knowledge heritage. That is the problem with us. We have lost touch with the knowledge heritage and the result is that we have lost a lot of good treasure of knowledge. You know, I will straight come to the subject by saying that the Indian knowledge system is very holistic, is in terms of not just talking about materialism or material progress as we do in modern economics, but it is holistic in the sense that man is regarded as a holistic animal and not as just a materialistic animal as is done in modern economics, Western economics particularly. When holistic, we mean combination of materialism and what we may call, for want of a better term, spiritualism. Now, spiritualism does not mean religion or jargons like ritualistic methods of doing a certain thing and so on. Spiritualism is a total catch-all word which captures values, moral systems, moral values. And unless we combine materialism with values, there is no meaning for so-called growth or development. In the early days, we used to make a distinction between growth and development. Development was growth plus. Growth and any concern with human values, human welfare, human equity and employment and all such other elements that do not get covered in the GDP or in the mere mention of gross domestic product or gross national product. And therefore, values are important. The values and improve them in understanding of the development, the growth of development. Are you able to? Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir. You are very much audible, Mr. Panchmukhi. Hello? Panchmukhi, can you listen to me?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Thomas Malanji.
Next, I will request Professor Jayesh to present before us the idea of the concept.
Okay. And then we will not be able to understand the welfare dimension of development. The welfare will be achieved only when material progress is combined with values progress. The mere mentioning of GDP growth is not enough for understanding the implications of the so-called growth process or the so-called development process for the welfare of the mankind. And the entire, I will not go into details. It's a vast subject. I've written books and extensively given lectures. I want to listen to the panelists since they are all new names, and how the subject is developing in India is something of interest to me, and therefore I would like to listen more to the views of the others in terms of combining the values, ethics and morality with the material progress. Only to say that our ancient Indian scriptures like Vedas, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Smriti, Puranas, they all meant for telling us a certain value system for everyday life. They were not meant only as mantras for reciting for certain rituals, but they were meant to give us a way of life. That is why often it is said that Hinduism is a way of life. Vedas give us a profile, a model of lifestyle, and not just rituals for performing mantras for rituals, for performing rituals. And if we understand this, a number of Vedic mantras become very useful to us for everyday life. I have myself written on Indian classical thoughts, a profile of the various dimensions of it, and I will not go into the details, but it suffices to say that we must consider our Vedas and Upanishads, Smritis, particularly Bhagavad Gita, as a treatise on management, particularly managing oneself, and Upanishads telling us certain principles of life, and not just mantras for recitation during the rituals. And if we take that background, we will get an insight into the knowledge heritage of India. And I will not give you more details on this. I would like to listen to others by once again mentioning that I am happy to see a large number of
Thank you, Professor Panchmukhi, for your opening remarks in this session. Now I'll request Professor Jayesh to present before us the idea of the concept.
My namaskar.
Namaskar.
To the chair, Professor Malhotra, all panelists, and all the dignitaries of the dais and dear participants. I'm really thankful to Professor Malhotra to give me a chance to talk about the concept of this theme, why we have put up in this conference. Friends, if I take my lead,
from Professor Ramesh Chand's inaugural address, where he quoted Arthur Lewis and said that Western knowledge is failing in solving our problems and we need alternative approaches. Now, when we talk about why Western knowledge is failing, any kind of knowledge or any structure, when we talk about it's failing, many times we need to look at the assumptions and roots, building blocks on which whole structure is standing. And when we talk about our conventional economics, right, we start with Adam Smith and his treatise about wealth of nation. Essentially, it aimed at maximizing wealth, and for that, all our endeavors are aimed at profit maximization. And when we talk about profit maximization, it brings a lot of excesses, and these excesses we have noticed and we have been discussing and debating for a long time now about the kind of problems it is creating. Now, if we put it, come to our own thinking and our goals as a society and culture. Our goal, if I put it from one of very popular prayer which says, Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amrutgamaya. Essentially, our prayers which depicts our goals, we want to move from asatya to satya, from darkness to light, and after this life we wish to liberate ourselves. Essentially, our culture and our motto is about sustenance of our environment, our society, and liberation for our own life. The moment we change our basic economic discussion by changing the roots from profit maximization to sustenance of environment, ecology, society, and liberation of ourselves, probably a lot of things would change. And we want to understand from our traditional knowledge how it contributes. It's not that there is a paucity of knowledge in our culture about political economy, Arthashastra. From Bhagavad Gita to Arthashastra of Chanakya to Tiruvullar to many Veds and Upanishads of our ancient tradition and many regional contribution by different philosophers. There is ample amount of knowledge. Essentially, when we want to use it, the problem lies is that the problem is, though all this knowledge is from our traditional knowledge, our ancient philosophers have created, but in many cases, the original language in which this treatise is prepared, today's generation is not able to decipher it. We are not equipped to read, learn, and take it further from that. It's on the another side. What I would like to say is, it's a bad on our part that when we talk about Arthashastra from Chanakya, the original work many of us cannot decipher, and if people like us wants to read it, we go to Penguin Classics, a Western publication. Tiruvullar's work was translated by E.S. Ariel, a French person, in 1849, and from there it has come to us. That's a problem. This Ariel has talked a very good part, and that brings our knowledge and our motto. He said, this book is without name, and author is also without name. So, our culture is not about mind and about everything for myself. It is about living to the society and ultimately to get nirvana. So essentially what I want to talk about is when we want to extend our traditional knowledge, we have to come out from our present phase of evaluating whether our knowledge is important or not. It's definitely important. But the second phase, we need to convert all this literature. In Sanskrit, it may be in Prakrit, or it may be in a variety of our regional vernacular language. It needs to be translated in common language. May it be Hindi, may it be English, or anything which is palatable to all our larger audience, so that we can take it further from here. Once we convert this knowledge into common palatable language, what we need to do is we need to test all this knowledge to today's context and time. A lot of things are very good, but just rather than appreciating, we need to put it to test that whether it is applicable to our current modern time or not. Because then only we will be able to put and convince many about its usefulness, and we can take forward these theories for teaching our kids as well as bringing it to our decision makers who can with conviction use it for policy making and solve our problems. We have been debating one more area when we talk about bringing our knowledge. Since yesterday we have been talking about formalization of our economy. I would like to bring in, we also need to work for formalization of our knowledge. Why? Because if we try and understand, a good amount of knowledge is passed through oral traditions rather than documentation. Though we have ample number of documents, still a large part of knowledge is still transmitted from generation to generation through oral tradition, and it's there. Now we need to do something so that it can be documented. Like if I can refer to our session in this conference itself in morning, we were talking about Agrawals, Guptas and Jains, etc., and why they are ahead. I also have many students from such different community, and through that conversation we realize that they have their own context, their own theories, which is learned in family. It is not documented well, right? And a lot of ways to work, the ways to solve problem is coming from that familial knowledge, which is passed orally from one generation to another. Right? So if we want to take it from those tasks to everybody, or if we want to study it further, we would have to work for formalization of it. Something which is orally passed, we have to convert it into documents so that it can be made available to many. Many can test it, we can check its positives, we can check that its negatives, and based on it, we can take it forward. Essentially, one more aspect of our, better part of our knowledge is we are holistic. Our traditional knowledge is holistic. It is not divided into silos of specialization. And that's better for solving real problems rather than just looking at some one part or the other part of problems. So these are certain things which I thought I should bring over here. Thank you once again for providing me an opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Davish, being so brief and yet so communicative on the core issues, in fact, of our knowledge and taking those core issues further. I'm very, very delighted to introduce you two gentlemen and two great scholars who have very recently contributed in their own ways to the world of knowledge. We have two authors among us who are there online, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan and Dr. Balasubramaniam from United States. I had the honor and the privilege of being associated with them in many ways. Dr. Subramaniam, he recently authored two books. One
named as Proteogenomics, and the other very recently Herbonomics. And his earlier book was on joint family, Jamba, the joint family, which was the US version of which was the Wizards. They have definitely talked about different dimensions of connecting with society and connecting society with spirituality also. In my remarks as association president during the inaugural, I did say that our guiding principles remain Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Right. So these three books have definitely attempted to cover lot many things on that front. I'm particularly delighted the way Professor Bhushan Patwardhan has covered from genome to Om, the title of his book being that. And normally most of the scientists believe that they cannot talk of spirituality. Spirituality is altogether a different domain which is much away from being scientific in approach. So the journey of being a scientist, talking about genome and taking it to the heights of Om, that is the Param Brahman. So Professor Bhushan Patwardhan has discussed all these aspects in his book. So I request Professor Bhushan Patwardhan to please enlighten this gathering about the idea of genome to Om and how and what is his understanding of the connect between science, spirituality, and taking it down to society and community.
Speakers and delegates, again thank you for this kind invite, and this is probably my fourth visit during the Indian economic congress, and I feel very happy because I have always believed that although I am a science student, I have always made my effort to walk with humanities and social sciences, because I think that science is incomplete unless we do that. And Professor Malhotra, while at UGC, we developed some phenomenal schemes such as STRIDE, wherein humanities funding was provided. Why I mentioned this? Because as a science student, I know that it is very easy, relatively easy for me to get research funding in India for my science projects, but it is very difficult to get funding for humanities or for that matter even social sciences. So during ICSSR tenure, I have seen how Professor Malhotra transformed that. And this book which he was present during the launch of this book in Delhi, I must tell you that this book was brewing in my mind for last 20 years. My original work is related to Ayurvedic concept of dosha prakriti and their genetic connotation. When I was reading Ishavasya Upanishad, the Purna Mantra, I thought that there is so much to learn. So, be it Ishavasya or Taittiriya Upanishad, Prajnanam Brahma, what are they trying to tell us? What are these Mahavakyas? These were in my mind, and I was trying to really interpret them in my own way. But I must tell you that this book has evolved. Although me and Indu Ramchandrani may have appeared on the cover as authors, I believe that this book has evolved, it has unfolded, and many, including many of you who are present here, might have interacted with me. So those thoughts have impregnated in my mind, and they have come out. We are just as a medium. Om here is something which is not only related to Bharatiya Gyan Parampara. We are giving Om as an expression of the highest order, and genome is an expression of the modern science, and not just genome in terms of the DNA. So we are trying to build in, and the earlier name of this book was Om to Genome, but as the book evolved, I realized that the Om to Genome trajectory is not correct. Ultimately, genome should come back to Om, and why I am saying so is in science we are told to believe that only empirical evidence is true. What I can see, what I can perceive through my senses is true. Beyond that, I don't accept anything. But is it true? Science is evolving. Today I may not be able to understand it, but tomorrow I can. And therefore, yesterday's science fiction can become today's reality, or it has become today's reality. When I was growing, it was Star Trek and Star Wars as science fiction. Today it has become reality. So we are saying that this ancient knowledge system, why can't we look at sources of innovation? We are not debating whether in Ramayana there was Pushpak Viman or not. But I am saying that even imagining Pushpak Viman at that time was such a great innovation at that time. So we should really try to look at our own knowledge system from different aspects, from different perspectives. And that's what we are trying to do in this book. We are saying that Gyan, Vigyan and Pragyan. Pragyan, what I am trying to tell is, there is no English word, so we have used in the book as a subtitle, Evolving Journey of Science to Meta-Science. And we are saying that science, all said and done, has been used more for satisfying my own ego, for my own greed, and not that much for people or for nature. And therefore, we are saying that there is a time now for science to really sit back, take a critical look to the trajectory which we are taking. Science is not just to create new weapons, science is not just to create new and new comfort gadgets, science is for well-being, science is for search of truth, So this somehow we are getting lost. And how can we really, and this question we have raised in the book, that scientist or science, who is driving today's science? Is today's science being driven by business? Is it driven by profits? Or is it driven by need for people and nature? These are the questions we have raised in the book. And in the book we have raised so many questions. This book does not give any prescription. It does not give any result. It does not give any answer. It actually raises questions, And I think today we are living in a thinking deficient society. So we need to really stimulate thinking, especially in education institute. And this is one of the objective of this book, to raise questions, and give information, contemporary information, futuristic information, ancient information, in a language which today's generation can understand and appreciate. So this is what, so you will see that the book starts with the marvels of science and technology, and then we move along with the perils of science and technology, and we have given enough examples of each of them. And then we are raising questions like what is the origin of life, what is life, what is mind, what is the difference between thinking and knowing. And I'll keep that away because I could see that earlier speakers, what they were talking about, the holism, consumerism, and the way in which Bharatiya Gyan Parampara looks at the whole thing, in a holistic manner, or our basic ideology or ethos, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, you will find that resonance of all that which was discussed earlier, you will find that in this book we have tried to capture. And we are saying finally in this book that while science should emerge or evolve into something called meta-science, or Gyan, Vigyan and Vigyan to Pragyan, this transformation is necessary. Because Pragyan, we are saying that meta-science is an ill-defined term. Meta-science in our book is not metaphysics, nor it is meta-analysis. Meta-science, we are saying that it's a science of science. If science looks at nature, meta-science should look at nature of that nature. So these are very, very different thoughts which we have drawn from primary 5 or 6 sources. The Darshan Shastra, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Gita, Swami Vivekananda's thoughts, all these we have tried to really capture and try to present it in a different fashion. And then we are raising question, who am I? What is my identity? Why I am here? What is the purpose? The purpose is not just ikigai. It is Purushartha. Purushartha is much broader term, And then what is death? What happens after death? Is it death a beginning or end? What is it? And then at the end we are saying that it is time now that we have entered into Anthropocene in an extensive consumerism society. Already some nations are going back to minimalism, which is our own root, my mentor Dr. Mashalkar talked about more for less for more, MLM. He calls it as Gandhian engineering. So we are, and in our own, I think we talk about Shubha Labh, because this is a economics conference, I also would like to mention about this. The Shubha Labh concept is extreme. There has to be some values, there has to be some ethics, and extreme greed is one of the most important reasons for the menace we are today we are witnessing. We are already in Anthropocene. Anthropocene meaning total weight of the biomass is now less than human-made mass. And the whole humanity versus nature, there is no question of either or. We survive both together or we are going to extinct together. The UNDP report 2020 talked about the next frontier, human development and the Anthropocene. Officially, we are now from Holocene traveled into Anthropocene. Therefore, if we want to really change it in the book, we are saying we have to now try to move towards what we call it as own seed, And future business and economics should transcend towards more responsible, humane, considerate and sustainable practices which are rooted in our own principles like Shubhala. And I also would like to take example here of the Meta Society, what Immanuel Kant talked about the kingdom of ends. This is not something utopian, we can achieve it. How can we do that using our own system, and why genome should come back to Om, how Om can guide genome, or how ancient wisdom can guide modern science to come back on the track of the humanity, back on the track of well-being, and back on the track of actually universal well-being. We call this as Ramarajya, or Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So you will find reflections of all this in this book. There is a lot to talk about this book, but I am going to leave it to you. Please read this book and give your critique and suggestions, because we think that unless we present our own knowledge in the contemporary fashion without compromising both, on one side the rigor of science and other side the purity of our thoughts, unless we are able to do that, and today world is really looking for this knowledge. Earlier speakers talked about that the Western world is awakening. They are looking for solutions. My study subject is health sciences, so I can tell you that the world is looking for holistic solutions from yoga and Ayurveda, because allopathy is failing in many conditions. So we need an integrative or holistic approach. You will find reflections of all this in this book. Finally, I will tell you that this book, when was presented, Dr. Malhotra will remember, I wanted to present this book by way of art form based on our own Indian classical tradition. So with one of the renowned Bharatanatyam guru, we created a performance, Bharatanatyam performance, which is named as a dance of science and spirituality. And Shankar Mahadevan has sung that song with his excellent voice. Please Google science and spirituality dance and you will get this is just 12 minutes, but it gives you the essence of the book which we are trying to tell you, which is based on Pindi Brahmandi Nyaya, Purush Prakriti, which is also based on Pradnanam Brahma or Purna Mantra. These are some of the guiding principles, and the various ways in which we look at Darshana, various ways in which we look at knowledge, Paravidya and Aparavidya. What are they? And all these thoughts coming from Upanishads and all these Mahaprashnas coming from Upanishads, we are trying to address them in a very humble way. So thank you again, Dr. Malhotra, for this wonderful opportunity, and it's great to listen to other speakers as well on this very, very important subject. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Patwar, for being among us and telling our learned audience of economics largely and from policy domains about the idea of the book and how we need to go back to our basic philosophy, where from the Ganga really originates, the Ganga of Jnana. Right. We have our next speaker as Dr. Balasubramanian, about whom I just said that I was associated and I came to know about him through his two works which he has recently published, one being Economics and the other being Dharmonomics. Dr. Balasubramanian is a reputed economist, author, whose key areas of interest include global macroeconomics, economic trends in emerging markets, new growth models, Indian and Dharmic culture, and innate passion for India's future economy happening, foreign policy. He has also worked at IEA. So he has given his new model of Dharmonomics which is a function of KDC, which largely stands for Dharmic Capital, Dharmic Ecosystem, and Shreni Dharma. So over to Dr. Balasubramaniam to explain his book a little more to our audience.
Thank you, Professor Malhotra. It's an honor to be part of this discussion. I want to thank Indian Economic Association for also inviting me for this discussion as well. Professor Malhotra has been very kind to launch my second book, as well as also have kind words about my first book as well. As one of the probably younger members of the audience, I take the liberty to sort of propose audacious questions, because conventional macroeconomic thinking, especially in India, has been sort of enshrined within a particular mold, and I think that sort of needs to evolve. So there are two research questions which I've fundamentally deal with in my research. The first of which is, what is the indigenous Bharatiya economic model? As India moves towards Viksit Bharat, I think that's a very important question. You look at most of the countries who have evolved into superpowers, economic or otherwise, there's been a sort of an undercurrent of an inspiration for their economic frameworks. Whether you take modern day capitalism, which is an offshoot of, say, Protestant ethic, whether you take the Chinese economic model, or even the Japanese economic models. Most of them are inherently inspired from their indigenous principles and values. So I think it's important to answer this question. So this was the first research question. The second one is, what is the role of norms, culture, and narratives in economic policy and economic decision making, especially at the micro and macro level, at the individual level as well as at the corporate and some national level. So these two important research questions drive quite a bit of my research related to the books. For the first question, when I went and sort of started researching, I found very little material. So that led to my first book, Economics for Modern Times, where my primary argument is Kautilya's Arthashastra proposes a theory of dharmic capitalism, where the role of dharma plays an important foundation to both the state and the market, according to Kautilya. I define dharma through, dharma is a multidimensional word, but I define it through the prism of ethics, responsibilities, and harmony, engaging with the rest of the world as well as social harmony, and then map it to the role of institutions through the idea of engaging with the world, and also through the idea of sustainability and sustainable growth and welfare. So these maps onto the concept of a state which is strong but non-intrusive, wealth creation via global outlook, and sustainable growth and welfare. Primarily being, I think this book tries to take on some of the misnomers of the past, which of course includes, one of them includes, that Adam Smith was somehow the inventor of economics. Much of my work and Professor Balbij Dhak's work, who was a pioneer in this field, to whom I want to also dedicate this, is that the role of ancient thinkers like Kautilya were far ahead of their times in terms of even basic economic foundational concepts. Things like opportunity cost, demand supply frameworks, the idea of asymmetric information, the idea of minimum wages. There are a variety of concepts which have sort of emanated from our ancient thinkers. Kautilyanomics deals with these issues and then contextualizes it to today's times in terms of trade, in terms of inequality, in terms of labor contracts, in terms of sustainable growth and welfare, and a variety of other features in Kautilyanomics for modern times. as an extension of this, what I notice is that, this prosperity that we are speaking about, especially in ancient Bharat, I think did not happen by chance. I think there was a sophisticated framework behind it, which I showcased through my first book. And then I find this as an extension, to other parts as well. Excuse me, I think someone has
Can
stopped me.
everyone please mute? Can everyone please mute? There is no voice coming.
Excuse me, can you mute? Ms. Sharma, can you please mute your phone, mic please? Yeah.
कौन नहीं सोचता है कि कौन नहीं सोचता सोचते बड़े इसमें मतलब ये बात है ये हम सोचते हैं सोचते
डिलीट कर रिमूव कर दो
I'm really enjoying your talk, but I hope this stops you.
Yeah.
रिमूव कर दो रिमूव कर दो
Now it is resolved. You can please.
Okay. Is there a way to close it and then take it back in? Bring us back in?
भैया ऐसे नहीं होगा पार्टिसिपेंट में जाइए वहाँ से
There
रिमूव
is no participant online, in fact, other than the three that we wanted. I do not know how somebody is connected. Right. So, they are removing her. Right?
We close this Zoom and then log in back.
Moderator just
बंद कर देना अब सब शुरू कर देना
Music, kindly call her.
यही सुनते हैं बैठ के पता चलेगा डॉक्टर ने क्या कर रही
Dr. Subramania?
That is what I'm asking. Her number is continuously going busy.
Hello.
So we'll check.
Dr. Subramanian?
Or at least we can call Sharma to communicate to Sir,
we have no idea who is she.
From
Now she has been completely.
Dr. Subramanian, can you begin again?
She will come back again. She's not yet mute.
Am I audible, Dr. Subramanian? Dr. Subramanian? Am I audible?
You don't know what she did.
Okay, I think it's fine now. Can you hear me, Professor Bhushan?
Yes, please. Please
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, please go ahead. So I'll probably continue.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, in my, I was speaking about economics, the idea of dharmic capitalism, the role of dharma beyond the state and the market. I move on in my subsequent book, where I find that a lot of the common era kingdoms, the Cholas, Pallavas, Pandyas, Kamboja in Cambodia, Southeast Asia, all of them have these dharma-based economic frameworks at various levels. And I argue that they include capital and dharmic capitalism, which I mentioned, and they also include the dharmic ecosystem, which is basically the temple-based economy. Surprisingly enough, between 6th century and 7th century CE till about 13th century CE, most of Southeast Asian kingdoms, especially in Cambodia, had the temple-based economy as its core economic model. And the Cholas, for example, had it as an important part of their model, but they had other elements as well. Whereas in Southeast Asia, it was integral to their economic framework and narrative. So I showcase this, what I define as the dharmic ecosystem and the economics that it provides through these common kingdoms. And then the role of Srini Dharma, the idea of a modern corporation, the entities of a modern corporation, were all incorporated in the Shrenis, which were egalitarian, inclusive, had people across caste, creed, and culture, and even nationality. You had Jews as part of them. They were all sort of multinational corporations who were there in various parts of the world. They played an important role in driving commerce. And this notion that somehow it opened up just after 1990 is a major misnomer. Much of our past has been engaging not just with ideas with the rest of the world, but engaging with commerce with the rest of the world. You had the Cholas conquering Southeast Asia because of sort of a trade war with the guild called Ainur. In Tamil it's called 500, which were trading from Bharat all the way to China via the Straits of Malacca. So much of these entities had integral sort of elements of what we define as corporate governance and multinational sort of governance systems in ancient Bharat. This is what I call Srini Dharma. So in Dharmanomics, I deal with capital and dharmic capitalism, dharmic ecosystem in Srini Dharma. And this covers about 2,500 years. But my primary argument is that the economic prosperity that Bharat had, the majestic 30-story temple in Tanjavur, the various architectural marvels that we see, were not some random event of population and random event of without any thinking. There was a sophisticated thought process, an economic, socio-economic thought process, and that facilitated this prosperity. And this is something that I think all of us should be aware. Any society which is which wants to aspire to be an economic superpower first needs to come to terms or understand a lot of this past. And I think an attempt, I've spent almost 6, 7 years or even a decade trying to bring about rigorous scholarship not just fanciful sort of, simplified thinking, but regular scholarship that deals with some of these issues in a coherent, in a contextual manner that appeals to an educated, sort of anglicized mind, and bring them back to some of these ideas, which have been there in a lot of our ancient texts. I also do what I call triangulation of evidence, because much of the data that you see, especially in the past, including Angus Madison's data, what one should look for is the trend lines that we see, in terms of how these countries were, how India and China were, in terms of economic prosperity during the common era period. Because the absolute data is, something which is again an approximation. Informal data today itself is contentious. So, thousands of years back, one needs to be sort of wary of, taking data alone. So I use data as one part of my research. Another part of my research is what I use secondary evidence, in terms of inscriptions, in terms of translations, in terms of textual references to a lot of these ancient texts. And the third part of my triangulation is anecdotal research. You had a lot of these traders from Greece, from Europe, from China, who were all in Bharat during this time, who had given a lot of accounts of how Bharat was prosperous during this time and what are some of the elements of it. So I use some of this research as well, so that there's a triangulation of research. So there's a concept which I emanate in one of these books. It would triangulate with both the data, it would triangulate with the secondary research of inscriptions and that sort, and then the anecdotal research as well, so that we provide a sort of a rigorous holistic scholarship on this subject. So this is what my books deal with, but the question really I want to pose to you is, how does it affect us today? Because that's eventually the question many people ask. And I think that it's an important question which we need to deal with directly. Most of our, what we define as the way of life makes a very important impact, this dharmic way of life, in our economic decision making, both at the individual level as well as at the macro level. So for example, if you take the UPI transactions for the last year, the highest number of UPI transactions happened during the week of Diwali. So the role of culture and economic decision making for an individual is highly intertwined, especially on non-essential expenditures. So I think that is a very important trait, consumption trait, that one needs to sort of acknowledge and appreciate for policymakers. And most of economic decision choices which people make are all linked to our cultural norms and narratives. So I think in understanding how this dharmic way of life, which is played out over a period of 2,500 years as a form of experience, which in the modern day world deals with economic choices, behavioral choices, is a very important research question. And secondly, if you take the corporate world, most of corporations, the top 15, 20 corporations in Bharat, even today, are all family-owned enterprises in some form or the other. So their decision making, is highly linked to, again, cultural norms and narratives. And what are these? How do they make decisions? What are the consequences of this decision for the macroeconomy? I think these are all questions that we need to explore more and more in a rigorous scholarship. And my research tries to allude that. My third book, which is a trilogy, which is the third part of this, trilogy, tries to deal with some of these questions of how policy making can be improved by acknowledging and appreciating some of these facts. And I think you see that in implementation. For example, the success of such Bharat scheme, especially in rural areas, is an example of how policy making is aligned with the way of life. This concept of saucham, which we call it as a principle of dharma, which deals with cleanliness, which we have in our own houses, it is being transferred to the neighborhood through the master scheme of, for example, the Prime Minister and the popularity of the Prime Minister. So much so that when you go to rural areas today, except for the main bazaar street, most of the other streets are fairly clean. And the effectiveness of policy making has improved to a much higher percentage because people see this as their sort of dharmic responsibility. So what I'm trying to say is, when policy making becomes aligned to the way of life, your effectiveness, efficiency of policy making becomes far more higher because it's almost on an autopilot. You don't need the state to come and intervene. So much of ancient Bharat functioned this way. Despite multiple kingdoms, multiple rulers ruling, there was an economic prosperity which was thriving. I think that is an important principle which we see even today. So I think it's very important for policymakers to acknowledge this way of life and have policy aligned with this way of life, not the other way. And lastly, I want to also say that look, this type of research has been done in the West significantly. George Attercroft, for example, the Nobel Prize winner in 2001 for his asymmetric information, has done extensive work on identity economics, the role of norms and narratives in Western societies. Similarly, even Gary Becker, in his earlier research in the United States, talks about the role of culture and discrimination and things like that in economic and its impact on economies. Similarly, you have people like Abner Reef and others who have done work from Stanford on similar subjects. What I'm trying to say is, a lot of international research has gone about understanding how these norms and narratives play an important role. Yet the cradle of cultural norms and narratives, which is what we are in Bharat, which applies to us even today in most of our, either in the informal sector, which provides 70-75% or more of employment, or in the role of our individual economic decision making and corporate decision making, where it plays an important role. There is very little, rigorous research done. I think one needs to also look at expanding research into these areas so that we have a holistic, understanding of these ideas. Because eventually, if you want to be Viksit Bharat, this entire behemoth called the informal economy, as well as this dharmic way of life, also has to evolve to that, that positioning. And unless we understand this and align policy making to this, in my view, we're not going to get there. Because, this way of life is thousands of years in the making. This way of life is not adjust to what, a bunch of people want to determine in terms of policy from a centralized institution. So I think one needs to be aware that, policy making needs to be aligned with this for us to have effective outcomes. With this, I will, wrap up my comments, and thanks to Professor Malhotra for providing this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. Thank you for giving your time and waiting for so long. In fact, I know what time should it be in United States, and still we kept you waiting for that. There was some unwanted connection in between, in fact, and we could not remove that connection, and you had little inconvenience as a result of that. Our apologies for that. So we have now with us Professor P. Kanak Savapati, and I will not say a word after that because I have already requested Professor Kanak Savapati to conclude with his remarks. And I request Professor Kanak Savapati, since we have to begin our next session within 10-12 minutes, I request Professor Kanak Savapati to please give his concluding remarks, taking just 7 to 8.
Thank you, dear Professor Malhotra, distinguished economists, scholars. We have had a very interesting session, and from Professor Panchamukhi, Dr. Patwardhan, Dr. Desai, Dr. Balasubramaniam, they have all presented their views in their own unique way based on their research and experience backgrounds. As far as India's knowledge contribution in economics is concerned, it's enormous. Perhaps more than any other country in the world. It's and it continues even today. The contributions continue, not through theories. Just now, Balasubramaniam was mentioning, not through textbooks, maybe some because of the influence of culture and our traditions. Of course, we have written our first book on economics. We have the first corporate system, Srinis, that Balasubramaniam was mentioning, and different types of business organizations like partnership, etc. First commercial cities of 5,000 years back, and maybe first superpower in the world some 2,000 years back. All these are contributions of Indian knowledge system. But what are the major contributions, in my opinion? 3, 4 are important. Then I will come to the contemporary aspect. Economics, unlike we understand, of course now we are understanding as students, we were all students, we were taught that economics is a standalone subject. That is how Westerners presented economics. So economics is not a standalone subject, but it is a part of the larger system, product of culture, and influenced by family, society, and other factors, political, regional factors. So this was the major contribution of India to the economics as a subject as a whole. So economics is a wholly integrated subject. This is the first aspect. Then second, over the centuries, India has shown that we can have sustainable systems over a large period. For about, even if we take the last 2 millennia for which we have recorded data available, for about 1,700 years, in spite of setbacks, etc., maybe even 1,700, 800 years, 18th centuries, our economic systems remain sustainable. So we have to see what has happened. In fact, Dr. J.C. Kumarappa, Gandhian economist, he has mentioned it as permanent economic system. So we have had a permanent economic system, we have to learn from it. Their contributions, economy of permanence. The aspect was that there was a good balance of different sectors of economy in the earlier period. Now we talk of agricultural sector going down, service sector dominating. In the earlier centuries, if we see, there was fine balance sometimes. But many times there is a good balance between all the different sectors. As economists, we have to study and find out. And fourth, which Balasubramaniam was emphasizing, ethical economic systems were there, practices were there in different fields, particularly in economics. That's why I was mentioning about Tirukural, Arthasastra and all. I know in Tirukural, a special chapter, exclusive chapter is there on means of wealth. In one chapter he says why earning wealth is important. Second chapter, how we want to earn wealth. It's called means of wealth, Porul Sayal Vagai. He says if you earn wealth through only through dharmic ways, you should have pleasure as well as the satisfaction. So these are all some of the aspects. I think major contributions of Indian economy permanently is these 4 or 5 factors. Maybe we can think about it very seriously. But what about the contemporary period? In spite of all the deformities that we have, even today when we get to the field studies, we understand that our systems are better and we have to learn from them. One is that, we have shown the world, because for the last 50 years, they were saying that only 2 economic models are there and those 2 are universal. It applies to all the countries. India showed the world that economic progress is possible even without following the standard universal models, namely capitalism and etc. This is the first, I think, impact. Second one, post 1947, after independence, Indian governments, they have been implementing macroeconomic policies based on Western experiences, initially socialism, then later this globalization. But in spite of them, we have been progressing. So at the macroeconomic level, government level, they have been supporting this. But at the field level, people have been following our own system based on our own native experiences. Then the third aspect that I wanted to mention is that our systems, functioning systems clearly show, even the contemporary systems clearly show that culture, family, society, they have a very major role in the economic and business systems even today. So we have our own native models which we have to study and improve. Then the fourth aspect that I understand is that India has the inherent capacity to come up every time whenever it faces difficulty. For example, during the British period, we faced serious difficulty. But after independence, in a period of just 70 years, we have become the third largest economy in terms of GDP, and we are the most potential nation. Even after post-corona, we were the first nation, perhaps, to come up fast. So this shows our inherent capacity as a nation. And India has a huge untapped potential even today. We have enormous skills, traditional skills, which we have to understand. Of course, government is taking a few steps like Vishwakarma scheme and all, but there is huge scope for policy makers to learn. And we have, in our own field studies, we have noticed that there are many innovations taking place at the field level. Even at the cluster level businesses, MSME sector, the cluster, many grassroots innovations are taking place and functioning. This we have to take note of and then study. As far as the implications are concerned for economists and policy makers, we should realize that there are functioning realities in India even today, and we have to recognize them. Then the second aspect is that, as Shamika Ravi was mentioning, there is scope for reorientation of our field studies, and I am extremely hopeful that with Dr. Malhotra as the chairman and many economists at the helm in the Indian Economic Association, we have to take it up. This is the right time to reorient our economic research. One area, for example, if you see entrepreneurship, which our earlier speaker was mentioning, India has its own system of entrepreneurship building system. Chettiar community, they divide the life into 8 stages. First 8 years, second 8 years, third 8 years. There are all systems available which we have to study. I think this is a critical time. This is time for Indian Economic Association and the economists to take stock of what has happened and to plan for the future. So thank you very much.
So we conclude this session on this note itself. Thanks to all the panelists, especially to Dr. Balasubramaniam, who has spent his night almost well to join us on this occasion. I'm extremely thankful to you. Thanks to Professor Bhushan Patwardhan also, who has been so kind that whenever we requested him to be among us, despite being a scientist, he has been more vocal for the social sciences like economy. So thank you, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, and thank you for sharing your thoughts on a monumental work like From Genome to Om. Thank you, my co-panelists, Dr. Jayesh Kumar and Professor P. Kanak Sabapati also for sharing your thoughts on this occasion. And my thanks also to the highly esteemed presence of Professor V.R. Panchamuki, who has been a great guiding force to all of us. We know his contributions, several of us have read his books, his papers, and we have grown under his guidance. I remember the early 2000s and late 1990s, how he was guiding me personally to take some shape in days to come. So my personal thanks to Professor V.R. Panchamuki and my thanks on behalf of the entire association to you and for guiding us all through these times and continuing to guide us in the future also. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you to the Honorable Chair and our delegates for the esteemed present. It was truly a thought-provoking session. Thank you everybody for being so patient. I now would like to request Professor V.K. Malhotra to honor Professor P. Kanak I really need to learn how to. Professor. A big round of applause for Professor K. Khalil for being with us today. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you, everybody.
I remembered his name like that. Connect first, Sabha heard thereafter.
Yes, sir. We now have a short tea break, and then we resume our session for a special guest lecture at 6 p.m. I request everybody to please join the lecture. Thank you. Please be seated by 5:50 as we begin sharp at 6 o'clock for the.
Before Corona, they were but what happened during the Corona period, we came down due to the economic imbalances took place due to COVID-19, then we came down. Then again now we moved forward to the original economy. Then expected that next year we have the fourth largest economy, and 2030 we move over to the third largest economy according to the WHO. But what we can say that the economy has a lot of issues. That's what Samira Madam is sitting here to listen to the economic review, so that all these reviews will be forwarded to the government of India to make appropriate policy changes. But what are the policy changes taken for the last 6 or 7 years, particularly after the Corona period, to put Indian economy on the right track is generally to municipal period. But this municipal period started from 2020, May onwards, because the Corona economy, Corona period wanted to put Indian economy on the right track. That started from May 2020. Mr. Modi has announced a policy strategy known as the Atmanirbhar Bharat program. Atmanirbhar Bharat program is based on 5 pillars, economy one pillar. That's what yesterday Subramaniam was giving a lot of explanation. How our GDP will be multiplied to reach the $55 billion economy. This is the first pillar. And infrastructure and investment second pillar. Then technology driven system third pillar. Then science, research and development, the fourth pillar, then maximum governance, minimum government. These are the fourth pillar of the Atmanirbhar Bharat program. Then this is announced in May 2020. Then that year itself, Government of India came with farm bills, Government of India with labor code, Government of India came with so related reforms in new education policy. Also, part of this Atmanirbhar Bharat program. Then 2021, when Madam Sitaraman is presenting her budget, she came with another 6 pillars of all the 5 pillars. These 6 pillars generally we used to call health and well-being one pillar, and infrastructure investment, financial capital one pillar, then inclusive development for aspirational India one pillar, and human resource development another pillar. Then vibrant economy one pillar. Then Madam said also came with another. This is another pillar of making India vibrant economy, and like there were 6 pillars. Say like in 2021 budget, 22 budgets. She came with again gave much importance for infrastructure. That's what the body safety program. She came with 7 engines of growth: world class airport, world class port, world class water transport system, world class port system, massive transport system, then international container transshipment system. These are 7 engines of growth. 2022 budget. Then 23 budgets came with another 7 important prioritized areas. These prioritized areas are known as sub-30 programs. Inclusive development program, infrastructure investment program, youth development program, green development program, reaching the last mile another program, and unleashing the potential program, financial capital another program. These are the 7 programs are known as sub-30 programs. are prioritized areas of the government of India. Then 2024, I mean, before presenting the major budget, Madam came with the interim budget. In that budget only, government of India decided to focus only on 4 major areas. Unless these 4 areas are addressed properly, scientifically, systematically for the next 25 years, plan, 23 years, the American strategy. If these 4 issues are not addressed or not solved, India, our GDP will be 55 trillion as was studying. But whether our basic problem would be addressed, would be resolved to reach the status of Viksit Bharat, that the 4 important areas were identified. These 4 areas are perennial right from India's independence. Poverty, one important problem. Then women empowerment, socio-economic development of women, another important issue. Then skill development of the youth, one important program. Then poverty, another important program. These are the 4 areas, government of India identified. Agriculture, socio-economic development of farmers. Poverty, socio-economic development of farmers, socio-economic development of women, and skill development of youngsters. These are the 4 areas, and these 4 areas should be addressed scientifically within next 23 years. Then only we can reach the status of Viksit Bharat. Economic development will be there, no doubt about that. But to reach all-round economic development comparable to the country of China, comparable to the country of South Korea or America or European countries, we have to address these 4 important issues. This is what is presented in the interim budget. And now from 2022, 21, 22, 23, 24, these are the budget presentations presented with the target of reaching the Viksit Bharat 2047. And remaining things, how to implement all these policy programs we are discussing here. And now I give the process to the chairman, and we will initiate the presentation. We have with us Professor Vijay from Manipur University, and Professor Harsha from Punjab University, and now they
Thank you. I won't say much. I will simply say that we are passing through very interesting phase, and we are actually in the process of redefining everything. We are actually in the name of indigenizing everything we have learned, we have understood. We are changing every parameter. So we are actually through very interesting times, and there's nothing like hard and fast of this. This is the final thing. Everything is under the scanner, and we are trying to ensure. Not even the very discipline of economics. Economics also, there is a very serious demand to indigenize the perspectives. So we have, all that I can say is that we are passing through a very interesting and very challenging time. And we will have the presentations. So kindly, kindly see who are the speakers. Please call up them. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much. So we are, without wasting any of our time, now I would like to call up our first presenter.
So good evening, everyone. So we are here. We are already running short of time. So first of all, my greetings to the leading coordinator, Professor Najanji, and Chair, Professor Vijay Kumarji. And now we are here for presentation. By 6, we know that there is a new session that is going to begin. So we will be giving 7 to 8 minutes for presentation, followed by reception after presentation. Right. So your name please. Shivani will be helping us with the buzzer. That's the 7 to 8 minutes. First 7, then at second. 1D has been discussed here. Democracy, demand, that is democracy, you know, that is a big power. Demand because we have a big size, and this is also in the age group of, it is a middle income class that creates demand, the rural sector that creates demand, right? And the third is the demographic dividend. So this is three things are very important which make India, as Sir has said, because we have reached a stage where we can redefine everything. So we have covered a long journey, reaching a stage where we have strengths, inherent strengths, but we need to look up to our weaknesses also. So I will be announcing names, sir, or we have to give it to you. Right, the first presentation is by Arun Kumar Jalan, Prabir Biswas, Sarup Mitra. Okay, second, not here, A.M. Jose. So we start with third.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, A.M. Okay, Namrata Yadav and A.M. Jose. Right. First is yours. From MMDU School of Economics. Integrating traditional farming techniques into organic agriculture. A comparative analysis of Haryana's practice with global standards.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank IEA for giving me this opportunity. So, without wasting any time, I just
There is one announcement because there will be best paper award also. So please keep in mind while making presentation, you have to keep time in mind, your presentation and your content of the paper. Right? This was the announcement so that you don't miss on that.
So, the focus of the paper would be integration of Haryana's traditional farming techniques with the global organic agricultural standard. Before I start, I will just give a small brief about the key traditional farming practices that, in Haryana, which would be natural soil fertility management, crop rotation and intercropping, which revolves around alternating the crops, cultivating complementary plants so as to preserve the soil nutrient along with so as to curb the pest infections also. I'm sorry, the time is less, so I'm just jumping from one slide to another. I just jump into the objectives. So the objectives of the paper would be integration of traditional and organic practices so as to align Haryana's traditional organic methods with the global organic standard. Second is to evaluate economic feasibility, as in to access the cost which would be required for this transition. There should be market opportunities and long-term sustainability also. The third objective would be to address the certification process so as to simplify the process and also reduce the cost so that it is accessible to the small and the marginal farmer. The fourth objective would be to promote environmental sustainability, enhance the biodiversity and increase the fertility, the health of the soil. The last objective is to recommend policy, to have policy recommendations which would be emphasizing on a community-based support along with the government. So few papers have been reviewed. I took up some case studies. I'll just cite within the India examples along with the global, what can we learn from the rest of the world.
Skip the review, just come to your work.
Okay. So for the paper, I have evaluated alright, so the approach has been, secondary data has been analyzed and a cost-benefit analysis has been done. There has been a comparison of the traditional and the organic farming practices in terms of cost, yield and market access. Alright, so what Haryana can learn from the global, what we can learn from rest of the world. Alright, if we look at Europe, in Europe, the key characteristics for organic farming have been the importance which is given to biodiversity, crop diversity, and there has been a rigorous certification process. And also, there have been a lot of support from the government in terms of subsidy and the training given to the farmers. So, Haryana, the relevance for Haryana would be that Haryana can adopt this for long-term sustainability and have a community-supported agriculture. If you look at US, so US is more market-driven. It's market-driven. It also have a certification process which is very stringent, and crop rotation which has been there in Haryana as well. So we can probably promote it more, and along with that there is technological advancement. So Haryana from US, we can take this lesson that we should simplify the certification process. Digitalization should be promoted. And alright, from Southeast Asia, we can see how to integrate, how to streamline the process of integration of the traditional practices with the modern agriculture strategies. Also, if you compare different traditional farming techniques, if you look at soil management, traditionally Haryana has been using cow dung, natural fertilization. This can be used in, the emphasis can be on crop rotation as well as usage of green manure. Haryana's techniques are closely related to it, and we should try to promote more crop rotation, and this can be enhanced further. Then if you look at pest control, local practices of pest control have been cost effective, but there is a lack of documentation. So again, emphasize on certification process, simplification of the certification process. Same with water usage, we have, there is still scope of improvement. We have been relying on canal system. So as to meet the global standard, we should try for different sorts of irrigation like drip irrigation. Also, there are other aspects also. Given the time constraint, I would jump into it. I'll just conclude that we should try to learn from what is happening within the country as well as what is happening outside the country. Importance should be given on certification along with digitalization, which will help in integration of the traditional methods with the global standards. Thank you so much. I will stop here.
Can we just chat to me 1 minute?
This joint paper.
Yeah, joint paper. Everyone. In fact, Namrata is doing work on the organic agriculture in Haryana. The purpose, of course, just a previous session we were looking into the Indian knowledge system and how we can integrate to the Indian economy. That is one. Second, sustainability of our agriculture practices. This is very important. As far as we know, Haryana's groundwater level is going down, the fertility of soil is declining. Many the modern agriculture practices after the Green Revolution, in fact, degrade our soil, adversely affecting the health. Coming from Kerala, every district there is, the cancer hospitals, because of excess use of pesticides. It is very important to have sustainable agriculture, and she just started her work. She is exploring the things, and if any suggestions from your side, it will be very helpful for her. So this is the purpose, to know how we can integrate the traditional knowledge system in agriculture to the modern agriculture practices. Very, very important. We have to meet the global standards. We have to export other countries. We have to have storage facilities. All these things we have to look into. With this small words, thank you all. Thank you.
Professor, a few years back, Sri Lanka had a severe economic problem. You may be knowing.
I know that.
And one of
the mic is not working.
So one of the basic reasons for Sri Lanka's problem was the adoption of organic farming system in the tea estate and most all the other areas. Suppose if Haryana is adopting the system severely, what would happen? The farmers' economic level. What are the incentive programs to help the farmers to come out of the loss they are going to make? Suppose if the yield is very less, if they are not making profit, what are the supporting system available by the provided by the Haryana government in support on the farmers?
Yeah, actually this is what is due to the changing the demand pattern of Indian agriculture. Actually there is a demand shift. Haryana was relying on wheat and paddy, but these crops, vegetables and other diversity crops, is livelihood crops. And Haryana, of course, depending near to the capital city, there is a big demand for the product diversification. This is helpful for diversification and assuring income for the farmers and value-added crops. This is the concept.
Assurance is given by the government for the supporters, we know very well.
No, there is no support.
Even procuring the paddy, wheat, that's a problem I know very well about what is going on all over India. But we need not go to that extent. But about this organic-based crop alone, we can talk about that one.
Yeah, the point I am making is that, in fact, Professor Ramesh Chandra's analysis that the subsidy given crops growth rates are less in the country, whereas not subsidized growth rates are high, and their returns are high, and almost about 6 to 5%. In fact, he has written a paper on IEA already published. So that is the trend in India. The non-subsidized crops are growing at a higher rate in India. And this is what some of this knowledge we have to bring in, wherein as your concern is very important as far as regulator happened, but how we can look into integrating these things. My point is that especially institutionalization of the farming community is still very weak. So that's why government is supporting FPOs. But unfortunately FPOs in a name stage. Still we have to have better integration of a global market, better federation of the FPOs, so that we can have a better marketing, assured input supply, assured marketing facilities. This is what we are looking at.
Can we invite any other questions from the audience? Is there
Any
any
questions,
from
please
the
come in.
audience? Any questions from any of the delegates?
Please feel free, express your ideas and views to Professor Jose.
Right. One thing I just noticed that there was a cost benefit analysis on one of the objectives. The results she didn't present for that.
I couldn't reach that. So the finding is that if we adopt organic farming, the urban premium would be 20 to 30% higher than those which do not have organic farming. In the this has been studied that the initial investment would be more, but later on the reward, the gestation period, once you get the reward, it is going to be higher.
Another important with respect to infrastructure, what about fertilizer? What is the exact demand of fertilizer for this organic farming? Whether such type of fertilizer available? Compared to the chemical fertilizer, whether sufficient quantities of fertilizer is available for the farmers? Just I am asking. Sufficient quantities of fertilizer, organic fertilizer.
Okay, organic. So sir, I have actually talked in the Deputy Department of Agriculture Department. So organic farming is way broader. They are emphasizing more on natural farming. So natural in natural farming, they the whole importance is not given to the use of these organic fertilizers. It's more, I would say, loosely used. Organic farming is loosely used rather than very rigid.
But natural farming also we have to apply some natural.
Yes.
The base is different.
Yeah, actually this is the optimum use of inputs. The people, planet, profit. This concept has to apply into the agriculture also. Wherein how we can optimize the resource in agriculture. Of course, knowledge, our traditional knowledge, we have to integrate.
I could understand, Professor. Yes, earlier farmers using cow dung.
Yes.
All the leaves. What are the? Generally in Tamil Nadu and all, with the cultivation, starting the cultivation, we remove all the leaves from the trees and then put it in the paddy field and the cow dung and all the waste from our houses. But nowadays, whether these farmers are, using cow, because cow dung is not that much available everywhere.
That is an issue. Actually, the farmers also the knowledge system is not prevalent. Actually, the application of the traditional is not prevalent.
That is required.
The yield
50 years back, we had organic farming only. Our farmers practiced only the organic way of cultivation of all plants, crops, plantations, everything. But since we started giving importance to poverty,
now, see, I have been observing the Haryana agriculture for last 7 years. Basically, the farming is being given to some kind of tenant farming. The others are cultivating. Tenant farmers are just using fertilizer, pesticides as they like.
Right, thank you, sir.
This is the way we have to have some change in Haryana agriculture.
I have a very regarding this. On one side, we are just talking about your comment or question. We don't need discussion. We need, because there is a presentation, we can ask questions on presentation.
So should I ask now or?
Yes.
one question.
Okay. So ma'am, actually my point is, one side we are putting focus on organic farming, but other side the contract farming concept is increasing day by day, and these are two opposite sides.
No, absolutely.
But we are not talking about contract farming.
No, it's absolutely no.
But sir, I think
Contract farming, basically there is cooperation, so they are assigning the farmers to cultivate the way in need. So naturally the modern demand is for products which are healthy, especially urban consumers. That is in tune with this organic farming.
so those corporates are not forcing the farmers to use
Sorry. No, it is not like that. I have been working in agriculture university. I have studied this thing for many years. I know it.
So next presentation is by Ms. Simran Sharma, Dr. Ankit Nagar, Dr. Akshi Bajaj, Maharaja Agrawal Institute of Management Studies, Delhi, Doon University, Banastri Vidyarthi. I think you have all registered?
Yes.
ICT adoption for agriculture advice, investing in India.
So, good afternoon everyone. Imagine this, a farmer in rural India standing in the field holding a smartphone that could provide real-time weather forecast, crop advice. This simple device has the potential to revolutionize the productivity, but something is missing. Despite its accessibility, only about 20% of the farmers in India actually trust and adopt the technical advice which is offered through the ICT tools. Today, I take you to a journey of our research to uncover the barriers behind the slow uptake and what causes adoption and explore how we can bridge this gap. So, Agriculture Extension Service has always been the backbone of farming innovation. They are as the unseen mentors which guide the farmers towards productivity. However, data from NSSO's 70th round reveal a surprising reality. Despite their potential, ICT tools are not the farmer's go-to choice. This begs the question, why are farmers hesitant to adopt these game-changing tools? The study vision for this has been like we collected primary data to study what is happening actually on the ground. So the study reason for our study was Western UP, Meerut and Muzaffarnagar, because they have a higher percentage of agriculture, population involved in agriculture. We used Cochrane's formula for calculating the sample size, which was 384. However, we collected around 420 data of 420 farmers. The research objective was to investigate the factors which are influencing ICT adoption for agriculture advice. The method we used was logistic regression. We measured ICT adoption as a binary variable by 0 or 1. If a farmer is adopter, it is 1. If non-adopter, it is 0. So the key findings of my research have been the ICT tools and adoption barriers. We see mobile phone, which was most prevalent and highly adopted, highly accessible tool. However, the ICT adoption rate was different across the different farmer category. The most common barrier was financial constraint, which was for the marginal farmer. Their solution could be subsidies to technology or access to affordable technology. Another important barrier which emerged was lack of trust. They do not trust whatever information or advice is given in the mobile phone or whatever they see on the TV. The farmers, they are still very hesitant to trust any information coming from digital source. The factors which influenced ICT adoption included age and experience. This might be a little bit shocking that older farmers were more likely to adopt ICT tools than the younger farmers. It may be because older farmers, they are a part of cooperative and they spend more time together, so they see what all trends are happening and they are more involved in using ICT. Also, older farmer may seek reliable and updated information to complement their traditional knowledge which they have from beginning. Farming hours and income. Farmers who spend more on the farm are likely to adopt, and higher annual income is also increasing the likelihood of adoption. Of course, if I am spending more hours on the field, I will be looking for new ways how to improve my crop. So this can be the reason. Technology access is obviously a very obvious adopter. If a farmer is having a phone or if a farmer is having access to internet, the chances of adoption are more. Education and access. The head of household, if they are having a higher level of education, they are more likely to adopt the ICT tools.
Last 1 minute.
No, it's 4 minutes. Time is come. So the policy implication and recommendation of the study, they could be training programs. Targeted training programs, especially for the older farmer to use ICT tools more effectively. Accessibility, increasing accessibility to ICT infrastructure in rural areas. Accessibility in the sense not everyone could be having a phone or not every farmer could be having internet access, but however affordable options could be made available in groups so that this can be brought into the awareness campaign. To resolve the problem of trust among the farmers. Success stories could be demonstrated, success stories of neighboring farmers or success story of other farmers so that they can trust that, okay, we can trust on the advice provided by the mobile or we can trust the advice provided on the channels. So these are some of the policy implications that we can do. Thank you.
Okay, the factors that you have listed, these are the results you have found these to be the relevant factors.
Yes, these are relevant, significant results.
How many factors did you take?
So we had around 10 to 14 variables, out of which these were the significant variables.
Are you able to share with us the variables that you studied?
So I have not included the insignificant variable in this.
Your work is completed.
Yes. So this work was sponsored by SSSR. It was a minor project. It was one of the objectives of the minor project.
Similarly, what are the ICT tools in a study?
So the ICT tools that we included in our study included different types of tools. For example, television, mobile phone, the channels, DD Kisan, apps like Enam app, Sugarcane app. So there were a number of tools, and also option was given in the questionnaire, blank option, to include any other tool that we missed out. So I presented this figure. These are the number of tools that, so we have around 7 number of tools that the farmer is using, adopting. 7 was the highest number of tools that a single farmer was adopting.
Because drones have been, operationally using largely. I have not seen it yet, that's why.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next presentation is by Pradeep Kumar Singh. So are you ready with the presentation? Yes. Meanwhile, we can take up the next presentation by Professor Sakar, West Bengal State University, and his topic is Impact of Social Media on Entrepreneurship.
the chair, the co-chair and the lead panel coordinator, Professor Vijay Singh, Professor Arunachalam, and Professor Harshvardhan. My regards, and of the dais I find my colleagues, professors here and research scholars as well. So best wishes and thanks for allowing me to present the paper. Basically here this is a university level pilot project that we have started. So we have collected data on entrepreneurs who are working in the Barakpur Barasat subdivision in a particular district of Kolkata, that is North 24 Parganas, and we have tried to find out the impact of social media that they are using on the entrepreneurship skills and whether the business growth has grown after the digital media adoption. So we have started from some literature reviews, and we found that basically when we talk about social media, it is we define it as a group of internet-based applications that build on the ideological and technological foundations on Web 2, and it allows the creation and exchange of user-generated content. Now, how the entrepreneurs are leveraging this social media in their various business functions, including marketing, including operations. Basically, we find that Facebook pages, Instagram, Twitter, they are using, and the most important of the social media tools that they are using are the Facebook pages. So, various scholars have also tried to find out the role of social media on entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurs use social media for diverse purposes related to their critical operations. And we try to find out that whether they are facing challenges in identifying and accessing the expert advice through the use of social media or not. And we want to further acknowledge that the networking and collaborations with peers are significant benefits of social media. And it also influences the capability of firm performance, and it contributes towards the business growth. Now, there are many scholarly works on impact of social media and entrepreneurship, and we have tried to find out that what are the models that are being applied, and we found out that there are two types of models. One is the customer-centric approach model, and the other is the business growth model. And business-oriented frameworks actually means that the implementation of social media within the organization, and the customer-centered are outward towards the organization. So these models are already in place, and we try to find out that whether these social media are actually influencing the organizational culture. Basically, we found out that leadership has a much role to play on the use of social media. And we actually found out that there are lots of scholarly works on entrepreneurship, but the fact is that whether the social media or the digital media that is being used in rural entrepreneurship are playing a critical role or not. Basically, mainly the works are on urban entrepreneurship, but the rural entrepreneurship, whether these digital media or the social media have any role or not, that we try to identify. And for that, we have actually collected data on 80 entrepreneurs in the Barakpur division, and we reached them with certain questionnaires, and there are statements that are being incorporated in those questionnaires, and we try to find out that whether there is any impact on the business growth after they are using these social media tools like Facebook and Twitter or Instagram for their business purpose. And the demographic profile of the respondents that we can share here is that there is a pilot project for 80 respondents we have covered, and we have found out that 48% of the entrepreneurs are in the 20 to 30 years age group, 40% are in the 30 to 40 years age group, and 10% between 40 to 50 years. And the gender distribution are more or less balanced. 48% is female and 52% are male. And out of that, 54% of the respondents have told us that they have previous business experiences. They have insights gathered after using the digital media in their business strategies. And after we have collected this data, we have used the Jamovi software to identify with the help of factor analysis that what sort of factors are influencing the digital media adoption in entrepreneurship. And these are the questions that we have posed, and from the table we found that basically business situations are changing after they are using social media. Before using social media, the reach to the customer, the reach to the different stakeholders were limited, and after using social media, the reach, the engagement among the customers, the customer acquisition process is much more smoother. So we have applied the factor analysis, and we have tried to find out that what are the factors that are influencing adoption of social media. And this is a Bartlett's test of sphericity table that we have given, which shows that if the variables are correlated with each other, then we can do a factor analysis, and the result shows that it is a significant result. So we can proceed with the factor analysis in identifying what are the variables that are related with each other. And we have followed it up with the KMO test of sampling adequacy, where we found that our sample is adequate, and if the eigenvalues are greater than 1, we can identify as factors. If you see the table here, you will find that we have actually generated 3 factors from the variables that we have identified. Yeah. So the factors that we have identified are 3 factors, and we may say that the first factor have variables which actually we have given the name as perceived importance of social media for business. The second factor we have given the name as social media benefits for business growth, and the third factor we have identified and we have given the name as social media marketing advantages. So the factor analysis actually tells us that the social media have a crucial role to play in days to come in the context of entrepreneurship, in the context of rural entrepreneurship as well, because when we are using these ICT tools and digital media for the rural customers as well, so it has an impact on entrepreneurship. So if the entrepreneurs...
Sorry for the intervention. Hope you are writing.
Yeah, just 1 minute. So we can say that in a nutshell that the contemporary business landscape will have to use social media in order to engage the customers. The entrepreneurs more or less will be much more focused towards enhancing their capabilities by using social media in general and digital media in particular. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, actually we are short of time now. So we go to the next presentation.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm very happy that
Thank you.
very happy topics are coming up, and this is actually what we needed for India at the rate 2047. But because of shortage of time, we have to fast forward.
Thank you. I am Pradeep Kumar Singh, a research scholar from Banaras Hindu University. I am doing my PhD on the trade of higher education services and GATS framework, along with the NEP has been introduced. The regulation come under NEP. The objective of internationalization that has been given, that has been instructed under NEP. Along with that, I have written in this paper, since we have targeted to achieve an globalized education system, an internationalized education system. So for this, do we have such a potential? Do we have such resources? On basis of certain things, we have selected this work. So the financial challenges and the students' characteristic at the institutions and the institutional reputation of Indian universities. These three things are collectively for this study, we have sorry, sir. Can I use my
say orally, say yourself.
These three problems we have taken in consideration to complete this study. The financial function of Indian
Everybody has started walking in.
Two objectives has been taken for completing this work. That is, one is that whether
Let's come to the conclusion.
Objective, methodology, results. You go to results only. Results.
I have chosen a model, econometric model on student success because I have taken an independent variable, student success, and the financial variables and students diversity and other supports from the institution to the students. These variables are the and the impact of these variables.
We have to just 1 minute. Okay, we say about topic. No, you completed now. Over. Please.
Go on to
Just please, you say about topic.
With 1% increase in the direct cost of institutions, there are about 12% increase in students' outcome. And with 1% increase in indirect cost of the institution, there are 12% decrease in student outcome. And the social diversity of students at the institutions are positively impacted the students' outcome. It was found here 38%, and the 1% global gravity of the institution leads the institution at 10%. This is I have written here. 10% increase in student outcome.
Okay, come you finish it. Please, what? Everybody is coming.
the topic is 1 minute please.
Esteemed delegates and leader of and just a present representing the biggest Bharat, India's Madras to a developed nation. So India has a good policy. Okay. So we have formulated a good policy of Viksit Bharat, focusing on industrialization, also technological innovations and human capital formation. And altogether we have a good hope that we can go ahead with the policy of Viksit Bharat because of the divide we have, policies we have in all the sectors. We have been performing very well in case of gross enrollment ratio, personal MMDU, everything. So our voyage for Viksit Bharat is very shining, and we hope that we will do it. And we have discussed everything in the policies and publications. Thank you very much for letting me present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because of the shortage of time, we have to actually cut short to very interesting discussions, various topics raised. So once again, I congratulate all the presenters. Despite the paucity of time, they have done their best. And I also thank all the participants for patiently listening to the discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
मिक्सर में तोड़ो
ना
పరమేశ్వరరావు అండి నాకు స్పీడ్ పోస్ట్ వచ్చిందంట. హలో కరస్పాండెన్స్ కోర్సు పరమేశ్వరరావు స్పీడ్ పోస్ట్ ఏదో వచ్చింది. ఓహో మరి ఎవరున్నారు చెప్పడానికి అనిపించింది. నేను అవకాశంలో ఉన్నాను. 26 వస్తాను. వస్తారా? అదే 26 నుంచి తీసుకుంటానని చెప్పండి. ఎవరికైనా ఇచ్చుకోండి.
Namaste and a very good evening to all the eminent dignitaries and delegates present here today. I welcome you all and express a heartfelt gratitude for making your eminent presence at the P.R. Brahmananda Memorial Lecture. Let me take the honor to introduce P.R. Brahmananda. P.R. Brahmananda was an Indian economist renowned for his contribution to monetary economics and development policy. Through his career, spanning for more than 5 decades, he published more than 150 books and over 1,000 papers and articles. Brahmananda was a PhD from Mumbai University and worked there for over a span of 37 years, eventually becoming the RBI endorsement professor in marketing in monetary economics. Brahmananda, throughout his teaching career at Mumbai University, offered courses in development economics, monetary theory, and central banking. For decades-long teaching in his career, he was awarded as the Best Teacher of the Year award by the government of Maharashtra. In 2004, RBI instituted the P.R. Brahmananda Memorial Lecture Series in his memory. With these words, I now call upon the session chair, Dr. Shamika Ravi, member IEA, and Dr. Ravi is known for her extensive research and expertise in public policy, economics, and governance. She also is the conference president of IEA and a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India. Welcome you, ma'am. I now take the honor to call upon the Association President, Professor V.K. Malhotra, the Conference President, Professor V.K. Malhotra, Chairman of Madhya Pradesh State Financial Commission. Food Commission. Let me take the honor to introduce you today. Let me take the honor to introduce you today to our Honorable Speaker, Sri Sanjeev Sanyalji. Sri Sanjeev Sanyalji is currently a member of the Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister and Secretary to the Government of India. He was the Principal Economic Advisor to the Finance Minister for 5 years till February 2022. He has also represented India on many international forums such as OECD and G7 and was a co-chair of the G20's framework. He was one of the main architect of the G20's Global Action Plan that was used to coordinate the international response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Prior to joining the government, he spent over 2 decades in financial markets and was global strategist and managing director at Deutsche Bank. An alumni of Sri Ram College of Commerce, Mr. Sanyal later attended Oxford University. Mr. Sanyal is an author of a number of best-selling books including The Land of Seven Rivers, India in the Age of Ideas, to name a few. He co-authored and edited the Economic Survey of the Government of India between 2017 and 2022. Sir, we are highly honored to have you us with today. With these words, I now invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Harish Sharma, to extend a floral welcome to Shri Sanyalji. I also invite Professor D.K. Madan, Secretary, IEA, to join the panel.
Thank you. Namaskar. Good evening, everyone. It gives me special pleasure. This is the third session I'm chairing since yesterday. But this one is special. One, because it's a memorial lecture named after a true scholar of India. As an economist who was extremely prolific, who has left behind thousands of essays for the next generation. So it is particular honor to be a part of this session. And yet another reason for me to be excited about this session is to have my friend and colleague, Sanjeev Sanyal, address and give the Brahmananda Memorial Lecture for the IEA this year. You have already heard a very nice but a more mechanical introduction to who Sanjeev is. An important one to the younger scholars in the room. He's also a Rhodes Scholar. These are hugely inspiring lifetime achievements for young people, but they signify something deeper, which is an innate openness to learning, a great inquisitiveness. And as a colleague and a couple of years elder to me, I do consider him an elder simply because he approaches a lot of problems with a kind of inquisitiveness which is very rare for an economist in general, which is a pity, but also within the government it is even more rare. So I think Sanjeev brings in a very sort of a potent mix of inquisitiveness and energy, because of which he has spent a considerable amount of time, not just within the ESC, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, but also before that within the Finance Ministry, looking at things which traditionally economists shy away from. And those are the bells and whistles, the procedural matters, things which are not big ticket. We're always looking for the big questions to answer. But a lot of the devil really is in the details. He has spent inordinate amount of energy into looking at what we call process reform. And it gives me great honor and privilege to welcome you, Sanjeev, to educate us, particularly the younger generation, and also lots of colleagues, hundreds of them who are signed in virtually. Tell us about what inspires you, what is the nature of this quest that you have held on now for quite a serious number of years. Do educate us and also tell us what are the difficulties in the process, because it's not as sexy as it appears to the people who are looking for publications. So do tell us. I think you might want to go there. Or welcome. Thank you.
I need my presentation for this presentation, right? It should be already loaded. मेरा presentation But how are you guys going to see it? The gas will probably go down. Yeah. नहीं तो उसमें ये लोग आप वहाँ से कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं अगर वहाँ से लोड कर दो से दिखा दो prefer to do it from here. He'll do it from there. I'll manage. Okay. Can you all hear me? Yes. All right. Good. So a very, very good evening, and let me begin by thanking IEA for inviting me and giving me the honor of delivering the 2024 Brahmanand Memorial Lecture. It's of course a privilege. It's also a privilege to speak to all of you, many of whom I've known for many, many years. And of course now that Shamika has upped the game by introducing me in the way she did, there's also, I've got performance pressure. Now, the topic that I am going to talk about is something that I've been working on for many, many years, which is the issue of doing process reforms. So the question then obviously arises, what are process reforms and why on earth should we care about it? Next slide please. So the point is that obviously we all hear all the time about economic reforms, but almost always when you hear about reforms, you hear the word structural reforms, as if all reforms are structural reforms. So what on earth, first of all, is structural reforms? So structural reforms are reforms that lead to a change in the structure of whatever activity is happening. Okay? So for example, the original 1991 reforms, they change the structure of our economy. Or GST, which changes the structure of the indirect tax system. Or take the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, which is a change in the structure of creative destruction in the system. Or the inflation targeting framework that we now use through the Monetary Policy Committee, that's a change in the way monetary policy is conducted. So these are all structural changes. And of course, these are the ones that hit the headlines. But there is another area, another type of reforms, which are called process reforms. Now these are mostly the nuts and bolts reforms. Usually they don't actually lead to a change in the structure of the system. They take whatever is the structure or that activity and make it happen a little bit more efficiently. Sometimes a lot more efficiently, but it is not changing the structure. It is in the same context that it is making it work more efficiently. Now, much of what, and I will argue, the changes we need to make happen to be this kind of reform. These are not the cool reforms that hit the front pages usually. If they are mentioned at all, it will be a small column somewhere in the 20th page. But the point is, as I will argue, and I hope to be able to convince you, this is where a lot of the changes in the system are needed. The problem is that there is surprisingly little academic or any other kind of literature about process reforms as a group. At best, you will see a case study about one reform here or there. But there is surprisingly little sort of research on these kinds of process reforms at all. Next slide, please. Now, this is kind of odd because there is a parallel kind of research that exists on business process re-engineering. Now, that is a huge area of work. There are courses in this. Anybody who has done an MBA probably had to suffer through one of them. But the fact of the matter is, what I am arguing for really is government process re-engineering, and yet there is very, very little research done on it. The good news is, this area has suddenly become cool. Partly because there are a couple of experiments now that are happening around the world on trying to do what I'm going to argue for, which is process reforms or government efficiency improvements. Perhaps the biggest such shift is experiment in this is happening in Argentina. In fact, there is so much process reform happening there that it in itself probably can be called structural reform. And then is, of course, the even more famous promise of President-elect Trump that he is going to create a department of government efficiency and is going to put the world's richest man, Elon Musk, and Vivek Ramaswamy in charge of trying to do these kinds of process reforms. So, since it has become quite cool, maybe it's time to show the fact that actually here in India we have been trying to do these kinds of reforms for the last several years, and we have had some success. Now, as a typology, how do you go about doing these reforms? Right? Well, the first step obviously is to identify something that needs reform. Why do you want to do this reform? Well, very often you don't need to convince anyone. It's quite obvious that something is inefficient. It may be inefficient compared to something that happens in another country, or you just think it's common sense that it should happen faster. Whatever the reason is, you take an area that you think should be smoother. Then what you do is, the next step is to simply document the as-is process. So how does this process work today, as is? Now this is very important to do, because this is when you find out how much time, money, or whatever it takes at every step. Now what I have discovered, having done this over and over again, is that once you do the as-is process, you immediately identify where the blockages are. And as a general rule of thumb, I have discovered that 80 to 90% of the problem happens in 10 to 20% of the process. So in fact, you very often do not have to change the whole thing. You only really need to change that blockage. And the whole rest of it begins to work faster, and the other 10-20% actually very often just clean themselves out. Then of course you need to do the reform itself. After having done all of this, you need to push that reform through. I am a policy maker, so it's not good enough for me to write a paper about it. I have to make it happen. And then comes a very, very important step, which is often forgotten, which is monitoring the new process and seeing whether you manage to get the benefits of the change that you thought should happen. One big danger is obviously the problem of unintended consequences. So you may indeed have solved the problem that you set out to solve, but you've caused some problem somewhere else, and therefore it wasn't a great thing. Or maybe it didn't work and you have to iteratively do it. This iteration very often is not possible in a structural reform because some big thing that you did, and it's once and for all. I can't introduce a insolvency and bankruptcy code multiple times. But most of the changes, as you will see, in process reforms, this iterative process actually works. It didn't work, you try something, twist it a bit, tighten a nut here, loosen a nut there, and maybe the next round will work. So in process reforms, iteration, feedback loops, etc., are very important. Next. Now, in the course of my experience, I have put down 7 different kinds of process reform. This is a list just from my experience. Maybe there are other kinds of them. If you think of a good one, tell me. But basically, there are 7 types. The first, and I will give you all examples of each one of these. The first one is revisiting default lists and precedents. When you work in bureaucracy, you will realize that there are all these default systems that are there. Not because they are there in the rules, they are not there in anything. This is just the way things happen. So that is simply changing those allows things to work more efficiently. Second, streamlining a given administrative process. It's formally known as a process. You change it. This changes that do not actually need any regulation, legislation, nothing. That's just an administrative process that exists. You have changed it. The third is you actually need to change the regulation within the law. So the same law, don't have to go back to Parliament, but you change the regulations of the department. Fourth, you actually need to go back to the Parliament, then you change the legislation. 5, adding some capacity at some level of government in order to remove bottlenecks. The other is removing a requirement or state mandated activity. So the opposite of that. So somewhere you need to add capacity, at other place you need to remove capacity. And finally, merging, closing, restructuring outdated government agencies. These are the 7 types, and I will give you one example. Next. So this is, in some ways, the easiest one you should be able to do, which is revisiting default lists and precedents in the system. Now, what am I talking about? You see, every government basically ends up doing things they are doing in a particular way just because that's how it works. So every year, for example, the finance minister will meet at this time of the year a list of people who come from different aspects of society, business, from NGOs or whatever, different labor organizations and so on. And the people who are invited to those are almost always the same, except 1 or 2 are changed maybe at the margin. And this continues on and on. Similarly, if you go to embassy parties ever, you will notice that suddenly you will discover that people you had forgotten existed. 20 years ago they were famous for something, but they're there in the embassy list and they will persist forever. Or some kind of such list. Now there are hundreds of such lists in every government, and they continue to perpetuate themselves forever. So I'm going to give you one example, which is the list of monuments of national importance, which every government in the world obviously has, but we have 3,695 monuments of national importance. These are the monuments that the Archaeological Survey of India protects under the AMSAR Act. These are the ones when you go, you'll see that blue board with threatening you with dire consequences if you do anything to them. Those are the ones. And we have 3,695 of them. And why do we have so many? Well, it turns out almost all of them were inherited from the colonial government or from princely states. Okay? So the list that we have today, other than a few additions made along the way, are essentially the ones that were there during colonial periods, either in British India or in the princely states. Those are the ones. Now, about a couple of years ago, I was asked to have a look at this list. And here is what I discovered. First of all, it is full of course, there is the usual ones that you want to protect, like the Taj Mahal and the Red Fort and so on, Brihadeshwar, etc., which are obvious. But then there are large numbers of colonial era artifacts that could possibly be of any national importance, but are still there just because nobody revised these lists. So, for example, in Nagaland, there are 2 or 3 national monuments. All of them happen to be the graves of junior colonial era officials who happen to have been killed by the Naga tribe. Remember that all the rules of a national monument apply to them as well, even though they are graves not much bigger than this table. That also, one of them is that of a PWD engineer who was killed by a local Naga warrior. I would guess that in fact from our perspective at least, the Naga warrior should be the national hero, not the PWD engineer. But nobody knows where his grave is. Similarly, there are literally dozens of national monuments that have completely gone missing. So the Archaeological Survey of India does not even know where some of these monuments are. So yet, despite the fact that for decades we have not known where, and so there are parliament questions from the 70s asking them if they know so and so where these monuments are, and they said they have no idea. So it's not a recent phenomenon. So anyway, I looked into all of this and I came up with some suggestions, but I will give you one example of such monuments. Next slide. This is the statue of John Nicholson, who was a British brigadier general during the sacking of Delhi in 1858 following the Great Rebellion. Okay, so the British recaptured Delhi after the Great Rebellion in 1858, and under the leadership of John Nicholson, a massive massacre was carried out in the walled city of Delhi, and so on. Now, obviously, he was, as can be expected, a hero to the British, and they raised, after he died, a statue was raised in his name just in front of Kashmiri Gate, and his grave, which is also not far from Kashmiri Gate, was turned into a national monument. And so both the statue and the grave were both inherited by independent India, but nobody delisted them. They continued to be national monuments, including the 100 plus 200 meter radius around that monument that is then considered to be protected. Any change that you do in that zone you have to get explicit permission from the ASI official of that area. So you can imagine what happens in the Kashmiri Gate area, which is very crowded, as you know. So for 300 meters, that's several hundreds of houses. Anybody wants to make a small change, they have to go to the ASI. Except there is one problem. You see, in the 1960s, John Nicholson's village back in Northern Ireland asked for his statue to be sent to them. They said, you have no use for it, why don't you send it to us? So the government of that time packed up John Nicholson's statue and sent it to Northern Ireland, where it was duly put up, and assume every year there is some annual event to commemorate him, and so on and so forth. The only problem is that we in India did not delist the monument. So the spot of the non-statue continued to be till 2024 a national monument. And only after I made a big fuss about it, finally in September it was delisted. So it has been finally delisted from our list. If you slide, next slide. Now I'm battling to get his grave delisted from the list of national monuments. That is the grave. You can see the blue statue next, the blue board next to it, threatening you dire consequences if you desecrate it. So I did not. And it is well protected, as you can see, from any desecration. So, but I'm just giving you this as an example of the kinds of garbage that accumulates in governments, not just in the Indian government or even the state government. Around the world, governments have this kind of thing that accumulate. Cleaning this up is an important part of process reform. And as you can imagine, this is not just an ego thing or even a money thing. If you do not delist these things, imagine in every one of these monuments or non-monuments, for 300 meters around it, particularly in a crowded urban area, it causes all kinds of problems, and bribes have to be paid, and all kinds of things have to be done in order to, make changes inside your own house, just because John Nicholson's statue used to be there once upon a time. Next. Now I'm going to give you an example of administrative streamlining. Now this is an example that I'm going to give from voluntary liquidation of companies. Now, those of you who are from the Schumpeterian school of thought and an Austrian school economists like myself, obviously very keen on creative destruction. But creative destruction means that ease of exit has to be just as good, easy to do as ease of entry. And in ease of exit, one part of it is of course bankruptcy and liquidation and so on. But a very large part of ease of exit is actually voluntary liquidation of companies. In fact, every year thousands of companies are shut down. The bulk of it worldwide happens voluntarily. For example, somebody has grown old, they no longer want to run the company, their kids don't want to keep running that company, they want to shut it down. Or there's a company that had a subsidiary of some sort, they don't think that subsidiary is in use anymore, they want to shut it down. These are not, nobody's gone bankrupt, there's no major case against it, nobody's actually objecting to it being shut down. And yet in India, it used to take years to shut down a company. Any of you who have ever attempted or have relatives who have ever attempted to shut down a company will know this is a huge hassle. And of course, till you have shut down a company, it's a real pain because you are supposed to keep all the paperwork going, have those quarterly meetings and so on. So it's an expensive, painful thing. You have to pay a chartered accountant, pay a company secretary and so on and so forth. Now, I looked into this when I was still in finance ministry, and I discovered that there were two ways of shutting down companies in India. One is through Section 248 of the Companies Act of 2013, and the other is Section 59 of IBC. The first is the more popular route, so I'm going to, just for the purposes of this storytelling, I'm going to talk about this. Now, remember, these are companies nobody truly objects to shutting down. Okay? Yet you have to go through the following process. So the process was, in those days, when I discovered it, that you had to get no objection certificates from a whole bunch of people. The tax department, labor, blah, 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 etc. If you are in a specific industry, your industry ministry may have to give it, whatever it is, there are NOCs. And you had to get it in a particular sequence. It's not written anywhere that you had to get it in that sequence, but that is how it was. And then having done all of this, so you get all the NOCs, everybody is agreed, you then take it to the registrar of companies who's supposed to strike it off, but before they strike it off, they have to put up an advertisement. And that was where it would get stuck, sometimes for years. In fact, you had to very often pay off the official at the registrar of companies to actually put that ad out in the newspaper saying that you want to shut it down. And by the way, putting out the ad is not a bad thing because you want to inform the world you want to shut it down in case anybody has an objection. Remember, a company is a legal person, so if you're going to extinguish them, then you need to tell people in case anybody objects. But the point is, we actually have to pay off somebody. In fact, as a part of this research, I even got the rate card. Then, we decided to look into how to solve this. Next. Next, please. So, after doing a lot of research, we decided that we were going to do the following thing. A website was created. Remember, I was in the finance ministry, and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, under which all this comes, is generally a part of the finance ministry ecosystem, has the same minister. So I worked quite closely with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and we created a website. Now what happens as of May 2023, a person who wants to shut down a company basically loads all their stuff, their details into that website. It's called CPACE. And the website sends out automatically notifications to all the relevant ministries that are supposed to give an NOC. And it happens simultaneously, not in sequence. Secondly, if in 21 odd days, none of them get back, then the system itself generates a NOC and sends a list to the registrar of companies. Now the registrar of companies gets a list. If for some reason they do not wish to put up the advertisement, they have to actively do something in order to stop that, and have to give a reasoning for why that they don't want to put that out. Maybe there's a good reason, but they have to actively do it, which is different from what it was earlier, where they had to do the other way around. And the result of this is we have data from May 23 to May 24, and you can see what the difference is. Next. Here is the result, an 82% reduction in the time. Okay, what used to take on average 499 days now happens in 90 days. This is the fastest in the world, by the way. This is faster than Singapore. Okay, and in fact I don't recommend for this to be any faster than this, because you do need some time to elapse before you're shutting these companies down. So I think this is really a good demonstration how you can improve a process, radically improve outcomes. Next. Now I'm going to tell you about somewhere where you actually need to change your regulation. Okay? So this is an example of it somewhere where not the law but the regulation underneath has to be changed. And I'm going to give you the example of something that relates to other service providers. That's legal speak for the IT enabled and BPO sector. You all know about it, it's very popular. In legal speak, it's called, they are all called other service providers. And there used to be, under the Telecom Ministry, the law called the Revised Terms and Conditions for Other Service Providers 2008. This was the regulation, sounds very Orwellian, and it indeed was. Basically, what it was is that it imposed a whole bunch of absurd requirements on anybody who was using the telecom system to do any work. And essentially anybody using the telecom network to do any kind of commercial work was expected to get an explicit okay of permission from the Telecom Ministry. So here is what some of the things that that rules and regulations had. First of all, it had no clear definition of what an other service provider was. So actually, technically, it could be anybody. Any of you who, till the year 2020, any of you who are working from home on your laptop could have been technically considered an OSP and be prosecuted under it. Of course, the telecom officials were clever enough not to bother general public, but they did, however, impose all of this with anybody doing IT or BPO type services, and all of them would have to go to this person, to the official to try and get permission for any minor change. It also had absurd requirements. It required, for example, for you that in every location where you did this, you needed an EPA-BX machine. Now, EPA-BX machine, for those of you who are younger in the audience, have probably no idea what on earth it is. And it's a completely absurd requirement in the age of the cloud. But technically, till 2020, every one of you required an EPA-BX machine in your basement if you were working from home. Third, you needed separate registration for each OSP, for every location. So if you wanted to work from the cafe, I'm sorry, you should have taken permission. If not, again, you were illegal. Then, you had restrictions on use of the same infrastructure between domestic and international. Now, let me show you how absurd this can get. Let's say you are Singapore Airlines. You have a BPO in India, which does domestic and international separate. Now, there's an Indian national in Singapore, buys a ticket, comes to Delhi, has a problem. Calls in through your call center because they have a problem with your ticket. Is he or she domestic or international? Who knows? More importantly, who cares? And in any case, surely the economies of scale come from not caring and putting them all together. And yet you had all these restrictions there. So the question is, how did I discover this? So I discovered it, as it happens to be, you see, when the lockdown was announced in March of 2020, a few days later, the Department of Telecommunications issued a notification stating that this revised terms and conditions of other service providers 2008 was being held in abeyance till December in order to allow people to work from home. Now I'm a suspicious sort of chap, as you can realize by now. Immediately I realized what was actually happening. This wasn't a case of the telecom department signaling that it is allowing people to work from home. all it was doing is reminding people that look, okay, till for the next few months because of the lockdown we are letting you do what you want, but do remember that these rules actually apply will continue to apply at the other end of it, other end of this lockdown. That is what they're actually doing. So I looked into this matter and discovered that this was a huge, huge problem for the telecom using industries like the BPOs, IT-enabled services and so on. So in a series of notifications, we began to clean this up. Next slide. So first round we did changes in November 2020 and then again after a lot of pushing and pulling in June 2021. The key changes were, there were first of all a clear definition of what an OSP was. It now only applies to voice-based BPO services, but since most of us now have moved on to database systems, this actually means that it doesn't apply to pretty much anybody. There is now no need for an EPA-based machine. There's a removal or distinction of domestic and international OSPs. Effectively, those old regulations don't really matter anymore. And let me show you what is the result of this. Next. In December 2021, a survey was done by NASSCOM to see what was the impact of doing all these changes. And this is what was found. 92% of BPO and ITES sector companies came back and said that the OSP reforms had reduced their compliance burden. 92% of them. And 28% of them said that the decline had been 50%. Can you imagine the amount of efficiency gains from doing these changes? Not to mention the amount of rent seeking that has been reduced as a result of this. So of course, I do not go anywhere near the telecom ministry after dark these days. This is now about changes that happen that you need to do where you actually need telecom legislative changes. Here, I'm going to tell you about a change that I'm still fighting for. I have not entirely succeeded. So this is a live case. I just wanted you to have flavor of some of the things that are still being fought for. This relates to the Legal Metrology Act of 2009. How many of you even know what on earth legal metrology is? Let's see. How many know what legal metrology is? Okay. This is the laws relating to weights, measures, labels, and things like that. Every country has them. We also have them. So legal metrology relates to them if they are necessary. But it will interest you to know that this is the source, in my view, in my estimation, the second biggest source of rent seeking in the country after traffic rules. Okay? There are large numbers of cases that happen, small level rent seeking, pervasive across the country, happening based on these, because of course labeling laws, metrology laws are all small variations on them, cause them, create spaces for legal metrology inspectors to seek rent. But there is another reason why this happens, and this is the whole issue of criminalization. You see, the way the laws are set up is that on the first time there is an offense, then there is a very small fine. But in the second time there is an offense, you can be sent to jail for 7 whole years. So guess what happens? So I collected some data on what is the data on first offenses and second offenses. And as you can see, in a typical year, ignore the later ones, 21, 22, because that was during COVID, but look at the ones for 18, 19, 19 ones. You can see that first offenses run to about 1 lakh a year. So about 1 lakh offenses are done every year. These are the ones in which some small fine is imposed and so on. But look at the number of ones that happen for the second instance. 3, 12, 10, these are the kinds of numbers. So what do you think happens between the two? What is the gap between the two numbers? You can imagine, basically what is going on here is that the legal metrology inspectors find some small thing, spelling mistake in your label or something like that, and will ensnare you into the system with a small fine. But now that you have committed the small fine, so the first offense, you are essentially now committed to having to pay rent to the officials for basically the rest of your life, perhaps. And therefore, nobody actually gets caught for the second offense at all. Of course, officials present this data as suggesting how wonderfully effective their methods are, but anybody who works in areas relating to packaging, consumer goods and so on will tell you that what a big scandal this particular method of rent seeking is. Next. So, what can we do about it? So, we have managed to, we began to make some changes. The Jan Vishwas Bill of 2022 had removed some of these, some of the provisions in the Metrology Act. We are now trying to do something about sections 30, 33, 36. I am of course pushing for it. Let's see if we manage to get it into the next Jan Vishwas Bill, if not the following one. But basically this is a change that we need to make. But meanwhile, there can be other changes that we can make, which can be just as effective. One of the major problems is that changes under these labeling, weights, measures, these kinds of changes, particularly for labels, are made throughout the year at random times. So you'll take a label, you'll make a small change, and then what happens is, supposing you're a label printer or consumer, labels, the way they are done is that you do them in large batches. So I may print for the whole year a large batch. Now just imagine I've just printed something and the next day suddenly, or some small change in the label is done, the entire batch is wasted. Even worse, you may have stuck it onto something and put it into the supply chain, it's gone off somewhere, now you have to hunt it down, bring it back and change the label. Very expensive, wasteful and so on. So another change that I am arguing for, and FSSAI has accepted that it's a possible thing that we can do, which is that announce the changes in label laws only twice a year, 1st of January, 1st of July. So there are very small changes that you can make, and suddenly the system becomes much more efficient. I mean, this is not structural change, but as far as that little sector is concerned, it is pretty huge, the impact that has. Next. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about an area where we can increase state capacity. So this is type 5, and the example I'm going to use relates to patents. So as we become more advanced country, we want to go into the knowledge economy. The obvious thing that we need to push up and increase is obviously our capability to do patents. Yeah, nothing controversial about it. But notice how things were till 7-8 years ago. India used to get filings of only 45,000 a year. Okay? These are the number of filings. And till 2016, we used to only issue 9,000 something, I can't read the number, but less than 10,000 patents a year. So for a country our size, we used to do less than 10,000 patents a year. This is when, in contrast, in that year, the United States was doing 3 lakh patents a year, and China even at that time was doing 4 lakh patents a year. Okay? Now that number now, in year 2023, has now gone up for the United States a little bit higher to about, I think it looks about 320 or something, you can read the number better, 3,20,000 or something thereabouts. And China is doing about 9 lakh patents a year. Of course, take it with a pinch of salt, it includes a lot of utility patents, which are low quality patents, but still, they are doing, at least even if you do like to like something like 9, they are doing about 3 lakhs at least of decent quality patents a year. Now that's a massive number. Until recently we weren't even doing 10,000. So the question is, what could we do about it? So we began to, just about a few years ago, I began to work on this issue. And as a result of which, pushing and pushing and pushing, we have now managed to do, last year, we did manage to do 1 lakh patents. Okay, that's a more than 10 times increase in the number of patents granted by India in 1 year. It is still much less than what the US is doing, but it's still in the same ballpark. They are doing 3 lakh something, we are doing 1 lakh. So we have at least in the same range of scale of magnitude at least. But importantly, look at what has happened. We are actually now managing to grant more than the number of filings. The filings last year were only 92,000. So in fact, we are clearing up the backlog. And our problem now is that we are managing to grant faster than we are seeing filings. So in fact, the problem now is that our R&D sector, particularly the private sector, is simply not filing enough. But that's fine. It is good to create capacity so that we can be able to deal with this. The question is, how did we do this? We get to this stage and improvement. So next slide. So the issue was the following. This is the study that I did a few years ago, which basically found the following thing. We basically didn't have enough people in our patent office. Okay? The Americans have something like 8,500 patent officers. The Chinese have 13,500 patent officers. We had only about, I don't know, I can't see the number, but somewhere in the range of 500 or 600 patent officers. So basically, it was like playing a cricket match in which the other side has got 13 players, we have half a cricket. And so what was happening is this, and I've given you the slide, both in terms of the first examiner level, and you can see what happens in the final disposal level. If you manage to somehow increase the speed at the examiner level, it just accumulated at the disposal level. If you manage to push it up at the disposal level, it accumulated at the examiner level. There just weren't enough people. It wasn't like our guys were bad, they just weren't able to do this fast enough. So, one of the things we have done is to dramatically increase the number of people. Even as we speak, a new batch of additional 500 people that they have just been hired, and we'll be hiring some more into the next year. So the number of patent officers in our will go up over 1,500 in the next 18 months to 2 years, which will, as I said, increase the capacity very significantly. We'll be able to do about 1.5 lakh patents a year to even 2 lakh patents a year within 24 months. That will be our capacity. The restraining factor now will be the scientific community's problem to give us enough filings. But let me say that the government has now created enough capacity to deal with serious, heavy-duty filing in our patent office. Next. By the way, I'm now beginning to apply the same kind of logic to copyrights, trademarks, and designs. So this is another area that we have to now work on. But I'm just giving you a flavor of the kind of cleaning up. Now we are going to move into number 6, which is removing a state-mandated requirement. Okay, so that previous one was adding capacity. This is actually removing something from the system altogether. And I'm deliberately giving you an example here, which is actually not within the government, but is a process that the government legislation has actually enabled outside of the government, which relates to mandatory mediation for commercial cases. So let me tell you a bit about this. So I'm assuming here people know what mediation is. Mediation basically is a legal process that is pre-litigation, i.e. two parties have a dispute and they basically are sent to a mediator to try and sort of calm things down and sort it out before they actually litigate, which is not, in theory, not a bad idea, because obviously we have an extremely crowded legal system, so it would be nice if some people at least solved it among themselves and didn't come to the legal system. No problem with that at all, and in fact I'm in favor of mediation. The problem is that in 2015 we ended up with a commercial law which basically said that for commercial cases mediation was mandatory. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether I don't like the other guy, but I have to go through mediation. Now with anything that becomes mandatory, you know what happens. First of all, large number of cases that simply cannot be resolved will still have to go through this process. Secondly, the mediator has no interest in improving the quality of their service because you have to go to them. As you can imagine, this whole thing was loved by lawyers. But here is what I discovered about the efficiency of doing this. So I went to looked at data from commercial courts in Mumbai for the years 2020 to 2023, up to September. I have to update this, but anyway. So basically, I went to two commercial courts in Mumbai. It's our commercial capital, so this is a good place to go. And I looked at the data for commercial cases that go to the commercial courts that have been listed there. And I discovered the following, that something like 98-99% of cases that go through this mediation process do not get resolved through mediation. In other words, the overwhelming majority, 98% of cases end up back in the legal system. And you have meanwhile had to spend 6 months of time hanging around, paying lawyers, paying the mediator, trying to find loopholes in order to get to the legal system faster. It's a huge waste. And of course, the mediators have absolutely no interest in giving you a good service because you are stuck with them for 6 months. So, I have now, this is another one that I am now fighting. I haven't won the case. But if you go to the next slide, basically I am now trying to get a amendment done, and it's lying now with the law ministry to make this voluntary. I'm not saying don't do mediation. I'm just making this voluntary. It will do two things. First of all, the people in the mediation industry will have an incentive of improving their service to attract people to come to them. And secondly, those who don't want to mediate don't have to mediate. Just go save 6 months and not to mention money. So the standing committee, etc., are now looking at it and so on. But I did, as a result of this research, manage to, however, make sure that the mediation bill, which was for civil cases, did not include this mandatory clause because that was originally there in the draft. And just imagine, for every civil case, if you don't happen to like your neighbor and you have an argument over a hedge, since Shamika is my neighbor and we don't like each other but have an argument over the hedge, we would have had to go through 6 months of mediation before we were allowed to go to court. Next. Okay, now comes the last kind of type, which is merge, close, restructure outdated government agencies. Now this, as you can imagine, makes me very popular in the government. Now, every large system doesn't have to be just governments, and this is around the world. Any large system, it may be even in this university, I don't know, but certainly it will be in large companies, etc. There are defunct agencies, departments, etc. that are there that that were created at one point in time, may have been useful, they have outlived their usefulness, or maybe they were not even useful in the beginning. They were created because as a political gift to somebody, or post-retirement job for some bureaucrat. Many reasons departments are created, but they're just hanging around, and there are literally hundreds of these, hundreds upon hundreds. I did a survey. This was in, I think, during COVID, 2021 or 2020, I think, of how many such agencies are there in just the central government. This is not departments and ministries. This is of autonomous bodies under the Societies Act and the Trusts Act or whatever. There are, central government alone has 843 of them. These are autonomous bodies. Yeah. Now, some of them are useful, like these, Reserve Bank, SEBI, those kinds of bodies are clearly autonomous bodies, but they are useful things. But there are very large numbers of strange organizations, many of them with acres of land in the middle of Delhi. And, frankly, nobody knows what they do. The only reason we know they exist, and since you may ask me how on earth did I discover that they exist, well, the way to find them out is to do the following exercise. When the budget happens, there is also the thick main papers of budget. Most of you, I know in this audience, will only go to budget at a glance. But that is not the budget. That is just a summary. Go and look at the actual budget, which is a massive, thick finance bill, thick. And then you have to go ministry by ministry in that. And in those ministries, you will find these organizations. Okay? And large numbers of them. Now, obviously, finance ministry, nobody is going and looking at each one of them. So what effectively happens, everybody is given a small 10% increase or whatever the increase decided that year, and they carry on. And like for decades they carry on. Nobody knows why they do, what they do, but they are given these increments and they are still there on the budget. So, as one of the things that I did over the last many years is to go and hunt some of them down and try and figure out whether they are worth having or not. And I did manage to work with some of the ministers in different parts of the government to try and shut some of them down. So in the last few years, I have succeeded in shutting down the following: the Tariff Commission, the All India Handloom Board, the All India Handicraft Board, the Rashtriya Mahila Kosh, Central Organization for Modernization of Workshop, that's in railways. We have managed to do the merger of the Films Division, Director of Films Festivals, National Films Archives of India, Children's Film Society, and merged them all into the National Films Development Corporation. I'm just giving to you as random examples. And of course, as you can imagine, every time you shut any of these down, those involved in that get very worked up about the whole matter. So let me tell you that, for example, when the All India Handicraft Board got shut down, what happened is that you will inevitably be accused that you are heartless, you don't care about handicrafts and artisans and so on. The fact of the matter is, in every single of these cases, I have no problem with the activity. But there are many other bodies that at both central and state level are working in those areas. The question is that particular body doing something useful? It's not about handicrafts, it's about whether the All India Handicraft Board is doing something useful. So when it got shut down, of course, the lady who had been the head of this, chairman of the All India Handicraft Board, got very annoyed and actually wrote an article in, if I was not mistaken, in the Mumbai Midday, accusing this government of being heartless and fascist and all that kind of thing, as you can imagine. And so, Minister Smriti Irani, who was then the textile minister, under whom this came, she saw that article and merely tweeted the following: that Madam, and I will not name her, but Madam, if you can furnish us with the minutes of any meetings held in the last 60 years by this board, we will be happy to re-establish it. We are still waiting. So, the point I'm making is, there are all these bodies. We need to keep closing them, merging them. There are many, many such organizations, and they're going to be. Now, I'm getting to the end of my presentation. I've given you 7 types. As I said, these are arbitrary number 7. It could be 8, 9, so come up with other categories. Next slide, please. So to conclude here, the point I'm making to you, I hope I've managed to convince you that it's all very good to talk about large structural reforms. There are big picture reforms, and yes, there are times when we do need to do them. But for the most part, the improvements we need to make are these small changes. They are small, painful nuts and bolts reforms that require us to dig in there. As I have showed you, some of them can have very, very large impact, at least for those sectors. So even though the change may be small, the impact may be large. And we should not get put off by it. I will be very, very pleased if some of you in the audience will take up the cause of process reforms. As I said, the time may indeed have come for doing this because, as I said, all of a sudden doing these government efficiency type reforms has become cool thanks to Doge and what is happening in Argentina. But my idea idea was to give you a flavor of the kinds of reforms this government has been pursuing and hopefully convince you that this kind of, this path of doing reform is a worthwhile exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you for that excellent lecture. You know, again, just using the privilege of a chair, and I will invite Professor Malhotra to also say a few words. But, you know, as an economist, this is the kind of dynamic efficiency. When you think of a firm level, firms have to constantly keep thinking of how do you manage dynamic efficiency on a day-to-day basis to keep cutting costs. A well-run government or a lean government is desirable, but the model cannot be searching for a Sanjeev Sanya. Right? This is very much individual. You're passionate and you're getting all these wonderful results because of your energy and your training, largely because you're trained to see these things. How do we, again, put it in some kind of a structural? Unfortunately, that's what we have to think of. How do we now structure the government that this becomes a feature? That in a dynamic sort of a constant review method, I would have thought expenditure department within the Ministry of Finance, when they have to write checks, they are also thinking of, well, what is this entity? Is it worthwhile? If they are not doing it, is there another body that exists which is not doing the work? Or do you think we have not created a body like that, so perhaps there is a need? And much to his annoyance, I'm going to suggest perhaps creation of another body within the government. No. Which will look into this. So I'll just reflect a little bit on that question after Professor Malhotra has made his point.
Thank you. In fact, me and Mr. Sanyal have worked together in EWS committee of the government when we were given the task of raising the income limit. And going through some of his works, both at ICSSR in terms of selecting the National Fellowship Scholars and national big projects also, I remember how his knack for history, culture, and economics all taken together. And we all understand that in several IIMs now, the kind of procedure of selection that they have and the kind of different kind of diversities they intend to attract in town when they take admission. Sometimes within the realm of economics, we are supposed to slightly, and I remember one paper written by Mr. Sanyal about economics is not essentially about equilibrium. Right. So, and out-of-box thinking that way. So, one thing that really fascinated me in this lecture is that it is high time that we write our own history, our own literature. We decide in terms of our own heritage. Even in research, we try to understand where we have to move further on theory, models, cases, and even research subjects. We all understand because I've tried to do some work relating to governance and corporate governance both. And I can speak from my own understanding of how different corporates are working in the country, how registrars and agencies working, even how SEBI is working on certain aspects which are very crucial. We can all understand how much time does it take when there is a name change process, for example. Somebody came to me with a problem that her name was misspelled on a physical share certificate. Some 20-30 years back. The person got married, some years were spent, there was hardly any approach to that share certificate, and suddenly one finds out that there is a share certificate in my name, which misspells my name. And post-marriage, I need to get it corrected also. She approached the registrar of the company and the company. Then they suggested that you need to change your name in the Gazette of the government, and it has to be published. When she approached the authority of that gadget for name change purpose, they told her that you need to furnish an affidavit with a certificate that your name is spelled in that certificate is this, and you want to change that name. Mrs. Spalding has to be changed for us. Right. So she wanted to have, reach at a convenient alternative. And then she was suggested, you first change your real name and then change that name to another name. So this is the procedure of name change as far as the share certificates are concerned. So cumbersome is the process. And we can all understand from our own understanding of governance that what leads to underachievement, deliberate reasons, and sometimes inertia in our way of thinking. I think both those things have been rightly pointed out. We meant when we took on liberalization, we were talking about opening entries, but we did not ever mean opening exits. I remember in my office at ICSSR once I had a team from ADP, and they asked me one very, very pertinent question. That, Malhotra, tell me, what is the procedure of evaluation of schemes, programs, policies, projects of the government, and how do you review the policy? And this is after that I wrote that draft of INPRESS, in fact, for the government of India. Third party evaluations at the government level are essentially in a very, very bad shape. I know the procedure also is followed. So I think these are big issues, and if they come from none other than those sitting in the policy, they raise the concern that how they are trying to cope with those issues and how they are going to reform the system in place. So it's a really very, very big and great thing. So my compliments to Mr. Saina on this occasion, not only to deliver a memorial lecture in the honor and the memory of Professor Brahmanand, who was a giant, embedded to economics and embedded to Indian Economic Association, very deeply, and who is known as not only a monetary economist, but as a very good theorist. So it's all happened on that occasion. So I feel that Indian Economic Association definitely got rich dividends out of the event. Thank you.
So perhaps, Sanjeev, if you'd like to respond to us, then maybe we can take one or two questions.
Yeah, we can. Why don't we ask a bunch of questions?
It's not a question, it's only a request.
Yeah.
Before asking my request, I was especially thankful for you to bring a new economics literature in this forum. My request is, your policy measures are 200% perfect towards lean government. How do we sensitize in state governments and local governments to follow these things? If you are suggesting something, we as a student of economics, we will contact the state officials and local officials to sensitize, because one of the meeting, Dr. Anand Nageshwara, my college senior, during IEA meeting, he said, whatever we are saying in the name of state, it means center, state and local. So since it's federal system, because we have a clear-cut answer for many problems, how do we inject state governments and local governments?
Okay, why don't I answer this question? I'll begin forgetting. So, first of all, thank you very much for the comments, both Shamika and Professor Malhotra. In response to this question, one of the reasons I wanted to sensitize my profession of economics and economists about this work is that I think we do not ourselves do adequate amount of research into this. It is very often not very difficult research. Now, I'll agree, I do have one big advantage over most of you, is that I can squeeze out data from government departments in a way that may not be available to most people. But even then, given how wide the space of these reforms, I gave you 7 types, you can invent another one, that these reforms can be done. I'm quite certain there are wide open spaces that are lying open for people to go and research. For example, since this name change issue, This is in itself, I think, an interesting paper to write. What happens if you need to change? Simply document the various steps and what happens at each step, and then research how other countries around the world do the same thing. After all, it's not a unique problem. I'm sure misspellings happen in other places in the world. Two, maybe there is a uniquely Indian simple way of doing it. Either which way, a simple paper, putting that down, here is the problem, here is how we can solve it, as something that will get published. Now this is the key bit where I need my professional support. This kind of paper, my own sense is, would not be easily published in academic journals. Yeah? But why not? Because they are directly useful. Hopefully the purpose of this exercise was to tell you that these kinds of things do have an effect. And by the way, we have somebody who will finance all of this research right here. So my point is, this is the kind of research that we all like to talk about government efficiency or efficiency, economic efficiency, but for some reason our profession seems to have a blind spot about the kind of research that may actually lead to this efficiency.
But you did mention that it makes a good case study.
Yes.
And I think that culture of creating case study will then become the part of the pedagogy and feeds into policy right away. I think that culture, which I think right now is confined to management institutions, must be mainstream. I think we do need good case studies, and that's where some of the state level, where the contexts are different, sometimes notifications are different at the state level, some of those things can be addressed. There was a hand this side. Jay. Please.
Professor Singh.
Yeah, and then.
I really thank you for a brilliant and detailed discussion. It all has cost implications for the budget. So yesterday, Professor Shamika was asking, if I have a challenge on the fiscal debt, what is the solution? And Professor Shamika, I forgot to mention yesterday, zero-based budgeting is the solution. The way you mentioned, if zero-based budgeting is adopted every year annually, or even every 5 years, you scratch the bottom and see does it need money or no. And then things won't have been sitting there for 60 years without accounting. So I think for our profession, fiscal expenditure efficiency is something which you mentioned. Other thing that I think, because of your research and painstaking effort, which probably only you could have done it, as she mentioned, because of your personal inquisitive traits, just imagine if all the states had to do this. How many of them are still sitting unidentified?
No. So things are much worse at the state level because state budgets are much more opaque.
So therefore, I think this research should open up a Pandora's box, and each state should replicate and do the bottom scratching of the vessels on fiscal efficiency and see is the money going in the right direction.
No, I agree. So this is, of course, that relates to shutting departments and so on now. But all the others, there are processes. In fact, some of the worst processes are actually at the local or state level. I mean, if somebody, God forbid, dies in your family, the process of inheritance is just insane. And of course, and this is even true when there is no dispute. Now, when there is a dispute, of course, there are different levels of problems will start. So, I mean, this is an entire area where we need good documentation. We need publications. One is case study, but also all kinds of other things. For example, when some people do changes, there is not enough before and after research. Because if we build up enough material on what happens when you do a certain change, it will also create a certain amount of, what should I say? I mean, the person who did the research will look good. And so consequently creates a feedback loop to that person will get promoted up the system, etc. Today, let's say you are a civil servant who makes some changes. They will be given a rap on the knuckles if something goes wrong. But if it went well, almost nobody remembers who they are because there is no documentation of all of this. You see, So you end up with a serious problem in that the beneficiaries of the change do not even know who benefited them. But of course, nobody forgets the person. In every one of these changes, somebody will be hurt. So that person will remember that because. So the cost to be paid for people to do these kinds of reforms can be very personally quite high, especially if they happen to be living in the usual bureaucracy. I happen to be lucky to be outside of it. But somebody within the system will find it extremely difficult, especially if they are a young officer who's making their way up the system. So we need to have proper documentation of all of these things in something other than government files.
But to those of you who are interested in this kind of research, let me also tell you that the Jan Vishwas bill, second, is being populated, the list. And as you can imagine, I mean, government has limited capacity in terms of thinking of how many things can be. You must feel free that if you've written any of this, if you're interested, inquisitive in general, you must send these kinds of things. The time is right. So perhaps a Jan Vishwas also at the state level is something. The youngster at the back.
So I was glossing over the Right to Information Act while sir was speaking about process reforms, and it's like 30-page document that's full of legal jargons. So that's not accessible to any layman. So my question is, if any new act or new regulation such as these are given in a more simple or more accessible form for the general public, do you think it will be more effective in its implementation?
100%. This is another battle that, and by the way, many, I think law commissions have also made this point. But for reasons that I do not quite understand, why we continue to use these archaic Victorian English, both to write the laws and to then write the judgments as well. So, fully with you on all this. And maybe it's a battle I should, at some point, maybe I can add that as category number 8.
But there is a new paper, which is American. It looks at the American judgment. And there's a new paper which I think has come out of Harvard, one of the Boston universities, which basically says that there is a reason why judgments, judicial orders, are so abstruse. You know, they are so dense in language. And there is a reason why it is meant to serve the legal system itself, self-perpetuate. So I recommend you reading.
Yeah, just a minute, the gentleman there, then I'll come back.
Sir, I am spellbound to your lecture, so there is no question from my side, but just a curiosity. I am Dr. D.D. Salman, Professor of Social Sciences. I am not expert in economics.
Louder.
But I am a Professor of Agriculture, Extension and Communication. So my simple curiosity is that when we take the example, let's say we have Foreign Minister, Law Minister, Prime Minister, and these are surrounded by the eminent scientists, the eminent economists, the eminent learned persons. Whether they provide the advices to these ministers, to these fellows are not number one, and if they, whether their advices is being followed by them or not number one, and if these are not followed by them, then it is just like that we used to study in our school days, Chanakya Niti, कि व्यापारम भुजंगानाम केवलम विश्ववर्धनम उपदेशो ही मूर्खाणाम प्रभुपाय नाम से.
So let me say that I can't vouch for other governments, but I can vouch for the government of the Prime Minister. After all, none of these changes would have been possible just because I came up with these. They only were possible because they had the blessing of Prime Minister Modi and of course of the relevant line minister. So all of these changes were made possible purely because it had the support, and as you can imagine, some of those are not small changes that were made. For example, say the patenting system. You know, suddenly hiring 500 extra people obviously needed the blessings of Minister Piyush Goyal and the Prime Minister himself. So yes, all these changes have required political leadership. In every single case, the slowness of the system is not always just happens to be that way. Ends up that way because there are embedded, entrenched interest groups who want to make it inefficient because they benefit from it. So remember that breaking through those barriers requires political leadership. Not just the intellectual part, which I may have provided, but ultimately the political leadership has to do it. So, I will have to, I will have to say that none of this is possible without that support.
We have different political setups in India as a part of as a country of democracy. Here, center makes some policy decisions, but states are with other policy ideology. How this type of system work out. Another thing, the case of monuments in Maharashtra, one particular community always celebrating a particular monument because this monument was constructed with the support of these people when British was when Maratha was defeated. But this monument in support of British. But every year the people are gathering there, celebrating that monument as a victory because the particular community.
See, in every case, all the reforms that I have talked about are central government reforms because I work for the central government. I may be able to do some changes which may be in the concurrent list. I am in no position to directly in any way influence state or local level policies. Simply not in my way. And as I said, my work is not an academic one. I'm a policy maker in the end. So I focus on things that I can research and somehow push through the system. If somebody is interested in more local issues, so for example, a state monument, for example, then that somebody at that state level will have to do it at that level. I do not have the visibility or the tools to be, on the mandate, it's not my mandate also. I am in the end a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Council. So I have to stick to that. And by the way, there are infinite number of things. I only gave you a very smattering of these changes. In the last 8 years that I've been in government, I have personally been involved in over a few hundred of these changes. And the government as a whole must have done hundreds of these changes. Our late chairman Vivek Debroy was involved in removing so many outdated laws. So many of these changes are being done. But we have to be very clear that we want to do that which we are, in the end it is about the art of the possible. So for us, central government / concurrent stuff is possible. So we focus on that.
But also remember, in the democratic fiscal federal structure, the fact that at the center he has not been fired means it is valued. Which means creation of these kinds of institutions at the state. And giving that mandate, that might be these things. Right? That's what we say that it is valuable. Because this is not something which exists in the system. And that's my issue, that how do we now institutionalize it? Because there are many, many problems. Any other last
there's a gentleman here.
You have rightly mentioned about the very costly institutional network promotion agencies in the country. But in the rural areas, there are a large number of young persons without jobs. For example, in Bangalore, multidisciplinary training center is there. Most of the people in Karnataka do not know about that multidisciplinary training center. That is meant for giving training for young persons. So we have to give wide publicity about promotion agencies. What type of training?
So are you from Karnataka?
Yes, Karnataka.
Okay, so this is something you can easily take up yourself.
Yes, sir.
And try and promote whatever it is that you want to promote. What I'm pointing out is that we as a profession need to take these up and not only think about that economics is only about, the kinds of work we do, some econometric analysis, etc. This too is economics. And if you think that this is an activity that is worth doing, I don't know much about this, and it's a state level thing which you may be more worth.
It is Government of India agency.
It's a Government of India agency that works in the state. Okay, I don't know much about it. Maybe we can look at it. But somebody like you should take these things up and push for it, because in the end there are literally thousands of these things to be done, and it's not possible for one person or even the Prime Minister's Economic Council alone to do it. My purpose of coming and talking here is to hopefully enthuse this as a national effort by the economics profession that look, there are hundreds of these things and we need to get them done. And you're a part of it. Yes, there was somebody.
Maybe last
one. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you. I'm Dr. Ajit Verma, and I am a professor. As you talked about the IPR, and you are doing lots of reforms in that area, and I can able to see from your study that India just reached 1 lakh patents, China's on 10 lakh, 9 lakh 20,000, and America's 3 lakh. What point I want to raise here is that why the flow of the patent application is very low in India? Maybe one, a sense of fear that if Indian patents, and if I have the Indian patent, for example, I cannot make the smartwatch, but I can bring one change in the smartwatch, which I did in my recent patent, that through air pollution sensor, if my watch can signal me the color, the red color, orange color, yellow color, green color, if I'm standing in the Connaught Place area, which was not available in any of the Apple Watch. I made it as a patent, but I cannot make it as a startup. Reason, because it's an Indian patent, and if I go to global patent, the charges are much higher.
So we have looked into this matter. So first of all, we have to remember that till very recently, the experience of the people in India was that you put it in the patent system, it will last for years, and after 5-6 years when you finally get the patent, it will already be outdated or you'll have. And there was also an additional problem that even when you get to the finishing line, some rival will come and put an opposition, and it's like snakes and ladders. You have to go back to the starting point. So many of these I only talked about adding manpower, but many of the processes also have been changed. So the net result is that just in the last 2 years, really, most of that jump to 1 lakh happened basically in the last 2 years. Suddenly it jumped up. So it will require now the science community is only now become aware that it is possible to patent in India in some reasonable time horizon. Otherwise, Indian innovators firstly wouldn't patent, or they would actually go to Singapore or even the US to patent. So that is why we have to allow some amount of time to elapse where innovators gain the confidence that putting their system into patenting into our system is a good idea, because they will get patented in some reasonable time. Second, we are now aligning all our patent laws along with global WIPO standards, and also signing a bunch of IPR treaties, which we hadn't signed. So net result of it is that it is now becoming much easier for the rest of the world to first of all search and find our patents, whether they exist in India, if they want to buy it, for example. For us to be now have in different areas reciprocal arrangements of acceptance, all those kinds of things that our patents were not so far doing, those are all getting done. In fact, I have written on that also a recent paper on signing IPR treaties. So net result of that, we are at it, and these are getting sorted. And as I said, it's not just about patent, it's also about trademarks, designs, copyrights, and everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanjeev. But please also appreciate the point that intellectual property rights, we have been embattled as a country because of it's a long standing. And the creation of a domestic government capacity to actually grant was a very first stumbling block. So it's no small achievement. So thank you once again, Sanjeev, for addressing all the queries. Thank you very much,
On the behalf of Indian Economic Association, I am very much thankful to Shri Sanjeev Sannyasi for delivering a very thought-provoking PR Brahmananda lecture on process reforms. Really, the theme is very much important, and I am very much happy with Professor Charan Singh ji. He has opened us for us a Pandora box, because we can do more research on this issue, and it will be very much useful to our association members also, and we can give more emphasis on this one. So, whatsoever examples have been given by Shri Sannyasi, I am very much interested in them because he quoted about very nice examples in administrative reforms, in IEAs, in monuments, and all these 7 types of reforms he mentioned. Really, it is very much important for the young scholars also to promote this issue now in our country. So thank you very much. And now it is a time. One of our members has written a book, and he was very much interested to read that book in this. So I invite Dr. Whatever, yes, to. Yes, just speak.
We have amongst us Dr. K. Katabian, who has authored the book titled History of Economic Thought. So we would request Sanyalji to kindly do the honors for releasing the book.
Please give big applause.
Now it is the time to honor our guest.
On behalf of Maharishi Martandeshwar, Dean to the University, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and sincere thanks to Sri Sanyalji for his valuable presence and an insightful session. Sir, we're truly blessed to have you with us today here. I would now like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Harish Sharma, to felicitate Sri Sanyalji.
More goodies.
Thank you, sir, and we look forward for more such interactive sessions with you. Thank you to the chair, the co-chair, and to all the eminent panelists, the delegates here, for your valuable presence. Your presence here is highly appreciated by all of us. Thank you, everybody.
Kuldeep sir. Kuldeep sir. Koliko there. Koliko. Samsudin. Shifa. भैया एक बार ग्रुप फोटो ले लो
Agriculture